The undead army, immortal conquerors who swept through entire dimensions without knowing a single defeat. Having broken the boundaries of life and death, the Immortal Legion believed conquering Earth was an absolute inevitability. They viewed humanity as mere cattle waiting to be slaughtered in their grand march. However, their invincible assumption came to a screeching halt when they encountered an impossible anomaly. Shocked by the utter devastation of his forces, the undead commander cries out in horror, How can this be?" Confronting a lone human standing amidst the carnage, the commander exclaims, "You, a mere human." The entity demands in sheer desperation, "Just how? How are you still alive after all of this?" Wreathed in roaring hellfire, the human figure smirks calmly and responds, "Who could say?" His fiery aura surges, blazing brighter as he maintains a ruthless, unbreakable stance. With a fierce, defiant grin, Kang Hyun taunts the undead commander, "It is because I am way sturdier than all of you trash." Kang Hyun delivers an explosive, high-impact punch, obliterating the undead commander straight through. The scene shifts, marked by a title card. The narrative flashes back to 2 years ago, where an unseen voice exclaims in frustration, "I really can't with you." The female scolds the man, "I let you live here because you said that you were job hunting, but then you spend every waking hour just drinking and playing games." She points toward the door, shouting, "If you're going to be like this, go back to mom and dad's house." The female continues her tirade, "I can't really rely on our parents at this age, but your younger sister is okay." She demands he find work, yelling, "And you have an allowance as well. Tomorrow's the new year. Get a part-time job or something." Kang Hyun tries to retreat, saying, Okay, let's leave this till tomorrow. My head's spinning right now." As the female shouts, again and again, "You," Kang Hyun closes his bedroom door to shut out the confrontation. Safe in his room, Kang Hyun lets out a long, exhausted sigh. Lying in the dark, he thinks to himself, "You're pathetic, Kang Hyun. Why are you living like this?" He reflects on his lack of progress since arriving in Seoul, lamenting, "The only thing you've done after coming to Seoul was getting a short internship at a major corporation. I should find a gig stacking boxes or something soon." He drifts into a wistful daydream, musing, "Man, how much better would real life be if it were a video game? Then I could get a pretty decent job as well." His mind wanders through various possibilities, whispering to himself, "Warrior, wizard, swordsman." As he falls into a deep sleep, mysterious purple interface panels begin to flicker into existence around him. A mysterious purple interface flickers into view, displaying a system message that reads, "Detected a general connection from the Haken." The system notification persists, confirming the connection from the Haken as it looms over the city skyline. As sleeps, a purple interface flickers into view, displaying a system notification. Earth activated. Haken connection temporarily denied. He springs up from his bed, sitting on the floor in a state of confusion. Staring in disbelief at the air before him, he exclaims, "Well, what?" He thinks to himself, "Words are floating in front of my eyes." A system timer counts down as a new message appears. "We welcome Mr. Kang Hyun's entry into the tutorial." Kang Hyun reads the tutorial rules displayed by the system, contemplating the grim reality. The tutorial has a total of 8 stages. Death in this place is not connected to reality. You are unable to give up halfway, and if you fail, you cannot try again. He continues to process the information as the system adds. When the tutorial is cleared, an awakening and a reward will be given. As a guide character appears, Kang Hyun covers his face in distress, muttering, "Mom, Dad, I'm sorry." He thinks to himself that this must be a dream born from his own severe gaming addiction. He looks up with a sudden shift in his expression, whispering to himself, "But," embracing the absurdity, he exclaims, "Who cares? This is a dream. Maybe this is a sign from God to go all out one last time, He adopts the one more game mindset, ready to face whatever comes next. The system interface progresses, announcing, entering 1. We pray that your courage can save Earth. Kang Hyun stares at the message, confused, and asks, Huh? Save what? The system clarifies the objective, stage 1. Prove your courage and defeat what you fear most. Clear condition. Reach the destination point at the end of the bridge. Fail condition. Death. Kang Hyun stares at the system message, his eyes widening in surprise as he repeats, Bridge? A sudden, intense shock washes over him as he realizes the gravity of his situation. He looks out at the vast, treacherous landscape, whispering, What? As he sees others scattered across the narrow, precarious stone paths. Below the narrow bridge, a sea of molten rock churns violently, and he wonders aloud, What the hell is this? Kang Hyun recoils from the intense heat radiating from the chasm, questioning, Is that lava? What's with this heat? Kang Hyun scans the precarious stone paths and the other people trapped alongside him, demanding, Who are these people? What's going on here? He looks around the fiery chasm in confusion, muttering to himself, I was definitely in my home. Struggling to comprehend the situation, he thinks, what kind of stupid dream is this? Is this really a dream? Suddenly, a voice calls out to him from nearby. Kang Hyun. The woman, Ayan, stares back at him with wide, teary eyes and exclaims, Kang Ayan? Kang Hyun gestures wildly at her, shouting, Why the hell are you in my first dream of the year? This is ridiculous. Ayan immediately retorts, That's my line. Kang Hyun remains confused by the surreal surroundings, questioning, But for real, is this truly a dream? Suddenly talking about saving the earth or whatever. Kang Hyun interrupts her, asserting, Oi, Kang Ayan, don't act like this is your dream because this is mine. Kang Hyun immediately snaps back. Is that important right now? Ayan questions the intense heat of the lava, asking, How can lava be this hot if we're inside a dream? Kang Hyun retorts, Is it possible to have a natural conversation like this in a dream? Don't you think there's something wrong here? Kang Hyun dismisses her doubt, asserting, Humph, the brain is easily tricked. People always say that they can't feel pain in their dreams, but that's a lie, you know? Kang Hyun continues with a crude example, claiming, I've had experiences where it felt like I was pissing for real, only to wake up relieved that my blanket was safe. Ayan, clearly annoyed, thinks to herself, What nonsense is he spouting? Before telling him, Good job saying something so embarrassing in front of your sister. Kang Hyun announces, Anyways, I'm going, and starts walking forward, leaving a surprised Ayan to ask, What? Where? Kang Hyun adds, Well, I guess since it's my dream, an NPC like you wouldn't know. Offended, Ayan snaps back, NPC? I saw it as well. Kang Hyun expresses concern about the precarious path, asking, Aren't you worried that you're gonna fall? Kang Hyun dismisses her, replying, Huh? Are you stupid? Since this is a dream. Kang Hyun remains undeterred, confidently stating, If I die, I'll wake. Kang Hyun contemplates the surreal environment around them. Suddenly, a loud, distorted sound erupts as the ground beneath them begins to shift and churn. The path trembles violently, and the molten landscape below rumbles with an ominous, deep vibration. Kang Hyun stares in wide-eyed shock at the unfolding chaos. Ayan looks toward him and asks, You were saying? Kang Hyun remains silent, unable to respond. Shaking uncontrollably, Kang Hyun tries to maintain his composure, insisting that a scream just sounded a little realistic. I am not scared at all. Ayan watches him, thinking to herself, So pitiful. She begins to crawl along the narrow path, advising him, Don't do anything stupid. If you're going to move, don't walk. It's probably safer to crawl. Kang Hyun stands his ground, defensively replying, Really? Well, I'm not scared at all. But now that you've mentioned it, Kang Hyun thinks he's keeping it up until the end. The ground beneath them emits a low, ominous rumble. As the ground rumbles beneath them, Kang Hyun and Ayan both crawl along the narrow stone paths to stay safe. Ayan looks over at Kang Hyun and calls out, "Hey." Kang Hyun insists, "It's just a very realistic nightmare." Kang Hyun retorts, "You're still saying that?" Kang Hyun challenges his denial, asking, "But really, you've already realized that that's not the case, right? Do you really think a dream this realistic can exist?" She continues, "There's definitely something that's happened that we can't even begin to imagine. If we die here, then maybe even in real life." Kang Hyun is left visibly shaken by her warning, only managing to breathe out. "Who?" Kang Hyun trembles on the ground, thinking to himself, "You bitch, I was trying my best to ignore it. So why do you keep bringing it up? I'm stuck here frozen in fear." Meanwhile, Ayan watches him and thinks, he must be the most unreliable older brother in the world. Ayan suggests they rest, but Kang Hyun remains lying on the path, still clinging to the hope that this is all just a dream. Kang Hyun thinks to himself, maybe if I stay still like this, I'll wake up on my own. His thought is interrupted as the environment shifts around them. A system message appears, announcing that a set time has passed and the tutorial difficulty has increased. The ground begins to tremble violently, causing Kang Hyun to panic as he realizes the bridge is collapsing. Kang Hyun watches in shock as the structure beneath him gives way. As the bridge crumbles, another person screams and falls into the abyss, prompting a frantic command to run. Ayan urgently shouts, "Hey, wait for me!" as she chases after Kang Hyun across the precarious path. The bridge shatters violently beneath them, forcing both Kang Hyun and Ayan to sprint for their lives. Kang Hyun gasps for air, his face drenched in sweat as exhaustion begins to take hold. Observing that the path is not too narrow, he resolves, "If I don't trip, I'll reach the end." Kang Hyun keeps his eyes locked forward, repeating to himself, "Just look ahead, my path." Kang Hyun and Ayan continue their desperate sprint across the crumbling bridge, their footsteps echoing against the stone. Kang Hyun gasps for air, his face contorted with exhaustion as he struggles to maintain his pace. He pushes himself forward, thinking, with this, it's all over. Suddenly, Kang Hyun notices Ayan lagging behind and shouts, "Kang Ayan!" Ayan turns around, looking back at him with a confused, "Huh?" Kang Hyun and Ayan narrowly avoid the falling debris as the stone path begins to crumble around them. They scramble to maintain their balance on the shifting ground while the environment continues to collapse. Large chunks of the path break away and plummet into the sea of lava below. Exhausted from their desperate run, Kang Hyun and Ayan collapse onto the remaining section of the path to catch their breath. The entire structure shakes violently as the tutorial space begins to fall apart. Suddenly, a system notification appears before Kang Hyun, announcing, "Level up, congratulations, you have cleared stage 1. The system continues to display information, informing Kang Hyun, "You have temporarily awakened for your clear reward. You will officially awaken when the tutorial is over." Exhausted from their escape, Kang Hyun collapses onto the ground, thinking, "I can't even move my fingers anymore." Ayan wonders about the system's mention of a temporary awakening and tutorial. Kang Hyun interrupts her thoughts, demanding, "Oi, aren't you going to thank the guy who saved your life?" Ayan quickly replies, Right, thank you." A system window appears before Kang Hyun, displaying his updated status. Name, Kang Ayan. Level, 0 to 1, Strength, 7, Agility, 12, Vitality, 6, Magic, 13, Additional, 1, Innate, Calm. He contemplates the appearance of the status window, musing, a status window? The number one thing a man wants to receive on his birthday? Trembling with anticipation, Kang Hyun reaches out toward the glowing screen, thinking, I want to look as well. As he interacts with the display, the status window updates to reveal his new innate, magic, 14, additional, 1, innate, resurrection. Overwhelmed by the revelation of his innate, Kang Hyun thinks, I want to. He sits in his room, panting heavily as he struggles to catch his breath. Still dazed from the nightmare, Kang Hyun stares blankly into the room. Kang Hyun checks an online forum, posting about his weird dream, and finds that others are reporting similar experiences. He finds more evidence of shared experiences, including a post from Seo Heyman asking if there is any meaning to dying in the dream. Kang Hyun continues browsing online forums, where he discovers news reports and widespread public discussion regarding the strange dreams he experienced. The online community is actively participating in a viral social media trend identified by the hashtag #SavithWorldChallenge. He observes further community engagement, including an open chat link and a comment from a user named Sword urging others to fight. A system notification suddenly appears, displaying a countdown of 4 years, 364 days, 15 hours, 4 minutes, and 25 seconds until the complete connection with the Haken. The system persists in showing this countdown against a swirling purple energy background. Exhausted from their desperate run, Kang Hyun and Ayan collapse onto the remaining section of the path to catch their breath. The scene shifts to an exterior view of an apartment complex under a clear sky. The person enters the room, continuing to shout, Kang Hyun! Kang Hyun argue intensely, both shocked by their shared experience. Kang Hyun exclaims, You were just in a dream where your legs were over lava. You almost died. Kang Ah-hyun retorts, That wasn't just a dream after all. More importantly, the status window. We had such a realistic dream. The argument escalates as Kang Ah-hyun shouts, Damn it! Let me speak! Kang Hyun fires back, You're the one interrupting me. Exhausted from the confrontation and their previous ordeal, they both stop to catch their breath, panting heavily. Kang Hyun remains silent, lost in deep contemplation as he processes the surreal events that just occurred. Kang Ah-hyun breaks the silence by asking, Should we eat something first? Kang Hyun agrees, simply replying, Yeah. Kang Hyun checks the trending topics on his phone, which confirm that the dream was a global event, with terms like end of the world and shared ranking at the top. Kang Hyun sit together in silence, eating their meal while processing the information. Kang Hyun breaks the silence, remarking, So it really wasn't just a dream. It's not just our country. Seems like people all over the world had the same dream. Kang Hyun responds, But I guess dying in the dream doesn't affect reality. They say 3 or 4 out of 10 people fell, but there were no major injuries. Kang Hyun shudders, adding, Ugh. Still, it was so vivid. Falling must have hurt like hell. Kang Hyun nods, replying, I heard those who actually fell are traumatized. Kang Hyun questions their casual behavior while eating, asking, So, is it really okay for us to be eating so casually like this? Seems like total chaos outside. He continues to eat in silence, lost in thought as he processes the situation. He walks away from the table, continuing his thought by saying, Or else. He turns to look out the window, observing the scene unfolding below. Outside, fanatical crowds gather in the streets, holding signs and shouting, Repent! The time of judgment has come. The chaos spreads as people begin to smash store windows, laughing maniacally while yelling, Destroy everything. Kang Hyun and Kang Ah-hyun watch the unfolding madness from the safety of their apartment balcony. Kang Hyun looks at the scene and remarks, I guess we can't go to work? Kang Hyun simply responds, No question. Kang Hyun warns her, Going out now would only get us hurt, before asking if she remembers anything about the Haken connection. He then prompts her, You didn't look at your status window properly, did you? They said we could at least check the remaining time for temporary awakening. Kang Hyun activates her status window, declaring, Time, check, while Kang Hyun thinks to himself, Damn, I wanted to see the status window too. The status window displays the time remaining until the complete connection with the Haken as 4 years, 364 days, 17 hours, 3 minutes, and 13 seconds. Kang Hyun concludes anyway, yeah, whatever it is, we have nearly 5 years left. Kang Hyun looks out at the chaotic streets from their balcony and wonders, can we even prepare for that situation for 5 years? He then advises it's chaotic now, but the situation will calm down soon, so it's better to stay home for now. Kang Hyun stares at him, thinking to herself, what's with this bastard suddenly making sense? As the day progresses, the initial chaos subsides and citizens return to their daily routines. Korea regains stability within a single day. Kang Hyun lies down, his eyes closed as he focuses on his internal state. The system message reads, "Welcome to Kang Hyun's tutorial." Kang Hyun reacts with realization, muttering, "Ah, right." The interface prompts, "Would you like to see the explanation and instructions for the basic interface?" Kang Hyun immediately commands, "Skip that, show me the status window first." The system status window appears, displaying Kang Hyun's current stats. Level 1, Strength 8, Agility 9, Stamina 8, Magic 14, and 1 additional stat point, with Resurrection listed as his unique ability. Kang Hyun stares at the floating interface, questioning his own power as he mutters, "Is this good?" Without anything to compare it to, I can't judge. Kang Hyun scratches his head while contemplating his status window, wondering the magic power stat. Will I be able to use magic later or something? I'm not sure, but the system prompts him to enter the second stage. Kang Hyun clenches his fist in determination and thinks, of course. Feeling confident, Kang Hyun poses and thinks, whether my stats are high or low, I can level up and raise them. Kang Hyun narrates that he was quite enthusiastic as the owner of the resurrection skill, not yet imagining the dark turn that was to come. A weapon strikes with a sharp, bloody impact, accompanied by the pained gasps of a combatant. The goblin recoils, screaming in agony as blood streams from a wound on its head. Kang Hyun lets out a fierce cry, swinging his weapon with intense focus toward his enemy. The goblin attempts to block the strike, but Kang Hyun's attack forces a violent clash between them. The system interface suddenly appears, displaying the objective for the second stage. Defeat the enemies and prove your skills. Kang Hyun shouts as he lunges forward, launching a powerful attack against the goblin. As his weapon connects with a spray of blood, Kang Hyun thinks, I thought it might be combat since the system is similar to a game, and sure enough, Kang Hyun continues his relentless assault, his weapon striking with force. Breathing heavily, Kang Hyun stands over the goblin he has just defeated. Looking down at the creature's body, he realizes with shock, I killed it. Kang Hyun walks cautiously through the corridor, reflecting, I only won because it was a goblin. If I hadn't surprised it, I would have ended up like that, unaware that another goblin is watching him from the shadows. Suddenly, Kang Hyun is jolted by a sharp sense of danger and snaps to full alertness. Kang Hyun freezes in shock as he realizes the threat he is facing. The goblin swings a massive, glowing sword directly toward him. Kang Hyun gasps in realization, thinking, what? There were two from the start, as he spots another goblin nearby. He eyes the larger creature and its oversized blade, terrified. This one's much bigger than the previous goblin, and the sword it's holding is over 1 m long. If I get hit by that, it won't end with just tetanus. The goblin strikes with immense force, but Kang Hyun manages to block the blow with his weapon, the clash ringing out through the corridor. Kang Hyun struggles to maintain his defense, acutely aware that his body is physically unconditioned from long-term unemployment and that his 70 centimeters mace is woefully inadequate against the goblin's reach. The goblin swings its massive blade again, forcing Kang Hyun to strain as he blocks the heavy strike, the sound of their weapons clashing echoing through the corridor. The goblin's massive blade strikes true, cutting into Kang Hyun as he thinks, there's no way it can withstand a 1 m long sword. The goblin continues its relentless assault with the oversized weapon. Kang Hyun is struck again, suffering a deep, bleeding wound from the goblin's blade. Overwhelmed by the pain and the dire situation, Kang Hyun thinks in despair, why do I have to go through this? The goblin begins dragging the injured Kang Hyun across the dungeon floor. As he is hauled away, Kang Hyun thinks, damn it, why won't it just kill me? Trapped in the nightmare of his reality, he wonders, when will I wake up from this dream? Suddenly back in his apartment, Kang Hyun is jolted awake by a disturbance at his door. Frustrated, he shouts, seriously, why is this crap happening again early in the morning? And thinks, on top of that, I have a headache. Overcome by the memory of his ordeal, he hides under his blanket, trembling as he thinks, no, goblins, I'm scared, please. Kang Hyun begins recounting his traumatic death to himself, saying, so, you died from excessive bleeding? Yes, that's right. First, they started by pulling off my fingernails and toenails one by one and crushed them. And as if that wasn't enough, they pulled out my teeth and, before cutting himself off with a distressed, ugh, stop. He continues the internal dialogue, asking himself, anyway, is that why you were crying? Kang Hyun questions himself, asking, so, you don't need to go to the hospital, right? He checks his phone and notes, they said the number of visitors to the psychiatric department has doubled in the past 2 days. There must be quite a few people who've had similar experiences. Kang Hyun stares at his phone screen, lost in thought as he processes the information. When he tries to explain, the woman sitting with him dismisses him, saying, no, I don't think it's like that. I don't have any money. Go earn some. Kang Hyun smiles with relief, saying, people who died in the first stage didn't dream about the second stage. I'm relieved to hear that. Tonight, I should be able to sleep a bit more peacefully. Suddenly, a system message appears before him. Welcome to the tutorial, Kang Hyun. An error has occurred in the second stage. Moving immediately, may your courage save the earth. As he is abruptly transported away, Kang Hyun grits his teeth in frustration, his jaw clenched as he reacts to his sudden, unwanted relocation. He shouts out in anger, cursing loudly at the situation he has been thrust into. The cursing continues as he vents his mounting rage at the system. Exhausted, Kang Hyun slumps against the cave wall and lets out a weary sigh. Resigned to his fate and battling hunger, he mutters, so in the end, I have to do what you want, right? I'm also hungry, damn it. Kang Hyun reflects on his past failure with a mace, considering that a crossbow or spear might be more effective for his survival. With a determined look, Kang Hyun readies his chosen crossbow, muttering, all right. Kang Hyun narrows his eyes, focusing intently on his target. Kang Hyun watches the result of his shot, thinking anxiously, did it work? The goblin recoils, bleeding from the wound inflicted by the projectile. Kang Hyun leaps toward the goblins with his spear, thinking anxiously, damn it, there's no way things would go well with a weapon I'm using for the first time. Kang Hyun successfully pierces the goblin with his spear, forcing it to grunt in pain. Seeing the goblin fall, Kang Hyun thinks to himself, it worked, one down. Kang Hyun is shocked to find his weapon lodged firmly in the creature, thinking, the spear won't come out. The goblin seizes the opportunity and attacks Kang Hyun while his weapon remains lodged. Kang Hyun suddenly wakes up in his bedroom, gasping and clutching his chest in terror after the nightmare. He cries out, HH. As he catches his breath, he reflects on the experience, thinking, still, this time it died in one go. Ugh. A death without torture is much better. A system error suddenly interrupts him, and he is teleported away with the message, welcome to the tutorial, Kang Hyun. An error has occurred in the second stage. Moving immediately. May your courage save the earth. Frustrated, Kang Hyun snaps, save the earth, my ass. This is a total mess, as he arrives at Tutorial 2 Round 3. Presented with a sword and shield for the new round, Kang Hyun questions the selection, thinking, huh? Wouldn't it be better to use a weapon I've used before? He ultimately decides to commit to the sword, thinking, no, today it's the sword. I spent the whole day self-studying on Xtube. Kang Hyun brandishes his sword and shield, challenging the surrounding goblins with a shout. All right, come on, you bastards. Suddenly, Kang Hyun jolts awake in his bedroom, drenched in sweat and gasping as he cries out, those fookers ganging up on me? Still reeling from the nightmare, he laughs maniacally while a female character watches him from the doorway. He mutters to himself, Yug. Kiki, let's give it a shot. Shall we? I'll kill all of you. Kang Hyun cautiously peers out from behind the door, his expression tense and anxious. In the dungeon, Kang Hyun begins swinging his sword aimlessly. He thinks, why? Because according to the status window, this is the standard way. Exhausted from the repetitive motion, he collapses to the ground, groaning, ugh, do I really have to swing it for 8 hours to level up? He stares at his remaining stats and mutters in confusion. Huh? Kang Hyun pauses to reflect, realizing that he had obtained his current status and ability after clearing the first stage. He decides to invest a stat point into strength, hoping that the 2 total stat increases will finally allow him to take revenge on the goblins. However, his plan fails miserably as he is too exhausted from grinding to defeat even one enemy, leading to his immediate death. After more training, his stamina and strength increase, and he notes that taking down the 2 goblins in front of him has become easier. Despite these improvements, Kang Hyun realizes that his lack of fundamental physical strength and combat ability still makes dealing with the remaining goblins impossible. A system error suddenly occurs, moving him to Tutorial Stage 2, Round 7, where he continues his repetitive sword training. He focuses entirely on the motion, swinging his sword over and over again to build his strength. Kang Hyun's relentless training pays off as a system notification appears. Your stamina increases by 1 due to your efforts to push beyond your limits. He lets out a loud, pained cry, Kwaraya. He lies sprawled on the dungeon floor, panting heavily as he tries to recover his breath. He reads the skill details, which explain that it corrects posture and force distribution for more effective strikes, noting it is a skill used by local thugs but better than nothing. Kang Hyun clenches his fist in determination. Elated by his success, he raises his fists and thinks, I did it! I fucking did it! Thank you! Thank you! Kang Hyun firmly grips his sword, his expression hardening as he thinks, you damn goblin bastards. Kang Hyun brandishes his sword with a menacing grin, thinking, you're all screwed today. Kang Hyun engages the second goblin in combat, noting that he already took out the first with a crossbow and that these 2 are the easier targets. He turns his attention to the forest, where 3 goblins remain, and thinks that while he can handle 2, the last one poses a significant obstacle. Kang Hyun clashes swords with a goblin in the forest, their weapons meeting with a sharp ring. The goblin swings its weapon with aggressive force, but Kang Hyun successfully blocks the strike with his shield. Panting, Kang Hyun realizes with a shock, I can see it. I can see his attacks, as he gains the ability to predict the goblin's movements. Kang Hyun parries the goblin's strike with fluid motions, thinking, and I feel like my body can react before I even think about it. He utilizes his basic skill to land an effective strike, noting with annoyance this effect. Although the description is annoying, the wounded goblin growls in rage as blood drips from its injury. Kang Hyun struggles to maintain his footing, thinking, but there's still a problem. I've already exhausted and lost a lot of stamina by dealing with only 4 of them. The goblin lunges forward, swinging its axe with aggressive force. Their weapons clash with a violent spark, leaving Kang Hyun shocked as he thinks, no way, from this distance. Kang Hyun's sword is knocked from his hand, embedding itself into the ground nearby as he narrowly dodges the goblin's reach. Disarmed and cornered, Kang Hyun delivers a powerful kick to the goblin, forcing it back and creating a brief moment of distance. Kang Hyun observes the goblin's movements, thinking, this fucker really enjoys torturing. That's the reason why he doesn't kill right away, but they better make their opponent tired first. Recognizing the creature's predictable attack pattern, Kang Hyun narrowly dodges a strike and thinks, your pattern. It's so obvious. The goblin lets out a frustrated growl, enraged that its attack failed to land. Without his sword, Kang Hyun quickly reaches down to the ground and picks up a heavy rock. The goblin lets out a sharp cry of pain as the impact connects. Kang Hyun narrowly dodges the swing, thinking to himself, I am. He lunges forward and delivers a powerful punch to the goblin, shouting, the strongest. The force of the strike lands squarely on the goblin, causing it to reel back. The goblin collapses as blood splatters from the impact, finally defeated. Breathing heavily, Kang Hyun stands over the fallen creature and reflects, Hugh, I get it now, your stage. Kang Hyun receives system notifications confirming he has earned 5 additional stats, the ability to choose a weapon as a reward, and the unlocking of the basic skill. As the basic skill unlocks and his level increases, Kang Hyun shouts in triumph, clear, I win! Standing over the defeated goblin, Kang Hyun mocks it with a manic laugh, declaring, this is the power of the ultimate being, you fake human and bastard goblin. Kang Hyun continues to laugh maniacally at his victory. The next morning, Kang Hyun wakes up feeling refreshed and introduces himself to the empty room, saying, what a powerful morning. If you ask who I am, I'm Kang Hyun. Feeling celebratory after clearing the second stage, Kang Hyun decides to cook breakfast, announcing, this is it. Since I can clear stage 2, I'll make breakfast as a celebration. While enjoying his meal, Kang Hyun is suddenly startled, choking as he reacts to an unexpected development. Coughing and clearly shocked, Kang Hyun confronts the female character, demanding, what did you just say? A system message suddenly appears before them, stating, Earth's tutorial is complete. You can now use the system freely outside the tutorial. Kang Hyun stares at the notification in disbelief, whispering, what? Another system message follows, declaring the dungeon is now activated. The ground begins to tremble violently as the environment shifts. Kang Hyun's eyes widen as he senses the intense, surging energy manifesting around them. A massive, glowing portal erupts in front of the building, drawing the attention of everyone nearby as the dungeon fully activates. Kang Hyun and his companions stare at the swirling energy of the portal, with Kang Hyun whispering, is that? A system message appears before the public clarifying, dungeons can only be used by Awakeners. Another system notification follows, stating, you need to finish the dungeon in a certain amount of time. A global countdown appears, revealing that the connection with the Haken will be complete in 4 years, 357 days, 13 hours, 59 minutes, and 51 seconds. The title card for the series is displayed. As the world descends into chaos following the dungeon's appearance, Kang Hyun and his companion decide to stay home to research and organize the incoming information. Kang Hyun observes that the tutorial is not yet finished, noting, it seems that recently, people who have just turned 18 are also joining to clear the tutorial. He concludes that 18 is the minimum age requirement. His companion reports that online forums are in an uproar, explaining, people are saying it's a hasty decision to call the tutorial completers Awakeners and send them to clear the dungeon. Kang Hyun dismisses the concern, remarking, it's not a big deal though. Kang Hyun decides to leverage the status window, calling out, status window, as he summons it to view his current standing. He signals for his companion to remain silent while he focuses on the interface. Reflecting on the tutorial structure, Kang Hyun notes that there are 8 stages in total. He realizes that while he is still attempting to clear stage 2, others have already finished all the stages. Kang Hyun asks his companion if she has any information regarding the third stage, but she dismissively tells him that patience is a virtue. Finding little information available, Kang Hyun resolves to return to the fight. He flexes his arm, determined to clear stage 3 with style and precision this time. The scene shifts to the night of the stage 3 tutorial. The monster urinates on Kang Hyun, prompting a furious vow of revenge. "I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you, you damned bastard." A system message announces the start of stage 3, tasking Kang Hyun with eliminating the Gurkha to succeed. Clad in a new ghillie suit, Kang Hyun marvels at the outfit and prepares to hunt for the unknown monster. He reasons this mission must be infiltration assassination. Something like that, right? Kang Hyun pauses to check his rewards from the second stage, complaining that the system never gives him enough time to review his progress properly. He opens his status window, revealing that his level has increased from 2 to 4. Delighted by his improved stats and new abilities, he exclaims, "So rich, this is exactly how a status window should look." Kang Hyun reviews his new basic and basic skills, though he finds the system's descriptions of them quite annoying. He considers his stat allocation, deciding to invest in strength and stamina for immediate utility while debating whether to add points to agility. Remembering there is something else to check, he notices a system prompt asking if he would like to view his inventory. Kang Hyun clicks on the inventory slot, eager to see what item he has stored. He retrieves a shabby and equips it, exclaiming in excitement that it is the most amazing thing he has seen so far. With his status check complete and his new weapon ready, Kang Hyun sets out to find and defeat his target. The chapter title card is displayed. The narrative reflects on the legendary Marine sniper Carlos, who famously crawled for over a kilometer across 3 days to complete a mission. Inspired by this feat, Kang Hyun continues his own grueling crawl through the grass. He thinks to himself, "He is the person I respect the most. Starting today, have I been crawling for about 10 hours? I'm almost there." Kang Hyun observes 2 guards standing watch at the enemy camp and considers whether to force his way through. As he continues his grueling crawl, Kang Hyun struggles with the misery of being soaked in his own urine, while prickly grass and insects irritate his skin. Suddenly, Kang Hyun freezes in place, his eyes widening as he senses a nearby presence. He is shocked to discover a masked monster standing right before him. Horrified, Kang Hyun realizes the monster is urinating directly onto his hiding spot. Despite the deep humiliation, Kang Hyun steels his resolve and thinks to himself, "I have to endure." Clinging to those words, he continues to crawl through the grass, determined to endure the humiliation. Kang Hyun suddenly snaps, thinking, I'm gonna cut," as he lunges forward to sever the rope, startling Kirk. Furious, Kang Hyun screams, "Your fucking head," and drives his blade into Kirk. He follows up with a swift, aggressive slash that cuts deep into his target. Kang Hyun stands over the fallen Kirk, disappointed as he thinks, "I ended up cutting something useless again," while Kirk remains standing nearby, grunting in pain. The surrounding camp is suddenly thrown into chaos as the guards let out loud, aggressive cries, alerting everyone to the intruder. Responding to the alert, the guards race through the camp with torches held high, converging on Kang Hyun's location. Facing the overwhelming odds, Kang Hyun grins and thinks, "Ha, since it's already fucked, I might as well say the line I've always wanted to try." Kang Hyun screams, "Come at me, you fucking bastards," and his sheer rage triggers a system notification. The skill lion's roar of rage has been created. Kang Hyun lets out a manic laugh as he strikes, his blade shattering the mask of a nearby guard. As the second round of the tutorial begins, Kang Hyun activates his new skill, shouting, "Bring it the fuck on!" The lion's roar of rage ability immediately triggers, striking fear into the surrounding enemies while purging all debuffs from his own body. Drawing on his experience from the first round, Kang Hyun realizes that the Gurkha only return to the village at sunset, leaving the camp vulnerable during the day. He lunges at the remaining guards, yelling, "I'll kill you all, you damn bastards." Thinking to himself that the remaining forces are just small fry, Kang Hyun cuts through the guards with ease. Kang Hyun quickly closes the distance and arrives at the chieftain's tent. Covered in blood and grinning aggressively, Kang Hyun confronts his target, shouting, "I'm here, you bastard, Gorka." He is visibly shocked by the sudden intrusion, his mask glowing with an intense magical aura as he reacts to Kang Hyun's arrival. With a low, rumbling growl, he begins to channel his power, his magical aura intensifying as he prepares to strike back at Kang Hyun. Kang Hyun is suddenly caught in a glowing purple magical circle, finding himself trapped by a restraint skill. A system notification confirms he has been hit by low level. Frustrated and unable to move, Kang Hyun thinks, "And my body won't move. What kind of tutorial even has magic in it?" Desperate to escape, Kang Hyun focuses on his Lion's Roar of Rage ability, which can lower enemy stats and remove debuffs of D rank or lower. He thinks there must be a way. As the skill activates, Kang Hyun breaks free and charges at the Gorka, shouting, "Charge!" The chieftain is visibly stunned by the sudden movement. Kang Hyun dashes forward with incredible speed to close the distance. With a menacing grin, Kang Hyun taunts his target, saying, "Everyone has a great plan, until you got stabbed." Kang Hyun strikes the Gorka with a decisive blow, taunting until you got stabbed. A system notification confirms that Kang Hyun has cleared Stage 3 in record time, granting him the temporary title, the and a level up. The system details the new title, noting that the is awarded to those who clear the stage with the greatest speed and perseverance, providing a bonus of +1 to all stats. Kang Hyun reflects on his progress, noting, "I cleared Stage 3 in just 2 days. Considering it took me a week to clear Stage 2. This is a huge improvement." Caught up in his own success, Kang Hyun imagines himself effortlessly defeating a dragon after clearing Stage 4. Musing, "At this rate, I might clear Stage 4 in just a few minutes." Elsewhere, a news broadcast announces that 25 days have passed since the deployment of a special unit of Awakened, and 40% of domestic dungeons have now been cleared. Meanwhile, the Awakened civilians continue to participate in clearing activities, and in response, the government is considering awarding bonuses. Kang Hyun is cooking in the kitchen when he hears a loud crash, causing him to mutter, "Ha, there he goes again with his bullshit." Turning off the stove, he warns, "If you keep it up, the neighbors are going to file a complaint." The other person stomps their foot in frustration and retorts, "Did you get hit in the back of your head with an arrow today? Cleared it, you idiot." Kang Hyun continues cooking, unimpressed by the boast, and says, "I just fucked them all up. Eat your food." "Oh, you were going crazy, saying you couldn't handle it." Suddenly, the other person is interrupted by a realization, stammering, "Anyway, congratu." "Ah." Kang Hyun asks, "Did something happen in your dream?" To which the other person replies, "Why your face?" "Ha." Kang Hyun, visibly frustrated while holding his chopsticks, complains, "The tutorial is getting on my nerves." His companion offers a hesitant, "Gee, good luck." The other person retorts, "Your face already looks like that of a criminal these days." Kang Hyun snaps back, "Hey, you punk, I'm your older brother." When asked about the fourth stage, Kang Hyun dismisses the other person's status and explains, to summarize, it was like a group project. It required showcasing leadership skills or something like that. Kang Hyun recalls the quest conditions, noting, the quest was about leading the party to destroy the dungeon's core. You could say it was like a role-playing game. The party members acted like NPCs following their assigned roles. He describes the internal conflict, adding, "They were debating whether to move forward or retreat. We didn't have enough supplies to recklessly push forward with the mission." Despite the strong opposition from two couples, the party ultimately decided to proceed forward. Kang Hyun, still eating, asks, So? Kang Hyun confidently recounts his leadership during the fourth stage, explaining, "Of course I did a great job leading them at first. I boosted morale with a roar of fury and took the front line with the remarkable healing power of Intermediate. The Intermediate skill is a powerful magical ability that automatically repairs severe damage, including burns, frostbite, and even amputations, with the capacity to restore shattered bones within a single day." Kang Hyun continues his account, asking, "So everything was fine, right? What took you a whole month?" He lets out a heavy, exhausted sigh. Kang Hyun recalls the night the trouble truly began, remembering the moment he was ambushed and stabbed by his own party members. He rants furiously. Those bastards were supposed to take turns on watch, but instead, they planned to escape together. When I caught them, they ambushed and killed me. I knew it from the start. Ever since they dared to flirt inside the sacred dungeon. The listener snaps back. "Swallow what's in your mouth before you speak. You crazy bastard." Kang Hyun clears his throat to regain his composure. Kang Hyun pauses, then asks, "What is it?" He suddenly slams his hand down onto the table. The party members argue over their next move, with one insisting, "Let's go a little further. It would be a waste to come this far and go back without any income." Another counters, "With limited food, what if we can't find the core?" When a party member warns, "If we die further ahead, you'll be responsible," Kang Hyun violently attacks them. As the terrified party member cries out, Kang Hyun draws his weapon. He points his blade at the party and declares, "From now on, you will all follow my instructions. If you resist, you'll die. Even if you complain, you'll die." When the party member protests in disbelief, Kang Hyun immediately silences them with a brutal punch. Kang Hyun continues his assault, beating the party member while warning, "I told you not to complain." He turns to the rest of the party, bloodied and cold, and commands, "You just have to follow me because I know the way." He displays his status window, reinforcing his authority with a final warning. "If you act up again, you'll really be finished." Suddenly, a skeletal enemy lunges at Kang Hyun from the shadows. He parries the attack, swinging his own blade to counter the skeleton's strike. As the last of the skeletal foes collapses, Kang Hyun looks around and asks, "Is this the last one?" His party members watch in disbelief, one of them muttering, "Oh, he really finished them all." Kang Hyun approaches the glowing dungeon core, remarking, "Is this the core? That's simple." He then strikes it with his blade. The core shatters, triggering a system notification. "Congratulations, you have cleared the 4th stage. You will receive 1 cut, E, and Ring of Strong, B, as a clear reward. Level up." Kang Hyun reviews his inventory of monster drops, musing, not to mention the ample monster drop items that could be farmed. Among them, "I still don't know the purpose of the magic stone. If you stockpile everything, there might be a use for it eventually." Kang Hyun examines his rewards, noting the 1 cut, E, skill which enhances sword-cutting power to slice enemies in half, and the Strong, B, an elite accessory that grants immunity to mental-related magic and status effects. He continues his intense physical training, pushing himself through a set of push-ups as he counts his progress, finally reaching 300 repetitions. Wiping sweat from his brow after his workout, Kang Hyun sighs, "Phew, it seems like bodyweight exercises are becoming less effective." Contemplating his training plateau, he thinks, "Maybe I should start going to the gym," as he reaches for his phone. He looks at the screen with skepticism, questioning, "Is this an ad?" Outside, chaos erupts as people scream for help in the wake of the sudden dungeon appearance. Monsters swarm the streets, violently attacking everyone in their path as chaos consumes the area. A system notification warns, if the dungeon is not cleared within a certain time, the dungeon door will be opened. Kang Hyun stares at the building in dread, thinking, "Could it be today? I even filed a request for it to be cleared here." The realization hits him with sudden intensity, and he thinks, Hyen is in danger. Frustrated by his lack of preparation, he mutters to himself, "Damn it, this place. How is it that there's not a single cheap long sword here? His eyes widen as he suddenly spots something in the kitchen. Kang Hyun sprints through the streets, his heavy breathing audible as he rushes toward his destination. He suddenly confronts a group of monsters, shouting, "It's been a while, bastards!" The monsters respond with confused cries. Kang Hyun grips his kitchen knife and thinks, "TSK, as expected, I can't use the skill yet." He continues to run, thinking, but thanks to that I managed to draw their attention, as the monsters give chase. Observing the creatures as they pursue him, Kang Hyun exclaims, What? The noises made by the level 2 lobies are hard to hear." He strikes the monster with his knife, exclaiming, "You can tell their level just by their movements." As the injured monster recoils, Kang Hyun taunts it, saying, "First of all, thank you for coming." Kang Hyun slashes the monster again, remarking, "I'll make good use of this knife. Nice product." A sudden, loud noise erupts inside the office, causing the workers to turn in shock. The office workers look toward the source of the disturbance with expressions of growing fear. An office worker stares at her phone in confusion, her screen displaying a series of messages from Kang Hyun that leave her wondering what he is thinking. Suddenly, a violent attack erupts within the office, filling the room with terrifying shrieks and plunging the workers into absolute chaos. A violent impact shatters the office partition, sending debris flying into the room. Kang Hyun steps over the broken partition and enters the office. Covered in blood and wearing a manic grin, Kang Hyun announces, "Your big brother's here, Kang Ah." As the skill activates, Kang Hyun breaks free and charges at the Gorka, shouting, "Charge!" The chieftain is visibly stunned by the sudden movement. He continues to call out, "Your brother has arrived, Kang Ah," as the office workers stare at him in shock. One worker, visibly terrified, questions him, "What the heck? Who are you? Ah's brother?" A terrified office worker confronts Kang Hyun, shouting, "I don't know who you are, but how can you break the barricade? What will I do now? At this rate, the monsters." Kang Hyun apologizes with a grin, saying, "Oh, my bad. I'm really sorry about that. I can't control my power." Well, Kang Hyun enters the office, stepping over the fallen monsters to reassure the stunned workers. "You don't need to be worried anymore." Though, the office workers stare in disbelief at the carnage, with one worker stammering, "The monsters. He handled them all alone?" Kang Hyun points to the discarded goblin weapons and instructs the group, "Do you guys see those weapons the goblins were using? Just hold on with those for a moment. I'm actually not sure how long everyone can hold out, but I think as long as you don't panic, we can beat them." As he turns to leave, a worker asks, "Where are you going?" Kang Hyun walks toward the exit, warning the workers, "On the way here, I saw more goblins swarming in. They're probably on the upper floors as well." An office worker questions his use of supplies, asking, "Hey, is it okay to pour that much water? We don't know if the situation will last, so we need to conserve it." Kang Hyun dismisses her concern, replying, "Shut up. Your wounds need cleaning." As the office worker cleans his wounds, she curiously asks, "Hey, you act so tough and all, so why do you keep getting hit so much?" Kang Hyun explains his situation, saying, "Maybe because I haven't practiced how to dodge. My recovery ability is pretty amazing that I can take most attacks, but since I can't use any skills right now, it's a different case." The worker warns him, "Be careful. If you can't use your skill, you can't resurrect either, right? Your move to deal with the remnants in the building earlier was just excessive." Kang Hyun smirks and asks, "But it was cool, right?" The worker sarcastically replies, "Sure, until you get beaten to a pulp." Kang Hyun reflects on the exchange, adding, "But still, I guess other people see things a bit differently." Kang Hyun answers the question, "I just need someone who is okay with a man who curses as soon as he wakes up." Kang Hyun suddenly wakes up in the middle of the night, exclaiming, "What the heck?" A system notification appears, announcing, "Stage 5. Prove your wisdom that can overcome any difficulty. A woman confronts a person, asking, "Are you a succubus?" The person mocks her, replying, "Yeah, but don't you think at times like this, the most suspicious ones are the talkative ones?" As the argument escalates, the woman tries to de-escalate the tension, urging, everyone calm down. A new system update displays the mission parameters. Clear condition. Defeat the succubus disguised as a human. Failure condition. Death. Tip. The succubus is hiding its true identity. Those who discover their true identity will be targeted first. Kang Hyun contemplates the nature of a succubus, wondering, isn't a succubus a dream demon? The creatures that appear in dreams and drain a man's vitality? They're famous for being beautiful, though. A woman observes the group, remarking, all the women here are amazingly beautiful. So, everyone is aware of the existence of a succubus in this scenario. She then turns to Kang Hyun and asks, Kang Hyun SSI, what do you think? Kang Hyun replies, pardon? The woman presses him, asking, about the succubus. Who do you think it is? Kang Hyun is momentarily distracted by her appearance, thinking, whoa, looking closely, she really is beautiful. And she smells nice too. The woman chuckles at his hesitation, asking, and no idea? Kang Hyun stammers in confusion, Huh? Kang Hyun suddenly notices something and thinks to himself, huh? A system notification appears, stating, the of strong resists enchantment. The system details this properties, noting it is a B-rank item that grants the user immunity to all mind-related spells and mental attacks of A rank and below. The scene shifts to a campsite in the forest at night, where the group has gathered around a campfire. He continues to reflect on the hardships, remembering, Stage 2 was a week-long battle with goblins. In 3, you ended up getting hit with Monster P after 10 hours of crawling. Kang Hyun thinks to himself with a cynical smile, I finally can enjoy interesting things, after just rolling like a dog. God, I'm sorry I've been cursing you. I didn't know that you prepared this for me. He covers his mouth to hide his expression, thinking, I should control my expression because the person who recognizes the identity of the succubus will be targeted. Kang Hyun contemplates his next move, reasoning, if it's a succubus, it's probably a strong being that's able to disguise itself as a human and may be skilled with magic too. It's wiser to use an NPC than rush in. He decides on a strategy, thinking since the male NPC might fall under the succubus charm, it's better to use a female NPC. Let's sleep and think about it again later, before lying down to rest. Kang Hyun wakes up and finds the ceiling above him strangely familiar. He sits up abruptly, realizing with a start that he is in Ah's office. Kang Hyun clenches his fist in frustration, thinking, she must have noticed that I know. She probably killed me when I fell asleep. Confused by the sudden news, Kang Hyun asks, huh? What came? Outside, heavy military vehicles rumble through the city streets. Soldiers in tactical gear deploy from the trucks and immediately open fire on the surrounding monsters. The soldiers continue their assault, raining gunfire down on the monsters and successfully eliminating them. From inside the office, Kang Hyun watches the intense battle unfolding on the street below. Kang Hyun observes the scene with growing unease, silently realizing, it's not over yet. As the soldiers continue to fire, Kang Hyun is struck by a sudden, ominous feeling, wondering, what is that feeling just now? Watching a soldier reload his weapon, Kang Hyun is suddenly shocked by a realization, gasping, ah! The soldiers fire desperately from their truck, one shouting, it's endless, endless, I tell you. His comrade retorts, did the military teach you nothing? Keep shooting. As the first soldier cries out, it's not working, and the other commands, stay focused and shoot those bastards. Frustrated by the situation, one soldier complains, fuck, why is this happening right before my leave? The experts should handle this, not us, before suddenly pausing in confusion, muttering, huh? Kang Hyun watches in unease as soldiers engage the large, horned monster in the street, firing their rifles at the creature. The monster is struck by the gunfire, appearing confused by the attack as the soldiers continue to shoot. Amidst the chaos, a soldier shouts, "Sir, everyone there has already been killed," while his comrade, unable to hear him, yells back, "What? I can't hear you." The soldier stares in shock, realizing the nature of their enemy as he stammers, "To there is a goblin? And it's—" The soldier continues firing, striking the monster directly in the head, causing it to growl in pain. Panicked, the soldier screams, Fuck, what is that? Hey, drive faster," as the monster pursues their vehicle. The monster lunges forward, violently striking and damaging the military vehicle as the soldiers continue their desperate attempt to escape. The monster leaps high into the air, weapon raised, directly targeting the soldiers in the military vehicle. The monster slams down onto the truck bed with a violent crash, sending the soldiers into a panic as they scream, "Asura!" The sudden assault causes the military vehicles to swerve and collide, with one soldier shouting in confusion, "What the hell?" while another yells, "What happened?" Kang Hyun watches the chaotic scene unfold from his window, his expression frozen in shock as he mutters. Panicked by the sight of the monster slaughtering the soldiers, Kang Hyun cries out, What happened the hell? What should we do now?" The monster continues its relentless assault, striking a soldier with its weapon. The creature stands ready, preparing to launch its next attack against the remaining soldiers. He looks at the screen with skepticism, questioning, "Is this an ad?" Clutching his injured head, one soldier cries out in pain, "Ugh. What is this?" as his comrade realizes the gravity of the situation, shouting, It looks like the third squad was hit." Amidst the chaos, a soldier frantically searches for their signalman, demanding, "The signalman. Where did the signalman go? Submit a support request quickly," while another calls out, "Corporal." Corporal, dazed and clutching his head, struggles to report to the division, thinking, My head. What on earth came out for it to be this bad?" The monster reveals itself to the soldiers, its presence causing them to freeze in sheer terror. As the soldiers anxiously ask about support, Jong Jae-hoon reports the grim news. They say they will send one capable civilian. The soldiers are left in disbelief, one muttering in shock, "One person? A civilian?" As the monster lunges at their truck, a soldier cries out in frustration, "I'm gonna go crazy. Fuck." Suddenly, the soldier's rifle jams, leaving him wide-eyed and vulnerable in the heat of the fight. The monster seizes the opening, leaping through the air to attack, while the soldier laments, "Of all time, it has to break down now." An unknown person intervenes, screaming as they hurl a heavy object toward the monster. The projectile strikes the monster mid-air, forcing it to reel from the sudden impact. The monster is struck by a projectile thrown by an unknown person, causing it to reel from the impact. The soldier watches in shock, stammering, What happened?" The unknown person approaches the soldier, breathing a sigh of relief and asking, "Are you okay?" The person then laughs with a sinister expression, remarking, "You must be going through a lot of hardships as a soldier in these situations." Terrified by the person's sudden change in demeanor, the soldier stares back in fear. The soldier, still breathing heavily, remains confused and asks, "Human? Person?" The stranger retorts, "Are you so confused that you have to ask twice?" The soldier stares at the stranger with wide, sweat-beaded eyes, thinking, "Is this person a volunteer? He certainly does look strong." Bowing in apology, the soldier says, Please excuse me. I'm a bit out of it." The stranger replies, "Well, it's understandable since you barely escaped death." The soldier thanks him for the help, but the stranger dismisses the gratitude, stating, There's no need for that. I didn't come because of a sense of justice." The monster locks eyes with him, prompting the stranger to think, "That bastard obviously made eye contact with me. If the army were annihilated, these bastards would have come to us company. Kang Hyun asks the soldier, by the way, do you have something like a tear gas? The soldier quickly confirms, we have. Almost all operational weapons have been loaded. Kang Hyun commands, that's good. Pop one of those for me. The soldier flinches in surprise, exclaiming, what? As leaps from the vehicle, he instructs the soldier, then, take a gas mask first. It's okay, so hurry up, there's no time to explain. Kang Hyun adds a stern warning. Ah, and please make sure there's no gun firing in my way. If you do something wrong, you're finished. The soldier replies, yes, I get it. The soldier relays the orders to his unit. All platoon members must wear a gas mask and be alert. Shoot only the approaching monsters. Never turn your gun towards the center of the street. Kang Hyun walks toward the monster, noting, nice, the table is set. Kang Hyun pulls the pin on a canister, preparing to deploy it against the monster. He hurls the canister toward the beast, which watches the projectile approach with a guttural, "Juror?" The canister bursts open, filling the area with a thick cloud of gas that envelopes the monster. Trapped in the gas, the monster recoils in agony, shrieking, KHG, Keek. Kang Hyun stands his ground, coughing as he watches the monster suffer from the effects of the tear gas. Kang Hyun strikes the disoriented monster, taunting, you bounce bullets away. Is this your first time experiencing pain like this? Kang Hyun continues his relentless assault, taunting the creature. It looks like your pain tolerance is quite high, but I'm probably more used to the pain. He follows through with a decisive strike, declaring, first, confiscate the weapon, as he successfully disarms the monster. Kang Hyun strikes the monster, but the creature's hide proves incredibly tough. He thinks to himself, this thing is really freaking hard. A nearby soldier watches the intense exchange in shock, wondering, is he an Awakener? The soldier flinches as the combat continues, confused by the unfolding situation and asking, what exactly is happening? Kang Hyun remains intensely focused on the battle ahead. Kang Hyun stands amidst the swirling gas, his chest heaving as he struggles to catch his breath after the intense struggle. Watching the creature remain standing, Kang Hyun realizes with growing concern, I expected it, but I never thought it wouldn't even cause any damage. If it continues like this, my stamina will only decline. As he observes the monster, he contemplates his limited options, thinking, should I wear something like a joint device? The only thing I know is to cut. Suddenly, he is startled by a blur of movement, his eyes widening as he thinks, that's fast. Who is it? A mysterious figure wearing a gas mask arrives on the scene. The unknown figure strikes the monster, but the creature shrieks as the attacker thinks. There is almost no sense of cutting. It feels like using a knife to cut a rock. Kang Hyun watches the exchange and calls out, the Awakener there, while silently noting, no matter what, he's just a boss of an F-class dungeon. Kang Hyun assesses the situation, thinking, since the defense is abnormally strong, there must be other weaknesses. He then addresses the newcomer, F-class dungeon? You seem like a person who knows a lot. Kang Hyun dashes toward the monster and shouts, I don't know who you are, but I understand. So do you have any brilliant ideas? As he clashes with the monster, Kang Hyun reflects on his own state, thinking, first, my physical strength is not that strong. My stamina is probably almost exhausted. He adds, I know that just by looking at you. Kang Hyun continues his assault, demanding of the unknown person, what do you do when you run out of strength? His strike lands, but Kang Hyun realizes with frustration, there is no damage. Damn it. The sword. Kang Hyun desperately searches for a new weapon, thinking, weapon. Something that could be a weapon. He spots a discarded spear on the ground and quickly moves to retrieve it. He leaps forward to engage the monster, thinking, even if it's a critical situation. Just for show, but of course he knows that and is defending himself. Kang Hyun analyzes the creature's defenses, wondering, so where should we attack? Behind the joint? Is the skin a bit weak there? The strike lands successfully, causing the monster to bleed. The monster recoils in visible pain, clutching its head as the effects of the injury take hold. Kang Hyun watches the creature closely through his gas mask, waiting for the next opening. Kang Hyun lands a powerful strike on the monster, creating a bright flash of impact. A system notification appears, stating, "The of strong resists enchantment." The system details this properties, noting it is a B-rank item that grants the user immunity to all mind-related spells and mental attacks of A rank and below. The unpleasant sensation traveling up the axe handle triggers a strange philosophical question in his mind. Deciding that it likely isn't a spot for an instant kill, he makes a split-second choice to continue the fight. His body moves on its own, immediately executing the next strike against the monster. Kang Hyun lunges forward with a shout, "HYH!" as he drives his weapon into the monster. He lands a clean hit, forcing the creature to stagger backward. He follows through with a brutal strike, plunging his weapon deep into the monster's mouth. Dark blood splatters across the pavement as the creature is incapacitated. Observing's performance, the soldier thinks, strong. Where did such a skilled person come from? Is he unaffiliated? He strikes the monster again, wondering to himself, "What's that?" Kang Hyun picks up the item, thinking, "I'm not sure what it's used for, but I'll take it for now. It's a shame that there's no inventory. This damn tutorial needs to end quickly." A soldier approaches him and says, "Excuse me," while Kang Hyun thinks, "Perhaps." Kang Hyun watches the soldier warily, thinking usually items need to be distributed, right? But that person just jumped in midway. I pretty much took it down all by myself. Kang Hyun runs away from the soldier, calling out, "I have some urgent business, so I'll be going first. This awesome axe is yours." The surprised soldier can only stammer, "What? No, wait." Kang Hyun flashes a cheerful grin and says, "Well then, adios." Kang Hyun pauses to adjust his gas mask. Taking a deep breath, Kang Hyun stands in the street and wonders, what kind of person was that? From inside the office, Kang Hyun watches the intense battle unfolding on the street below. Several hours pass after the defeat of the hobgoblin, and as dusk falls, the situation in the city seems to have settled down somewhat. They finally arrive back at their apartment complex after the surroundings have darkened into night. She questions him, "Did you leave without closing the door?" Later, Kang Hyun checks his phone and complains, What? Why do you keep picking on my handsome face?" He reads various online comments calling his face villainous and comparing him to a criminal, prompting him to mutter, I keep telling you." The female companion bursts in, warning Kang Hyun, Hey, we're in big trouble." When he asks, "What?" she pleads, "Turn off the light, please," but he flatly refuses, "Hell no." Kang Hyun pleads, "Oh, come on, please." His companion sighs in annoyance, "TSK, I'll turn it off just this time since you've had a tough day or two." While brushing her teeth, she sets a boundary, telling him, "Don't yell in the morning tomorrow, okay? I'm dead tired too." Kang Hyun gives a thumbs up and reassures her, "Don't worry, this stage is a freebie. Let's have a beer on me tomorrow while you tell me all about it." His companion thinks to herself, "Your confidence is almost at the level of a death flag now. I'm not expecting much, but good luck anyway." Kang Hyun settles into his bed and falls asleep. Kang Hyun reflects on his recent combat, thinking, that guy from earlier was quite strong. I wonder how many stages he has cleared. Tossing and turning in bed, he dismisses the thought, telling himself, well, there's no point in thinking about that. I'm going to clear up to stage 8 after all. In his dreams, he recalls the succubus from the previous day, thinking, that succubus from yesterday was really pretty. Even though it was a monster that killed me, I feel kind of excited to meet her again. A smile spreads across his face as he thinks, even if it's a tutorial, it's not bad to take a quick look. His pleasant expression abruptly vanishes when a monstrous creature suddenly appears right in front of his face. Startled, Kang Hyun punches the creature, shouting, "Holy shit, you gave me a heart attack." Kang Hyun strikes down the creature and looks around in confusion, wondering, what in the world is this? Goblin? A notification window suddenly appears before Kang Hyun, catching him off guard. Surrounded by the monsters, Kang Hyun questions the timing of this information, asking what about their hearing. Why are you telling me this now? He is left in disbelief, thinking, why did the tutorial content change? Wow, it changed. Why did it change? The scene shifts to a noisy city environment where a building is visible, accompanied by loud, chaotic sounds. A person is struck forcefully in the face, blood spraying from the impact. A person lies incapacitated on the floor of the PC bang, blood pooling from their face. Kang Hyun stands over them, prompting the victim to wonder how someone who has not even participated in the tutorial could be stronger than an ability user. Kang Hyun dismisses the concern, retorting, well, not much has changed, right? What's the use of being a bit stronger if you don't know how to fight? Kang Hyun reflects on his recent combat, musing, well, I guess that's fortunate. There seems to be many interesting ability users out there. A system notification appears for Tutorial 5, Round 3, stating the clear condition is to defeat the doppelganger, a monster that hides among the masses and eats humans every night. The failure condition is death, and a tip notes that paladins and mages can use a special ability once per day. A group of people gathers in a clearing, murmuring as they read the quest details, with one person noting, a monster that eats humans. Every night, you need to find and defeat the doppelganger, right? He shifts his focus, questioning the nature of their current predicament as he thinks, rather than that, this is just a mafia game, right? Kang Hyun strains with effort as he prepares to take action. The surrounding people look on, clearly surprised by his sudden directive. A tense silence falls over the forest as Kang Hyun stands calmly before them. Kang Hyun clears his throat and declares, ahem, ahem, from now on, anyone who moves is the culprit. He realizes he had forgotten this crucial rule. The scene shifts to a city environment where birds are heard calling out. He continues his contemplation, wondering, come to think of it, I've never actually won a mafia game, right? He acknowledges that he never expected this outcome. The title card for the series is displayed. Under the night sky, an unseen person addresses him, asking, how are you, Kang Hyun? He boasts, this older brother of yours has been smartly reborn. Kang Hyun internally reacts with disgust, thinking, nasty. Kang Hyun complains, what kind of mess am I supposed to deal with right after getting off work? The man replies, I tried changing my appearance to change my inner self. The man gestures wildly in frustration, shouting, it's been 53 days, 53 days. I've died 53 times on the damn stage 5, so I have to do something, right? Crouching down, Kang Hyun retorts, they say to use wisdom to pass, and the content changes every time. Even a Mensa member couldn't solve this. It'd be faster to get someone else's brain transplant than for you to get smarter. The man stares back, annoyed, and fires back, oh, you're saying the same old thing, you crazy idiot. He continues his complaint, if you have money to buy a suit, you should use it to soundproof your room. The lady downstairs installed a subwoofer. He lets out a weary sigh. Kang Hyun finds himself standing inside a cave, looking around as he wonders, a cave. Huh. Is it a dungeon? Kang Hyun stands before a glowing purple portal in the cave, questioning the nature of the mission he has been assigned. What kind of crappy mission have they prepared for me this time? His eyes widen as he focuses on the interface appearing before him. A grin spreads across his face as he realizes the nature of the challenge, exclaiming, Eureka! Torches ignite along the cave walls, illuminating the dark path ahead. Kang Hyun charges toward the massive spider lurking in the shadows of the cave. The spider fires a stream of venom, prompting Kang Hyun to think, "Finally, I have found a solution that even Aristotle would somersault over." He narrowly dodges the incoming attack, shouting in disbelief, "What is this guy? Do spiders spit venom?" A splash of the purple liquid hits his arm, causing him to widen his eyes in alarm. With a powerful swing, he declares, "This much is nothing." Kang Hyun quickly rolls across the ground to evade the creature's long, sharp legs. A system notification suddenly appears before him, stating, "Tip, clues to the spitting's weaknesses are hidden in the hatchery." With a sudden burst of energy, he lunges forward and delivers a powerful, decisive strike against the spider. Kang Hyun dismisses the need for clues or weaknesses, declaring, "Instead of looking for the key, I'll just smash it and get through." A system interface displays his current status, highlighting his level 25 stats and his acquisition of the giant's power ability. The scene shifts to the exterior of a school building during the day. Exhausted, Kang Hyun rests his head on his hand and replies, "I'm already exhausted from that damn tutorial. Do it later." His friend acknowledges his birthday before asking about his experience in Stage 1. They discuss the game's difficulty, noting that clearing Stage 4 is enough to reach the top 1% of players, while tips for Stage 5 and beyond are scarce. Kang Hyun reflects on the conversation, suspecting that valuable information about the higher stages is being kept tightly guarded by those who have already cleared them. Kang Hyun explains the game's mechanics to his friend, noting, "Stage 4's theme is leadership. Subdue all party members through strength." He continues, "Stage 5's theme is wisdom. Muscle is the highest form of wisdom. Increase your strength." Kang Hyun continues explaining the game's mechanics to his friend, stating, "Stage 6, cruelty. Destroy both enemies and allies." He adds, "Stage 7, devotion. Only destroy enemies." Kang Hyun looks at his phone and expresses skepticism about the recent news, questioning, "What is this? Isn't this just bait?" Reading negative comments on his post where he shared game tips, Kang Hyun becomes furious and shouts, "These bastards! Really? I went out of my way to share the best tips with you." A female acquaintance interrupts his outburst, asking, "Why are you shouting and causing a fuss again?" Kang Hyun tries to explain, No, listen, I personally revealed the advanced tutorial strategy, but these guys don't believe it." The woman criticizes his behavior, remarking, "Why are you being so nosy and meddling in things like this? This old geezer, TSK. Kang Hyun is left shocked by her comment, exclaiming, "What?" Kang Hyun regains his confidence and boasts, "Just wait and see. Once I clear Stage 8, I'll become the 3rd tutorial graduate in South." The woman responds by mentioning the elite status he is aiming for, noting he would be rising to the same level as Han Seon, the guild leader of Dangun, or Choi Dong-woo, the president of the Ability Alliance. She scoffs at his comparison, retorting, "Same level, my foot. How can you compare yourself to the geniuses who cleared it in one go with those who took over 4 months to clear it?" Kang Hyun defensively fires back, "Shut up. I cleared stages 6 and 7 in one go, too." Time passes as the sky shifts from the colors of sunset into the darkness of night. A system notification appears, greeting Kang Hyun and confirming, "You have completed tutorial stage 7. The system immediately prompts him with the next objective. "Would you like to enter the final stage 8? Watching the creature remain standing, Kang Hyun realizes with growing concern, "I expected it, but I never thought it wouldn't even cause any damage. If it continues like this, my stamina will only decline." Kang Hyun considers his next move, thinking, "If you clear stage 8, you can use it in reality through your inventory. I need to check that item that dropped from the hobgoblin as well." The system confirms his progress, stating, "Welcome to the tutorial, Kang Hyun. You have completed stage 7. Kang Hyun enters stage 8, setting a goal to clear it within a week. He contemplates the stage's theme, wondering, "Belief? Cracks appear across the space, and a shocked Kang Hyun realizes, what the hell is going on? The space is... As the space begins to collapse around him, Kang Hyun braces himself to maintain his footing. The ground gives way entirely, and Kang Hyun screams, ah, as he falls. As the space in stage 8 collapses, Kang Hyun is pulled into the void, shouting, "Enro." Kang Hyun continues to fall helplessly through the dark void. The descent through the void persists. Kang Hyun suddenly wakes up. Kang Hyun stands in the middle of a busy city street, confused, and thinks to himself, this is... A pedestrian walks directly through him, and a shocked Kang Hyun realizes he has become intangible. Kang Hyun looks around the city in disbelief, thinking, it's the first time I've seen a city in the tutorial. Then is this Earth? He observes a couple walking down the street, his gaze fixed on them. Two non-human men walk past him, one laughing as he speaks to the other. A non-human woman walks down the street holding a child's hand, blending into the crowd. A pedestrian suddenly makes direct eye contact with Kang Hyun, leaving him stunned. He wonders to himself, whoa, he made eye contact with me. He's staring at me like crazy. Can he see me? A monstrous, reptilian eye fixates on him, confirming he is being watched by something inhuman. He observes the surrounding monsters and realizes with relief, they're not looking at me. The monsters begin to move through the city streets, their movements accompanied by screeching sounds. The creatures launch a full-scale attack on the city, causing widespread destruction as they swarm the area. Kang Hyun scans the chaos, noting, there are monsters I've seen before, and monsters I've never seen before. The scale of the destruction leaves him reeling as he thinks, this is on a completely different level compared to the dungeon opening I experienced 2 months ago. It's like a scene from the apocalypse. A system message suddenly appears, displaying a countdown. Time remaining until complete connection with Haken. 4 years, 278 days, 23 hours, 32 minutes, 24 seconds. Kang Hyun stares at the timer in disbelief, wondering, is this what Earth will look like in 5 years? Monsters swarm the street, surrounding Kang Hyun from all sides. From his hiding spot, Kang Hyun watches the encroaching horde with intense focus. A massive, pulsating monster looms over the city, its presence dominating the skyline as it prepares to strike. Surrounded by a swarm of monsters, an annoyed Kang Hyun shouts, be quiet, just be quiet already. Kang Hyun channels his energy, activating a powerful ability to push back the encroaching horde. He assumes a defensive stance, bracing himself for the next wave of attacks. Startled by a sudden voice, Kang Hyun looks around as an unknown entity asks, how did you feel? Kang Hyun approaches the glowing silhouette in the void and tentatively asks, are you? Kang Hyun internally rejects the situation, thinking, no. The entity invites Kang Hyun to ask any questions he has during this personal interview. Kang Hyun remains silent, contemplating the vision he just witnessed. Haunted by the destructive scene, Kang Hyun wonders, will become like that in 5 years? The entity replies that the future depends on human actions, prompting a frustrated Kang Hyun to challenge its inaction. If you're such a great being, why don't you just stop this situation yourself? The entity clarifies its role, stating, as I mentioned, I am just an administrator, not a guardian. I only maintain balance. The entity shifts the conversation, asking, now, may I ask you a question? Kang Hyun hesitates, replying, well. The entity continues its inquiry, asking Mr. Kang Hyun, what beliefs have guided you, and for what you have lived so far? Kang Hyun thinks to himself, what kind of bullshit? Before aloud questioning the entity's motives. That's a pretty profound question. Why are you asking that? The entity explains its interest, stating, after observing humans during this event, I became curious, you could say. All sentient beings are interesting, but humans especially so. Kang Hyun finds the entity's detached observation offensive, thinking, observing? Curious? For some reason, that really pisses me off. He retorts, then I guess you haven't observed enough. He continues his argument, asserting, at least in my circle, no one lives their life thinking about crap like that. We're just struggling to be a bit happier since we were born. We're just surviving day by day. The entity asks, do you have anything you want to protect, Mr. Kang-hyun? Kang-hyun immediately responds, my bratty little sister and my parents. I have to protect my family. The entity asks, have you ever thought of becoming a hero? Kang-hyun immediately retorts, what kind of bullshit is that? The entity observes, from what I've observed, heroes definitely have natural talent. You, Mr. Kang-hyun, are closer to being untalented. Kang-hyun thinks, is this bastard picking a fight with me? The entity adds, but personally, I'm a fan of yours, Mr. Kang-hyun. Watching you conquer the tutorial, you have no idea how much fun and excitement I had. Kang-hyun addresses the entity directly, saying, hey, Mr. Administrator. The fifth stage, where wisdom is the theme, is the task supposed to change every time. The entity remains silent, its glowing form looming in the void as it listens to Kang-hyun's inquiry. Kang-hyun reels back in shock, stammering, wait. The entity continues, tutorial is just a facade. More trials await you. Kang-hyun reaches out, shouting, wait, so the fifth stage was your doing after all. The entity replies, and whether you want it or not, Mr. Kang-hyun, I believe you will become the hero who saves the world. Furious, Kang-hyun lunges toward the entity, yelling, hey, you son of a... As the entity calmly announces, congratulations on graduating from tutorial, Mr. Kang-hyun. The entity shifts its position in the void with a sudden flash. The glowing silhouette of the entity looms in the void, watching Kang-hyun. The entity says, I'll be looking forward to it, Mr. Kang-hyun. System messages appear, confirming, you are the 62nd person to graduate from the tutorial, and you have acquired the title tutorial. The female companion bursts in, warning Kang-hyun, hey, we're in big trouble. When he asks, what? She pleads, turn off the light, please, but he flatly refuses, hell no. Kang-hyun wakes up in his room, confused and disoriented, with a sock stuffed firmly into his mouth. Disgusted, Kang-hyun pulls the sock out and exclaims, ugh. What is this? An unknown woman sitting nearby calmly observes, you're awake. The woman explains, I expected you to scream, so I covered your mouth in advance. Kang-hyun retorts, but did you really have to shove a sock in my mouth? She taunts him, saying, if you're pissed, then just wake up quietly. Judging by the look on your face, you failed again, didn't you? How long do you think it will take this time? Kang-hyun simply smirks in response to her provocation. Kang-hyun boasts, did you see that? The power of this brother of yours? The woman replies that she cannot see it, adding, good for you. Now go make some money. I made breakfast for you this morning as a special treat. Kang-hyun complains, you could at least congratulate me a little. You cold-hearted person. No wonder you don't have a boyfriend. The scene shifts to the kitchen, where the sink and dish rack sit undisturbed. Kang-hyun rests his hand on his chin, deep in contemplation as he reviews his status. Kang-hyun suddenly pauses, his eyes widening as he notices something unexpected in his status window. Deciding to optimize his status, Kang-hyun thinks, then, of course, I should apply the tutorial title as he updates his settings. Excitement builds as reaches for a mysterious box, thinking, and I've been waiting for this moment. With a click, he opens the box to reveal a glowing book hidden inside. He commands, reveal your true nature, and opens the book, causing the system to display the details for the magic skill, which allows him to fire an explosive magic orb. Kang-hyun stares intensely at the skill book, fully focused on his new acquisition. Kang-hyun is so excited about his new skill book that he masters the art of screaming in silent mode. A system window appears, asking if he wants to learn the skill magic to which Kang-hyun enthusiastically shouts, hell yeah, damn it! As confirms his choice, the glowing book dissolves into light and disappears. With the skill successfully absorbed, Kang Hyun grins and declares, "Great. All done sorting the loot." Clenching his fist, he contemplates his next move, asking himself, now that the loot is sorted, should I apply for admission to the Awakened? The chapter title card for Solo appears. A young woman walks down the street, introducing herself by saying, "My name is On Myeong. I'm a newly appointed public servant." Kang Hyun arrives at the Awakened for his first assignment, where all those who have completed the tutorial must go to obtain their official certification. The country's training system for awakened abilities is considered one of the best in the world, likely because a similar system had already been in place. However, the narrator notes that this optimistic perspective was only held a few hours ago, as the scene in the hall is now filled with murmuring. The same young woman is now visibly distressed, crying as she stammers, Kang Hyun reacts with sudden surprise, exclaiming, "What?" Kang Hyun stands by, visibly confused as the woman continues to sob, asking him, "Why are you doing this to me?" Flustered by the accusation, Kang Hyun waves his hands in denial and asks, "And no, what's the problem?" He notices the surrounding crowd whispering and wonders in alarm. What's going on? The trainees gossip among themselves, speculating, did he make her cry? Did he threaten her or something? One trainee pulls out a phone to record the scene, capturing the misunderstanding as it unfolds. Instructor arrives at the training center and interrupts the crowd, asking, "Is there a problem here? It seems like the process is moving a bit slowly. Is there a problem?" Instructor observes the scene intently, his expression calm as he assesses the situation. Standing opposite an unknown man in a suit, Kang Hyun thinks he looks familiar. While the man thinks to himself that voice sounds familiar, the man in the suit asks, "Could I see that for a moment?" And Kang Hyun hands over his identification document, replying, "Here you go." The man inspects the document and questions, "Kang Hyun, you look quite different from your photo, don't you?" Frustrated, Kang Hyun defends himself, saying, "Look, my appearance changed because of a skill, but I swear, it's really me. This is unfair." The man asks, "Have you cleared the tutorial up to stage 5? Kang Hyun confirms, "Yes, that's right," while internally noting that he had downplayed his progress to keep a low profile. The man questions, "Your level is 12. That's pretty high. Have you ever raided a dungeon illegally?" Kang Hyun thinks to himself, "Ugh, I lowered it by more than half, but it's still too high." Kang Hyun explains, "I did enter a few times before the law was enacted." The man acknowledges this, then asks about his unique ability, to which Kang Hyun replies, "It temporarily doubles my strength." The interviewer tells him, "Thank you for your cooperation. Just one more thing," leading Kang Hyun to think he's asking a lot. The man explains the reward structure, stating in Stage 3, awakened individuals receive a skill, in Stage 4 an accessory, and in Stage 5 another skill. Kang Hyun demands, "I need to see all of those rewards now." Kang Hyun activates his skill with a sudden burst of energy, leaving the interviewer visibly shocked. Kang Hyun holds up his arm to show the interviewer the effect of his ability. The interviewer adjusts his glasses in surprise and remarks, "A self-healing skill." Kang Hyun continues his demonstration, showing the ring he earned for clearing Stage 4 and preparing to reveal his Stage 5 reward. Kang Hyun thinks to himself, "Oh right, I turned giant's power into man's strength as my unique ability. It's a skill that instills fear in nearby enemies by shouting, 'Is it all right if I use it here?'" The interviewer grants him permission, saying, "Yes, feel free to use it," to which Kang Hyun replies, "All right then." Kang Hyun suddenly recognizes someone on stage and thinks, "Wait, that person..." A sharp, sudden reaction ripples through Kang Hyun as he realizes who he is looking at. Kang Hyun clutches his head in sudden, intense pain as the surrounding people also begin to react. Overwhelmed by the sensation, Kang Hyun thinks to himself, What the? A man clears his throat loudly, Ahem, ahem. To get Kang Hyun's attention, Kang Hyun challenges the interviewer, asking, "Is it enough for you?" The interviewer confirms it is sufficient and instructs Kang Hyun. Then, "Mr. Kang Hyun, please head to the first floor of the adjacent Gunmu building." Kang Hyun exhales a long, steady breath. Kang Hyun recalls the events leading up to his arrival, noting how he was nearly denied entry due to his appearance before forcing his way in with a roar. The other trainees whisper among themselves as he enters, asking, "Is that him?" and confirming that's right. As the crowd gossips about how he made a woman faint, Kang Hyun eats his meal, thinking, "It seems I've really gotten on their bad side. I think something is wrong. Well, it doesn't really matter." Kim I-hyun walks to the podium and addresses the room, saying, "Thank you for waiting." The trainees, including Kang Hyun, applaud the instructor's introduction. Kang Hyun continues his lecture, telling the class, "Everyone, as you know, less than half a year has passed since the world changed. Every day, new information about dungeons and monsters is pouring in. That's why tactics and strategies are also constantly evolving." As adds, "In other words, what you are about to learn right now is not the absolute right answer." Kang Hyun thinks to himself, "You are already talking about discouraging things from the start." Kang Hyun continues his lecture, warning the trainees, there may be incorrect information, or information that could soon become useless. Therefore, I will only teach you the things that are essential for your survival. He concludes his opening remarks by adding, "For the next 10 days, I look forward to working with you." Kang Hyun signals the end of the first period, announcing, "We'll end the first period with this. Please take a 10-minute break before the next period." Kang Hyun slumps in his seat, thinking to himself, "It's as boring as reserve army mental training. We're going to do this for 10 days? While he rests, an unknown trainee approaches him. The unknown trainee introduces himself as Kwak Suil and extends his hand, saying, "My name is Kwak Suil. Let's shake hands." Kang Hyun looks up at the imposing, muscular man standing over him. Kang Hyun's eyes narrow as he feels the grip. Kwak Suil seethes with internal frustration, thinking, "I've disliked him since the moment he started causing a commotion over nothing." Kwak Suil calmly mutters, "Giant's power," as the system confirms, "Giant's power is activated." The system interface displays the skill details. Giant's power, B. Ability. Enhances muscles using magic power. Description. Increases strength by 12 for 10 minutes. Kwak Suil stares in disbelief, thinking, am I losing in a power contest? Me, who has devoted all my stats to strength alone. Determined to save face, Kwak Suil exerts all his strength, his muscles straining under the intense effort. Suddenly, a violent burst of force erupts from their locked hands, spraying blood across the area. Kwak Suil looks on, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, muttering, "Huh?" The surrounding trainees recoil in horror, watching as blood drips onto the desks from the aftermath of the confrontation. Kwak Suil wears a manic, blood-spattered grin as he revels in the violent outcome of the clash. A pained, guttural scream echoes through the training facility grounds. A trainee, still covered in blood, agitatedly explains the event. "No, it's true. That musclehead guy, no, that person, came first and asked for a handshake. Then, while he was grunting and puffing up his arms, he suddenly burst with a bang." The listener in the office stares back in disbelief, asking, "Are you asking me to believe that?" As the trainee continues to lament his frustration. The trainee insists on the truth, adding, "There's no need to believe or not believe. It's the truth. Fortunately, my unique ability, man's strength, increased my strength by 1.5 times. If I didn't have it, I could have been injured." The listener remains skeptical and suggests, "If you don't trust me, check the CCTV first." The listener corrects him, stating, "And it increases strength by 2 times, not 1.5 times. The trainee laughs nervously, trying to excuse his mistake by claiming he is not good with numbers. The trainee sighs in exasperation, clearly drained by the events of his first day. The instructor dismisses him, stating, "I understand, for now. Please return to the classroom." Suddenly, a voice interrupts his thoughts, asking, "Hello?" The trainee agrees, saying, "Yes, do whatever you want," while internally questioning, after the muscle-head pig, now it's a thug. The newcomer introduces himself, "I'm in Yuzeong," and they shake hands as the trainee replies, "Yes, my name is Kang Hyun." The newcomer grins and asks, "Can I call you brother? I just turned 18 and I already finished the tutorial." The blonde trainee excitedly asks, "How did you do that earlier? It was incredible. Is that a skill?" Kang Hyun wonders to himself, The what? This guy isn't normal either." Kang Hyun insists, "I'm telling you, that's not what happened. Okay? That muscle pig's arm exploded on its own." Their conversation is cut short as the teacher enters the room and commands, "Let's start the second period. Please take your seats." The teacher clicks a remote and explains, "Due to the significant delay, I will focus on explaining the key points." The teacher elaborates, "Regular dungeons are the most common dungeons. They are usually opened 4 weeks after their appearance. As you already know from experience, dungeon opening refers to the phenomenon where monsters start pouring out from within." The teacher explains, "An incomplete dungeon is a dungeon whose opening time cannot be predicted. It can happen sooner or later than 4 weeks, so constant vigilance is always necessary." He then asks the class, "So how do you prevent a dungeon from opening?" "There are also 2 ways to do this." The teacher continues, "One way is to clear the dungeon by targeting the central core or main core. The other method is to periodically remove the normal cores to delay the dungeon's opening." As the teacher warns that the order of attack matters, a muscular trainee stands up and shouts, "Is there anything else needed to deal with monsters? Do you think I came here to listen to this useless lecture?" The protagonist watches the disruption and thinks to himself, "More muscle heads. Honestly, the muscle-bound guy from earlier and these macho types are a problem." The teacher orders, "Trainee, please come down." The muscular trainee looks back, clearly confused by the command. The teacher insists, "I'm telling you to come down." The muscular trainee mocks him with a grin, replying, "Ha! So you do have some pride, huh?" The trainee descends to the floor and confronts the teacher, challenging him, "I've come down. What are you going to do?" He explains the rules of the challenge, stating, "Starting now, I will only dodge and block your attacks for 1 minute. If you even graze my body here, I'll graduate you immediately." The teacher adds a stern warning instead, "If you fail, you will be expelled. Do you want to do it?" Watching from the stands, the students whisper among themselves, "Muscle Man 2 is so arrogant. It's a bit annoying." One student adds with a smirk, "But it looks fun, so I guess it's fine." The teacher formally reiterates the challenge to the entire class, repeating that he will only dodge and block for 1 minute and that any contact will result in the trainee's immediate graduation. He looks directly at the muscular trainee and asks once more, instead, "If you fail, you will be expelled. Do you want to do it?" The trainee questions the use of a real sword, but the teacher calmly dismisses his concern, simply replying, "It's okay." The muscular trainee, visibly angry, prepares to strike, muttering, "This until the end." He lunges forward at the teacher, shouting, "Here I come." The teacher effortlessly dodges the swing and instructs, "Attacks made with a warning are meaningless. Even if you are not attacking from behind, surprise is the basis of attack." The muscular trainee glares at the teacher in frustration. His breathing heavy after his previous attack was easily avoided. The teacher continues his lecture, explaining in the same context, "The issue is with the large preparatory movements. The enemy won't wait for you to attack." The trainee gasps for air, visibly winded and struggling to maintain his composure. The teacher demonstrates proper movement, instructing, "Simply swinging the sword is not enough. You must be able to observe and understand how the opponent moves without missing a beat." Fed up with the lecture, the trainee shouts, "Enough nonsense!" The teacher effortlessly dodges the muscular trainee's wild, sweeping sword attack. The teacher remains composed while lecturing. An attack with all your strength is not always the best approach. But more importantly, he continues, preparing a counter. The teacher delivers a swift, precise kick that strikes the trainee, leaving him reeling from the impact. Standing over the fallen trainee, the teacher warns, if you do that, you will get tired quickly. The protagonist holds up his phone to the class, announcing 1 minute, time's up. The narrative continues with the title card displayed. The protagonist recalls a video of a professional boxer effortlessly dodging punches from an ordinary person through weaving, thinking to himself, I've seen a video like that before. The protagonist observes the teacher striking the muscular trainee and wonders, but being able to do that against a capable person. Is there really such a difference even among superhumans? He stares intently at the display of skill, his expression hardening as he processes the teacher's speed. The protagonist realizes that even with his own increased stats, the teacher's reaction speed is difficult to track. He thinks, if I were to face him in a 1v1, who will be the winner? I want to fight him. His eyes widen with a manic intensity as he fixates on the prospect of a challenge. The protagonist feels a wave of annoyance, thinking, maybe I shouldn't have let him sit next to me. I don't want people to think we're alike. The students gather on the training ground as the narrator explains. The curriculum of the Ability Training School consists of theory classes in the morning and practical training in the afternoon. He further explains the procedure, stating, first, train in your own way, and the assistant instructors will take turns correcting you. Please understand that one-on-one instruction is not possible due to the lack of manpower. Seeking entertainment, the protagonist turns to the blonde trainee and suggests, brother, practicing weapon skills sounds boring, right? Would you like to spar together? The trainee readily agrees, asking, oh, sounds good. Are you good at fighting? Before they can begin, the teacher intervenes, stating, please note that sparring is prohibited until the 6th day of training. The protagonist is visibly annoyed by the restriction and mutters, TSK. With sparring off the table, the students continue their individual weapon drills, calling out as they swing their practice swords. Another student focuses on his form, shouting as he executes a swing, while the protagonist watches from the background. Finding the training unchallenging, he decides to pass the time, thinking, I don't really need any practice. Let's swing it around a bit for exercise. He grips the hilt of his practice sword tightly, preparing to move. As he continues his rapid sword drills, the teacher and other trainees pause to watch him. The teacher interrupts his workout, stating, trainee, you must not do that. The protagonist looks back at him, clearly confused. The teacher corrects his form, instructing, in that stance, narrow your legs slightly and adjust the angle of your sword a bit. He adds with a huff, it seems like you're showing off a bit, but it's of no use in practice. The protagonist remains unimpressed by the teacher's lecture. With an intense expression, the protagonist challenges him, are you that good at fighting? Shall we have a go then? The protagonist then calls out, assistant, a moment. He commands, now everyone please pay attention. He then announces, from now on, there will be a demonstration sparring session between the trainee here and the assistant instructor. The protagonist watches the assistant instructor with a look of confusion, clearly unsettled by the sudden announcement of a sparring session. Kim Song-han reacts with visible surprise, muttering, what? As he processes the instructor's specific instructions. The instructor signals the start of the match, declaring, okay then, here we go. Kang Hyun shouts, 3, and immediately lunges toward Kim Song-han to initiate the sparring engagement. Kang Hyun and Kim Song-han clash, their weapons meeting with a sharp impact. With a powerful strike, Kang Hyun knocks Kim Song-han backward, leaving the assistant instructor visibly surprised. Kim Song-han's sword flies from his hand and lands firmly in the ground. Kim Song-han falls to the ground, while Kang Hyun remains standing, holding his weapon. The instructor addresses the students, explaining, the weapon skills you are training now are to prepare you for actual combat. You're training your body to respond immediately to an attack. He continues his lecture, noting, however, as trainee showed, you must not forget that the most important thing is the ability to react in the moment. Never think that what you are learning now is the right answer. The instructor calls for a round of applause for the demonstration, while Kang Hyun mockingly asks Kim Song-han, "What do you think of this?" The narrator observes that Kang Hyun did not understand anything. Kim Song-han accepts the handshake, responding, It's okay. Thanks to you, I learned a lot." The instructor apologizes to Kim Song-han, stating it was a little surprising, but I really apologize for that part. The instructor watches Kang Hyun in silence, contemplating the trainee's performance. The screen displays the cover of Kang Hyun's personal training journal. The journal entry for day 1 begins, showing the protagonist sitting alongside the blonde trainee. On 4, the protagonist continues recording his experiences in his journal while sitting alongside the blonde trainee. The protagonist records day 5 in his journal, noting his boredom and being caught resting on the floor by an instructor who asks, "What are you doing, trainee?" To which he replies, "Meditating." The protagonist records day 6 in his journal, resting his head on his desk while thinking, "So boring." The blonde trainee dismisses his concern, stating, "It's not my problem if you get kicked out," prompting the protagonist to reply, "You sure know how to say trashy things so casually." The protagonist reassures the blonde trainee, "I don't think you need to worry too much." The blonde trainee shares his intuition with the protagonist, saying, "My gut is telling me." The chapter title card for I Alone appears. The story progresses to the afternoon of day 6, during which sparring practice is held. The protagonist knocks his opponent to the ground with a follow-up move. The instructor announces the result, stating, "Trainee wins. Next group, please get ready." The blonde trainee compliments Kang Hyun on his fighting skills, noting that he saw him knock out the instructor earlier. Kang Hyun dismisses the praise, stating, "The opponent was just weak. That's all." As the sparring practice continues, Kang Hyun finds the exchanges to be nothing more than child's play. Watching the ongoing sparring, Kang Hyun grows impatient and bored, wondering why the training must continue until day 8. 2 other trainees engage in an intense sparring match, with one aggressively swinging his weapon at the other. The trainee is struck during the match and cries out in pain, while Kang Hyun watches the scene with a detached expression. The trainee trembles in fear after being struck during the sparring match. The instructor intervenes, stepping between the sparring trainees to halt the fight. The instructor announces the end of the match, declaring trainee the winner. Kang Hyun watches the proceedings and thinks, "He's pretty good. If I'm going to fight, I'd rather go up against that instructor, Kim Hyun." As the instructor calls for the next group, the blonde trainee tells Kang Hyun, "I'm heading out," to which Kang Hyun replies, "Yeah, okay." The blonde trainee offers a subtle, knowing smirk as he departs. The blonde trainee walks away with a smirk, thinking, "I feel like something interesting is going to happen there." The instructor prepares for the next match, announcing trainee, who is a mage, will be using her personal weapon instead of the training weapon. He explains this is to give her an advantage due to the spatial disadvantage. "Any objections?" The blonde trainee replies, "No, none." The instructor notices the mace and questions, "But I remember trainee's main weapon was a sword. Why a mace now?" The instructor sighs and reluctantly accepts the decision, saying, "Well, fine." Kang Hyun begins the countdown, stating 1. The blonde trainee continues, 2, as Lee Yuri immediately channels magic energy to launch an attack. Lee Yuri's magic strikes toward the blonde trainee, who stands ready to defend. He successfully deflects the attack and wears a smirk, clearly unfazed by the assault. Kang Hyun watches the exchange from the sidelines with a look of surprise. Kang Hyun watches the display of magic with intense curiosity, wondering if it was something that could be learned during the tutorial. He questions why he never witnessed such power during his own weapons training and wonders if the trainee had been practicing separately. Trainee grunts in frustration as she channels her magic into a concentrated attack against the blonde trainee. The magic coalesces into a sharp, crystalline shard that streaks toward the blonde trainee, who remains standing in the center of the training hall. The blonde trainee stands his ground, his gaze fixed on the incoming magical construct as it looms before him. He narrows his eyes, his pupils dilating as he prepares to counter the incoming force. Nearby, a bespectacled observer turns his head sharply, alerted by the sudden release of magical pressure. The trainee swings his flail, unleashing a surge of crackling purple magical energy. With a manic grin, he channels his power into the weapon, intensifying the magical aura surrounding him. Kang Hyun watches the display with wide eyes, caught off guard by the sudden escalation. The trainees coordinate their assault, visibly twisting the trajectory of their magical attacks. One trainee lunges forward, shouting, to the instructor, as he directs a concentrated blast of magic toward him. The trainee launches a concentrated magical attack, surging forward with intense energy aimed directly at the instructor. The observer watches with wide, fearful eyes as the situation takes a violent turn. A powerful, dark magical impact erupts, tearing through the air with intense force. Another witness looks on, his face pale and his eyes filled with disbelief at the unfolding carnage. The attacker stands triumphant, covered in blood and clutching a spiked mace as the sixth day of the ordeal begins. The sixth day of the ordeal begins. Instructor arrives at the training center and interrupts the crowd, asking, "Is there a problem here? It seems like the process is moving a bit slowly. Is there a problem?" Mans quickly reports the situation to emergency services, stating, "There's an open fracture on the right hand. Yes, please hurry." An assistant rushes to the injured person's side, urging them, "Ugh, hang in there a little longer." The focus shifts to the bloodied perpetrator, identified as Cadet. A witness confronts him, demanding, "What do you think you're doing right now?" Mans dismisses the incident, claiming, "It was a mistake. Accidents like this can happen during sparring, right?" A witness immediately retorts, "Are you expecting me to believe that right now?" Tension spikes as An Yuzeong glares at the witness and mutters, "You." Man sighs in annoyance and turns his back on the confrontation. The instructor interrupts the scene, announcing, "We'll take a 20-minute break. Please be seated in the same spot by 3 p.m. The protagonist watches the interaction unfold in silence. The instructor stands ready, brandishing his daggers as he prepares for the next phase of training. The title of the series, Solo, appears on screen. Despite the recent incident, the sparring practice continues as usual for 2 more days. Mans remains in the program, though he is now treated as a person of interest, with instructors and assistants maintaining a cautious distance from him. The atmosphere in the training ground grows tense, as sparring matches increasingly end in forfeits. As students note the presence of a costly healer on standby, the 8th day passes without major incident, and the protagonist prepares to pass by. The protagonist arrives at the office of the instructor, Kim I-hyun. Kang Hyun holds up his arm to show the interviewer the effect of his ability. Mans pauses to contemplate the instructor's weary response. Mans continues to provoke Kim I-hyun, suggesting that the instructor is also feeling restless and bored, and that he should not be wasting his time with paperwork. Leaning in, Mans intimidates Kim I-hyun by pointedly reminding him that they have met before. The narrative confirms that the person from that past encounter was indeed Cadet. Kang Hyun expresses his gratitude to Mans for preventing additional damage during their last encounter, while Mans inwardly wonders if Kang Hyun realized he had scammed him for the item. Mans confronts Mans about his sword, noting that while Kang Hyun only cleared up to level 5, the weapon Mans carries appears to be a reward for clearing level 6. Mans calmly deflects the suspicion by claiming he simply found the sword while cleaning up, an excuse that Kim I-hyun clearly finds unconvincing. Dismissing the instructor's skepticism, Mans notes that Kim I-hyun seems unwilling to answer any further questions anyway. Mans decides to take action, declaring that in that case, he will respond in kind. Mans lunges forward across the training ground, closing the distance instantly. He launches a swift, decisive attack toward Kim I-hyen. The two clash as blocks the strike with his own blade, the impact ringing out through the training hall. Mans taunts the instructor, remarking, "Being good at just one thing makes you very vulnerable. Since I have recovery skills anyway, feel free to come at me with full force." Mans responds, "Then I won't hold back. Are you taking all of this?" As he initiates a rapid series of strikes. Mans laughs in excitement, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, this is it. This is what a sparring match should be like." While Kim I-hyen notes that his recovery skills are indeed as effective as rumored. Deciding to escalate the intensity, Kim I-hyen declares, "In that case, I'll be a bit more aggressive," and swings his sword with renewed force. Mans lunges forward, declaring, "I'll create an opening with unavoidable attacks," as he strikes at Mans. Mans successfully blocks the strike, leaving Kim I-hyen surprised by his defensive maneuver. Mans swiftly maneuvers to deliver a decisive counterattack. Mans lands a powerful headbutt on Kim I-hyen, sending the instructor reeling backward. Mans collapses to the ground, defeated and stunned by the sudden turn of events. An ice pack rests on the wooden floor, marking the end of the intense sparring session. Kim I-hyen observes that the match was essentially a draw. Kang Hyun notes, "We agreed not to use skills in the sparring match, but it's as if I did it anyway." Kim I-hyen simply asks, "Is that so?" Kim I-hyen declares, "Then let's say I won," and warns that the cadet could be disqualified for a foul. When protests that it is unfair, Kim I-hyen counters, "There's nothing you can do about a passive skill, can you?" Standing up, Kim I-hyen thanks his opponent, adding, "I feel a bit of stress relief. Go in and get some rest today." Kim I-hyen informs Cadet, "We have dungeon exploration practice tomorrow." A large dungeon gate stands under the night sky, marked with a sign warning that the facility is owned by the ability and unauthorized entry is prohibited. A cloaked figure approaches the restricted dungeon gate. The figure pauses to look around, checking the area for any observers. The sound of his footsteps echoes as he walks directly up to the dungeon gate. As the break begins, the training hall fills with the sound of trainees moving about. The cloaked figure reaches the dungeon gate and forces it open with a heavy thud. The title card for Solo appears. The protagonist is featured in the series title display. A group of students arrives at the F-rank dungeon, Gaika's Forest, which has been designated as an educational training site. The instructor explains that while the Gaika monsters here are stronger than those in typical F-rank dungeons, there are two specific reasons why this location was chosen for training. The instructor details the reasons. First, it is a field-type dungeon with no threats other than the monsters themselves, and second, the Gaika do not live in groups, allowing students to lure and defeat them one by one. The instructor tells the students that further details will be explained once they have entered the dungeon. He compares the experience to his time in the tutorial, noting, "Since the tutorial started in a dungeon, I've never walked through a door like this before." The protagonist opens his eyes to find a completely different sight awaiting him inside. Surprised by the sudden change in environment, he exclaims, "Oh," as the group arrives in the forest. The protagonist observes the forest environment and realizes, this is a dungeon. The blonde trainee tells him he can go back, prompting the protagonist to think, "I don't want to be seen as crazy." When the trainee tells him not to talk to him, the protagonist replies, "You're the one who talked to me first, brother." Meanwhile, the assistant instructor briefs the students, stating, "First, the assistant instructor will lure Gaika in and give a demonstration. After that, you will hunt one monster at a time in a group of 5. The assistant instructor calls out, "Assistant." The assistant instructor describes the target, explaining, Gaika is a bird-type monster. The height from head to toe is a little over 2 meters, and the appearance is close to that of an ostrich. He warns the students about the monster's capabilities, stating, its characteristics are quick feet and a strong beak. In particular, an attack using its beak will dent even The assistant instructor continues his briefing, explaining, the standard strategy is to surround it with several people and tie its feet. Suddenly, system notifications appear, announcing, the central core of the dungeon has been removed. The portal to the outside has opened. A new, urgent system message flashes, warning the dungeon is about to collapse. Everyone please get out. The title card for the series appears on screen. The dungeon environment begins to crack and break apart as the collapse initiates. The instructor urgently commands the students, don't panic and slowly go through the portal one at a time. We must get out before the dungeon completely collapses. Amidst the chaos, students shout for others to move quickly and not to push. The instructor maintains order, telling the students, there is enough time, so move in an orderly manner. The students murmur in confusion, questioning why the dungeon remains active despite the main core being removed. A guard suddenly alerts the assistant instructor to the dungeon's instability, causing the instructor to wonder, who on earth cleared the dungeon? The assistant instructor is left in shock as the reality of the impending dungeon break sets in. The assistant instructor shouts, it's a dungeon break, as Kang Hyun arrives on the scene. Kang Hyun asks, Mr. Park I-hyen, what's going on? To which the instructor replies, trainee, you've come to the right place. The assistant instructor explains this is a dungeon break. I would like the trainees to provide a little help in the front. Kang Hyun responds with confusion, dungeon break? The instructor continues his explanation, warning that if the main core is removed without killing the boss, the remaining monsters will jump out through the portal as the dungeon collapses, which is what constitutes a dungeon break. The assistant instructor asks if he didn't learn that in theory class, prompting Kang Hyun to nervously claim it was a test to see if the instructor knew it well. The instructor dismisses this as strange nonsense. The instructor states he has no time for jokes, noting that the monsters will be pouring out soon. He instructs Kang Hyun to stay put while he leads the trainees, just as a creature emerges. The assistant instructor reacts with alarm, exclaiming, damn it, already, as the threat appears earlier than anticipated. The assistant instructor abruptly tells Kang Hyun, I'm leaving it to you, and rushes off. Kang Hyun shouts, wait a moment, I haven't heard everything yet. In protest, the assistant instructor urgently commands the students, please gather in groups of 5. If you don't follow my instructions from now on, you could die. The protagonist watches the scene unfold, murmuring, so. Kang Hyun stares at the encroaching monsters, his inner thoughts swirling in panic as he wonders, he wants me to deal with all of these monsters alone? Deciding he has no other choice, Kang Hyun steels himself and shouts, whatever, bring it on. The newcomer brandishes a spiked mace, readying the weapon for an immediate strike. With a powerful swing, the attacker slams the mace into a monster, dealing a heavy blow. The attacker wears a manic smile as he continues his assault. Kang Hyun recognizes the attacker as, who is currently in the middle of a violent assault. And Yuzeong breathes heavily, clearly exhausted from the combat, while Kang Hyun watches him with a questioning look. And Yuzeong wears a manic, satisfied smile as he thinks, as expected, crushing it with a mace is the best. And Yuzeong continues his assault on the monsters, calling out to Kang Hyun, you can't do something fun like this all by yourself. Kang Hyun internally retorts, I fucking hate this. And Yuzeong continues to speak while gripping his weapon tightly. Kang Hyun joins the fray, swinging his blade with a determined expression to fight the monsters. Kang Hyun continues his assault on the monsters, drawing a surprised look from Yuzeong. Kang Hyun warns Yuzeong, cover your ears. The system confirms that the skill lion's roar of rage has been activated. The monsters recoil in distress as the system reports that their stats and morale have decreased. The trainees notice the monsters weakening and realize that Kang Hyun's skill is responsible. As the trainees note that support will arrive soon, they feel more confident that the situation can be resolved smoothly. Kang Hyun thinks to himself about the potential issues with his power while shouting, "Magic!" as he casts the spell at the monsters. The strikes the bird-like monster, causing it to cry out in pain as it takes damage. As approaches and asks in amazement if that was magic, Kang Hyun wonders to himself if he is the only one capable of using such a skill. Mans dismisses in Yuzeong's inquiry about the skill's origin as a secret, instead urgently pointing toward a new threat and telling him, more importantly, "Look over there, bro." A new, powerful threat approaches, its presence signaled by the sound of heavy movement across the dusty ground. A group of bird-like monsters emerges, their heavy footsteps shaking the ground as they close in. A trainee watches the arrival with growing alarm, thinking, "Oh no, the reinforcement hasn't arrived yet." No matter how much time trainee has already dealt with a boss, that huge physique is another problem. A trainee watches the arrival of the monsters with growing dread, thinking, even if it's those two, this is the first time they encounter a real monster. He whispers, brother." Two combatants bicker over the approaching threat, with one demanding, "That's mine. Give it to your younger brother." The other retorts, "Bullshit. I'm eating that one." The superior asks, was there any trainee that stood out? The subordinate confirms, yes, there were two of them. The subordinate explains they were the ones that dealt with the dungeon boss, Mutant. The superior reacts with surprise. "Ho?" The subordinate continues the report, describing one of the trainees as having overwhelming physical strength and noting that their strength, speed, agility, everything is at a monster level. The narrator adds that the trainee's greatest asset is an incredible healing power, which, combined with a reckless disregard for injury, creates an unpredictable combat style that is difficult for any enemy to counter. The report shifts to the second trainee, who is described as a completely different type, possessing an innate fighting sense that makes them a true genius. The subordinate notes that while this second trainee has outstanding reflexes and technical proficiency, their cruel nature remains a significant flaw. The superior remarks that it is rare for Kim I-hyun to offer such high praise, and asks, "Did you make a recruitment offer?" Kim I-hyun replies, "It is illegal to sell the trainees when you are an instructor," before adding, "You're still inflexible as usual." Han Seon, the leader of the Dagon, approaches the instructor and addresses her directly, saying, "Guild leader." Han Seon urges the instructor to return to the guild soon, noting that there is something strange about a recent accident. The instructor acknowledges the request and replies, "Yes, I understand." The muscular trainee glares at the teacher in frustration. His breathing heavy after his previous attack was easily avoided. As the graduation ceremony concludes, the protagonist observes the principal and realizes he is not Kim I-hyun, thinking, "Is that person the school's principal? This is my first time seeing him. Since I have seen his face so many times, I thought Kim I-hyun was the biggest hit here." Mans, a butler, bows to the protagonist and invites him to enter the waiting vehicle, saying, "Master, please get in." Seeing the extravagant limousine, the protagonist turns to An Yuzeong and asks, "An Yuzeong, were you born with a silver spoon?" As they settle inside the vehicle, An Yuzeong remarks on his familiarity with luxury cars, commenting, "Hiya, I've tried all kinds of cars like this." The protagonist is interrupted when someone calls out his name, Kang Hyun. The protagonist teases Kim I-hyun, asking if he came to say goodbye and noting, "You are surprisingly the affectionate type." Kim I-hyun responds, "It's not like that, but let's just say it's something like that." Kim I-hyun explains the reason for his visit, stating, "The dungeon break accident that happened yesterday. The clearing rewards will be given to both of you, who provided great help. Please know that we will be contacting you soon. Mr. An Yuzeong too." Kim I-hyun begins to walk away, prompting Kang Hyun to call out, "Wait, did you really come here to just say that?" Kang Hyun shouts, "At least give some words of gratitude." "So cold of you." Kim I-hyun simply sighs in response. Kim I-hyun pauses and acknowledges him, stating, "Kang Hyun, you're strong." The narration notes that Kang Hyun is now an officially recognized ability user. and Yuzeong excitedly shows off his own potential, shouting, "Do you see this? Kang Hyun, your brother's potential." Kang Hyun remains dismissive, replying, yeah, wow, so great, so admirable. And Yuzeong makes a bold declaration to Kang Hyun, stating, "This arrogant behavior stops from today onwards. Starting tomorrow, I'll run through all the dungeons." And Yuzeong puzzles over the logistics, asking, "How do I get to the dungeon? Does it come out when you search it on the map?" He then realizes, they say there is an app for ability users called Radar? I guess everything comes from there. Kang Hyun is impressed by his discovery, exclaiming, "Oh, something like that. Are you some kind of genius?" He wonders to himself, in the past he played so many games on the internet. Why does it feel like he's getting dumber with time? And Yuzeong continues to browse, noting, dungeon map, monsters information. They also recruit party members here. He recalls, at that time, Gaika's Forest was said to be a F-class dungeon. Determined to succeed on his own, and Yuzeong thinks, can't I just do it on my own? I should make a lot of money on my own and brag about it to mom. A news report on the television highlights the lucrative nature of dungeon clearing, noting, it said that the reward for clearing the lowest grade dungeon, a F-class dungeon, is a whopping 20 million won. In addition, Magic Stone is attracting attention as a new energy source. It is said that the items dropped by monsters are also valued quite a lot. As the news continues to discuss the high income of top performers, a woman calls out to her husband, "Honey, have you heard from Hyun these days? I heard he got a license or something last month." The woman continues the conversation about Kang Hyun, mentioning, "Anyway, he sent me 10 million won as pocket money." She adds, "It looks like they picked up a used car last week." Her husband responds, "Ha, is that so?" He chuckles, noting now he earns more than his father. She expresses her lingering concern, saying, "Still, I'm worried. I heard there are a lot of people getting hurt and dying. What if something happens?" Her husband reassures her, "Let him be. It's better than a man being unemployed at that age." She reflects on what she has seen, remarking, on television, they say that when you go into a dungeon, you form a team or something. Hyun is not the type of person to do things recklessly. I'm sure he'll take care of it. She concludes with confidence, I guess, well, my Hyun has always been smart since he was young. Inside the dark, torchlit dungeon, Kang Hyun engages in a fierce battle, slashing through a group of monsters with his blade. Kang Hyun continues his relentless assault, his blade carving through the mass of monsters in the dark dungeon. He laughs maniacally, shouting, "Kuhaha, this is nothing. Everyone come." He continues to cut down the monsters with a wild laugh, while elsewhere, Kang Hyun's car, the Buntley, sits parked near the dungeon. Inside the car, a phone vibrates on the seat, displaying an incoming call from Mother. The man tells her, "Don't wake the child for no reason and call him tomorrow." She agrees, adding, "I guess so. I'm coming back after doing the dishes, so please clean the room." The man reminds her, "By the way, tell him about that when you call him tomorrow." She asks, "What?" The man clarifies about that, the thing that appeared in front of the supermarket. The woman responds, that?" The woman questions his intent, saying, "Hey, why would you say it to him? The country will take care of it." The man expresses his frustration, asking, "How long are we going to wait for that? If has a party, I'd rather call him and just sigh anyway. It's a pain." A heavy gate begins to creak open, revealing the dark space beyond. A massive group of orc marches forward in unison. A foot steps firmly onto the ground. The sky shifts as time passes. A lone figure walks out of the dungeon, sighing as they remark, "Still, I cleared it in one day." The protagonist stretches, contemplating his next move while wondering, let's go to the E-rank dungeon next? Or is it still too much? It's better to be careful, right? He approaches his car, his clothes and hands stained with blood. As he thinks to himself, it's not confirmed yet whether resurrection can be used in real life. After opening the door and sitting inside, he sighs, thinking, first, I'll go home and sleep, Then tomorrow, I'll eat beef with Ah. Concerned by the sudden influx of calls, he quickly answers the phone, wondering, what's going on? She continues, her voice trembling as she tells him, Mom and Dad. A look of profound shock washes over his face as he processes the information he is hearing. The report continues, explaining that the Ministry of National has teamed up with civilian ability user groups to secure the area, though there is mounting concern for the residents trapped inside. As the news mentions that the Dan gun will join the rescue efforts, he begins to gear up, tightening his shoelaces with determination. A woman watches him with worry, asking, Are you really going? Even so, going alone is... He looks up at her and reassures her, saying, Don't worry. Who do you think I am? The protagonist reassures the woman, Even though I look like this, I'm still a tutorial graduate. Just wait for me at home. Okay? The woman remains silent, her expression filled with concern as she listens to him. An unseen voice instructs someone nearby, Go inside and rest. Kang Hyun rapidly closes the distance between himself and his opponent, maintaining his focused offensive. The title card for the series, I Alone, appears. Soldiers block the road, stopping the protagonist's car and telling him, You cannot proceed any further. Please turn back. The protagonist presents his identification, asking, I'm an ability user. Can't I go through? The soldier hesitates, noting, as an individual without a party. The soldier receives orders to let the protagonist pass, relaying, They say to let all ability users pass. The soldier warns, however, We won't be responsible for anything that happens to you afterwards. The protagonist salutes and replies, Understood. Thank you for your hard work. With a roar of the engine, the protagonist drives away from the roadblock. The protagonist continues to drive quickly toward his destination. He contemplates the situation, thinking, There are at least 5 confirmed open dungeons. Even an E-rank dungeon mixed in? Anxious about the mission, he worries, I hope they're holding up well. Will I be able to arrive on time? As the protagonist drives, he thinks, if no monsters appear on the way, then within 2 hours, suddenly, a boar-like monster ambushes his car. The monster slams into the vehicle with enough force to overturn it completely. The beast growls, its eyes glowing with aggression as it looms over the wreckage. He emerges from the vehicle, frustrated by the situation and muttering, Ugh. What rotten luck is this? The protagonist summons a glowing weapon, preparing himself for the fight ahead. The massive beast growls aggressively, its red eyes glowing as it breathes heavily. A sudden, piercing shriek echoes through the area, leaving the protagonist visibly shocked. A group of goblins suddenly swarms the road, shrieking as they launch their attack. The protagonist wonders if he burned down a goblin country in a past life, frustrated that they keep appearing to cause trouble. He sighs, thinking he simply does not have the time to deal with all of them. Deciding that forgiveness is the best revenge, he turns and sprints away, shouting, Brother, gotta go now. As the monster thunders behind him, the protagonist sarcastically calls out, Have a good time. A volley of arrows whistles through the air, striking the ground around the monster. Amidst the shrieking of the arriving goblins, the protagonist watches the chaos and remarks, That's right. If you want to fight, fight among yourselves. With gone, the protagonist sprints through the forest, thinking, I can't waste time on unnecessary things. Exhausted, he stops to catch his breath and checks his phone. Lamenting, I guess it's too hard to arrive on foot on the same day. I need to save battery, so I can't even turn on the flashlight. Lost in the dark forest, the protagonist checks his phone and sighs. If I had known, I would have taken the main road with streetlights, trying to take a shortcut. A sudden, eerie sound echoes through the night air. An unseen creature ambushes him, leaving him wounded on the face. Reacting instantly, the protagonist counterattacks with a powerful sword slash. The monster shrieks in pain as the blade cuts deep into its body. Standing guard over the fallen monster, the protagonist realizes with a grimace, "Looks like I won't be able to sleep comfortably." As he moves through the dark forest, the rustling of leaves betrays his presence. Suddenly, he finds himself surrounded by a pack of snarling wolves. He slashes through the wolves, wounding them as blood splatters across the forest floor. He follows through with a powerful finishing slash, maintaining his momentum against the attackers. He grips his glowing weapon and glares at the remaining threats, declaring, "All right, let's see what you've got, you bastards." As dawn breaks over the forest, the pack of wolves lies defeated on the ground. Exhausted from the night's battle, the protagonist slumps down and groans, "Ugh." He climbs into a tree to rest, lamenting, "Phew, I couldn't sleep properly after fighting all night." The bed was uncomfortable too. On a phone screen, a worried exchange of text messages reveals parents checking on their son, Hyan, who has promised to return home by tomorrow. The mother expresses deep concern, asking, "Is it really okay for Hyan to come here?" While the father wonders if they can reach him, only to be told that the cell towers are down. The father recalls the terrifying orc monster from the F-rank dungeon that appeared the previous day, realizing that his initial confidence in handling such creatures was misplaced. Suddenly, his eyes widen in shock at something he sees. Despite the intensity of the battle, he remains confident, thinking, "Where did such a terrifying creature come from?" Before calling out to his parents, "Orcs are just a warm-up for me. Mom, Dad, your adorable son has arrived." Man stands amidst the carnage of defeated orcs, boasting, "Ha ha ha, I am someone who goes through an F-rank dungeon alone. Dealing with dozens of orcs is easy." As more orcs emerge from the shadows, he remains unfazed, declaring, "It's not tiring, even if they keep coming." 3 powerful orc boss monsters appear before him, prompting him to think, 3 boss monsters, huh? He shouts toward his parents' location, "Mom, Dad, I've come to pick you up. Just stay there and don't make a sound." Mans react in surprise upon hearing his voice, with his father exclaiming, "That voice?" and his mother questioning, "H. Hyan?" Peering through the window, they are shocked to see him outside, thinking, "That person, is it really Hyan? Just what has happened over the past few months?" Mans immediately dashes toward the group of orc, closing the distance between them. They roar aggressively as he approaches, readying themselves for the confrontation. He delivers a powerful slash, successfully striking and damaging the. An orc attempts to counterattack, but Hyan narrowly dodges the strike. An orc lunges forward with a fierce attack, forcing Hyan to raise his weapon and block the strike. Mans retaliates immediately, channeling his strength into a powerful, glowing strike that slams into the orc. Another attempts to capitalize on the chaos, but Hyan narrowly blocks the incoming blow with his blade. The intensity of the relentless combat takes its toll, and Hyan grunts in pain, thinking, "Ugh." Refusing to yield, Hyan drives his blade deep into the orc, growling, "Grr, cock," as he finally overcomes his opponent. Man strikes the orc with a powerful blow, the force of the impact resonating through the area. Mans delivers a decisive strike, catching the monster off guard as he continues his relentless offensive. With a surge of energy, Hyan channels his power, thinking, "Magic, explosion," as he prepares to unleash a devastating attack. The magic detonates upon the orc, effectively neutralizing the threat. Mans collapses over the defeated orc, breathing heavily as he struggles to regain his composure. Looking up, he realizes the gravity of the situation and mutters, "Fuck," as he finds himself surrounded by a massive horde of enemies. The close in, their hostile intent clear as they swarm around him. A massive orc emerges from the ranks, looming over the battlefield with a menacing presence. Man's strength taunts the leader, calling out, "Haha, are you the leader? You're fucking ugly." Determined to fight, he thinks, "I tried to conserve my magic for regeneration, but..." and activates his skill, Giant's Power, A system notification confirms, Lion's roar of rage is activated. This strikes him with a powerful blow, causing him to cry out, "Ugh," as blood sprays from his nose. Exhausted and bloodied, Mans finds himself completely surrounded by a group of orc. He lunges into the fray, grunting, "Act dash," while the watches him fight, muttering, "This bastard." Mans is struck by realizing with frustration that his opponent is completely playing with me. Mans retaliates with a powerful kick against the. Lying on the ground, Mans contemplates his dire situation, thinking, "I don't know if my magic power is consumed or not, but my body isn't regenerating anymore. I don't even know if I can be revived or not." Struggling to his feet, Mans stands up to face the once more. Mans shouts his defiance at the. "I can't back down while my family is just behind me. Bring it on, you bastard." The flinches, visibly surprised by Mans' sudden display of defiance. Driven by his resolve, Mans charges headlong at the. Orcs are scaling the building where his parents are hiding, prompting his father to shout in terror, "To these guys," while Mans thinks to himself, "Where are you?" Consumed by rage, Mans screams at the invaders, "You cannot go there, you fucking bastards." The orcs immediately swarm him, grappling and restraining him as he struggles to break free. Mans slashes through the orcs, cutting one down as he fights to break free from their grasp. A massive orc looms over the scene and punches the ground, causing the pavement to crack under his immense strength. Critically wounded and bleeding on the ground, Mans desperately twitches while gasping, "No, you can't go." An orc monster swings its glowing blade through the air with a sharp, cutting sound. The woman counterattacks, slashing at the orc monster with her own sword. The woman, addressed by her subordinates as Guild, lands gracefully after her strike and remains on high alert. As the battle concludes, the asks about the residents. Her team reports, "We are prioritizing the evacuation of the injured, and we're also on standby to ensure the rest is evacuated." Reflecting on the scene, the notes, "The damage is huge. Still, thanks to someone gathering the orcs in one place, there was less damage than in other nearby areas." The asks her team, "That's him, right? The person who held out alone until we arrived?" Her subordinates confirm the tragic news, replying, "Unfortunately, he passed away. Take care of the body with utmost care." Mans looks down at the ground where he had fallen, only to find the space empty. He thinks to himself in confusion, "Where did the body go?" Suddenly, Mans' eyes snap open as he regains consciousness. He awakens fully, his expression one of shock and disorientation. Mans stares ahead, his eyes wide as he processes his sudden return to life. A system window appears, detailing his resurrection ability. Resurrects 24 hours after death. Returns from death until Earth is no longer in crisis. If no specific resurrection location is set, resurrection will occur at the last place you slept. Penalty: level drops by 1. All stats are decreased 50% for 24 hours. Mans points at the glowing system window, realizing the implication of his resurrection location. He thinks the last place. So, elsewhere, an orc climbs the side of a building, threatening the safety of the parents hiding inside. Mans clenches his fist in frustration, realizing the time that has elapsed. He thinks, "Ugh, it's already been 24 hours. He quickly grabs his sword, preparing to move. Mans leaps through the forest, rushing toward his destination. He thinks, "I have to go back there immediately." As he runs, his body struggles under the weight of his condition. He thinks, "Ugh, my body feels so heavy. Is this the penalty of the resurrection?" Despite the physical toll, Mans continues to run forward. After 5 hours of running with an aching body, he finally arrives at his hometown. He stares at the scene before him, finding that his home has become a deserted ruin. He recounts how he wandered aimlessly all night until he found a military unit, where he borrowed a phone to contact Ah. Only then did he receive the devastating news that his father had lost his arms and his mother was in a coma. Overcome with rage, Mans crushes the phone in his hand. He prepares to hunt the boss within the D-rank dungeon known as the Plains of Haiji, while Han Xian, the guild head, discusses the emergence of a new C-grade dungeon. As prepares to leave, an acquaintance asks, "Are you going to the dungeon again?" He replies with a simple, "Yeah." An acquaintance expresses concern, telling him, "You've already died 3 times this week." He dismisses the worry with a calm, "I'm fine." As he walks away, the acquaintance calls out, "It's not your fault. Don't endure it alone." He ignores the plea and slams the door shut before heading down the stairs. The acquaintance watches him leave in silence. Inside a dungeon, a party member strikes an Antria monster, causing it to cry out in pain. Another party member swings a weapon, landing a heavy blow on the monster. A system notification confirms a level up, and the party member celebrates, shouting, "Nice! I leveled up!" Another member of the party congratulates him, saying, "Oh my, you've leveled up again? Congrats, as expected from our party's ace." The party's self-proclaimed ace thinks to himself, "Humph, I'm an elite who has cleared up to tutorial stage 5. It won't be long before I'm mingling with losers like you all. By next month, I'll reach level 35 and be ready to join the Dangun." He continues with a mocking smile, "But because I'm such a nice guy, it's all thanks to you guys as well. I'm sure you'll catch up soon enough." Suddenly, he is interrupted by a noise and reacts with surprise, asking, "Huh? What's that?" The runner continues to dash forward, focused entirely on their path. The party members watch in disbelief as the figure rushes past, one of them shouting, "Ack, hurry up, who enters the dungeon alone?" The arrogant party member is left stunned, calling out, "Huh? Hey!" As the lone runner approaches the core room, a warning echoes through the tunnel. The core room is in front. "It's dangerous!" The party members watch in alarm, one of them questioning, "What should we do? Should we follow him? We can't just leave him." Deciding to act, the group rushes forward into the swarm of Antria's soldiers. The runner finds himself completely surrounded by the encroaching ant-like monsters and draws his sword to prepare for the onslaught. Facing the overwhelming numbers, he grit his teeth and activates a powerful skill. The system displays the details of Wayne's secret, a skill that increases all stats by 40% except mana, though it causes the user's body to deteriorate over time. With his power surged, he lunges into the fray to fight the surrounding monsters. He remains locked in a fierce struggle, surrounded by a swarm of ant-like monsters. With a powerful swing of his sword, he shouts, "One slash, 2 halves." He continues his relentless assault, cutting through the encroaching enemies. Each precise strike tears through the monsters, clearing a path forward. After the intense combat, he pauses, his expression showing a moment of shock. He moves deeper into the dungeon with his companions. Reflecting on his recent growth, he thinks, "I just acquired Wayne's secret yesterday. It synergizes well with my physical regeneration skill." He reflects on his survival, thinking, "It would have been troublesome if I hadn't advanced with higher physical regeneration just in time." The system confirms his ability, noting that intermediate physical regeneration automatically repairs all damage, including amputations, using magical power. As he recovers, a companion approaches him with concern, asking, "Are you okay?" He pauses, looking back at the group, and replies, "Yes, well." He reacts with sudden shock, exclaiming, He tells the group, "If there is nothing more, I'll take my leave. So please move away." When asked if he intends to collect magic crystals from the corpses, he dismisses the suggestion, saying, "No need, I'll go now." As he walks away, the group begins discussing the potential profit from looting the remains. He reflects on his priorities, thinking, "We don't have time to think about that. I want to become stronger." He wonders to himself, who was that man earlier? Meanwhile, the group members discuss their recent gains, with one saying, "What's the matter? We are earning a lot of money, that's the important thing." Another member replies, "But that's..." The first member dismisses the hesitation, adding, "Just pass it on, thinking there are all kinds of people. The important thing is that we earned a few days' worth of money at once, all thanks to him." The first member scoffs at the idea, asking, "A man that wants to clear the dungeon by himself? Why, no way. Even if the rumor is real, this is not an F but an E-rank dungeon." He continues, emphasizing the difficulty. Clearing the E-rank dungeon alone is something even Han Xian or Choi Dongwoo would. The system notifies them that the dungeon's main core has been removed, which triggers the opening of a portal to the outside. The dungeon floor is left littered with the corpses of the defeated insectoid monsters. He acquires a new skill book, Antria's Outer F, which grants the ability to harden his skin upon activation. He contemplates his current mana levels, thinking, Wayne's secret and physical regeneration alone are already pushing my mana. And using this, the system displays the details of Bilgain's longsword, B, a weapon imbued with a sinister aura from absorbing blood, noting its berserker and durability abilities. The system details the berserker ability, noting that it boosts strength and stamina by 1.5 for 5 minutes but impairs decision-making and carries severe aftereffects. A caption warns that even powerful abilities are useless if not timed correctly. Reflecting on his past, he thinks, no matter how urgent the situation was, if only I hadn't lost my composure at that time. He realizes that regret is useless and resolves to move forward. He makes a firm resolution to get stronger by any means necessary. As lightning crackles around his hand, he declares, "I will master this skill." A crowd gathers in front of the dungeon entrance, murmuring with curiosity. A man in a suit approaches the group, asking, "I recently heard that there was a man who was clearing dungeons by himself. He was seen entering here today." The armored man nervously denies it, saying, "That's not us. It's just that." The armored man points toward the entrance, and the man in the suit realizes, there he is. As the crowd watches in silence, he slowly emerges from the dungeon entrance. Having finally exited the dungeon, he exhales a long, weary breath of relief. He is startled to find himself surrounded by a crowd of reporters, their camera flashes blinding him as he thinks, "What is all this?" The reporters press in on him, shouting questions and shoving business cards toward him, with one asking, "Are you the ability user in the recent rumors?" and another urging him to join their guild. Annoyed by the intrusion, he pushes through the crowd, declaring, "Rumors or not, I'm not interested. Get out of the way. You're blocking the way." One reporter stumbles back, shocked by the shove, and confronts him, asking, "Hey, what's wrong with you? Did you just hit me?" He turns on the reporter with a fierce, intimidating glare and snaps, "Huh, and what if I did hit you?" Intimidated by his fierce glare, the reporter stammers, That's so sorry." He turns his back on the group and walks away from the dungeon entrance, ignoring the reporters watching him. He pulls out his remote and clicks it, unlocking his car. He is suddenly interrupted when an unknown man calls out, "Mr. Kang Hyun." Kang Hyun eyes the man warily and asks, "Who are you?" The man remains calm, stepping closer as he replies, "You don't have to be so wary. I came to help you, Mr. Kang Hyun." With a friendly smile, the man offers a business card, saying, "Here." He examines the card, noting the name Cian and the organization, thinking, a member of the Ability Alliance. Cian? Cian continues his pitch, stating, "We have been keeping an eye on you for some time now. If you join us, we will provide you with all the support you need." Kang Hyun considers the offer cautiously. Cian adds, "I'm not asking for an answer right away. Please feel free to contact me whenever you want." Bowing politely, Cian says, "Well then," before taking his leave. The Alliance is introduced as an organization dedicated to advocating for the rights of individuals with abilities, distinct from standard guilds. Kang Hyun sits in a shop, eating and thinking to himself, I have never heard of scouting efforts like this. He continues eating, musing, well, he said I'm free to contact them whenever I feel like it. Kang Hyun finishes his meal, leaving a stack of empty bowls behind as he sighs. Phew. Kang Hyun reflects on his current limitations, thinking the biggest problem right now is magic. Nowadays, almost all of my magic is being used for Wayne's secret technique and body regeneration, so I don't have any spare time. He continues to ponder his situation while looking at his phone, frustrated that he cannot fully utilize the antria he recently obtained or his existing attack skills. Kang Hyun checks his phone, thinking, I still need to get some items. He taps the auction button on his screen to begin searching. He continues to scroll, thinking, I'd rather buy something cheap that raises one stat or two. I'd like to get something better than what I already have. Suddenly, Kang Hyun pauses, surprised by something he spots on his screen. He reads through various forum posts about dungeon strategies and skill books, wondering, what is this? Goblin walks toward the goblin dungeon, knowing that catching the shamans inside offers a high probability of obtaining a ring that increases magic stats. Frustrated, he checks his phone, thinking about how a guild has recently occupied the land and restricted access, while the government remains indifferent to the situation. Upon arriving at the entrance, Kang Hyun is surprised to find it unguarded, wondering to himself, is there no one here? I thought there would be guys guarding the entrance. Deciding it does not matter, he pushes the dungeon door open. He is immediately surprised to find others already inside, thinking to himself, what? Someone is still coming in? One man in the group notices Kang Hyun's gear and asks greedily, oh, what is this? Aren't you wearing some nice armor? Is it worth a bit of money? Another man in the group comments on the potential profit, saying, hey, aren't we getting a hefty bonus today? The first man approaches Kang Hyun and arrogantly asserts, hey, didn't you hear the rumor? This place belongs to our bait. Goblin remains unfazed by the group's demands, coolly asking, so? One of the group members retorts, if you enter someone else's land without permission, you will have to pay the price, while another adds, if you take out everything you have, I'll spare you. Goblin abruptly launches a surprise attack against the group members. As stands surrounded by his own energy, one of the group members collapses, foaming at the mouth, while the others look on in shock. Goblin lands on the ground with enough force to create a visible shockwave, asserting his dominance. The group member swings their weapon down, resulting in a fierce clash against Kang Hyun's defense. Goblin effortlessly blocks the group member's weapon strike, leaving the attacker stunned by his strength. Goblin immediately follows up with a powerful punch, knocking the attacker back as the man cries out in pain. Crazy, ugh. Goblin looks down at the defeated group member and says, I like guys like you. Do you know why? He stomps on the man, declaring, I could beat you bastards, and wouldn't feel guilty about it. Goblin then casts a powerful spell, shouting a magic explosion. Goblin pauses, his expression turning serious as he thinks. An observer watches the magical explosion in terror, trembling as she screams, You! Stop it, you crazy bastard! He suddenly reaches out and grabs the observer's hand. Goblin channels energy into his hand and asks with a grin, This one should have more power, right? A violent magical discharge erupts, causing the observer to scream in agony. Goblin dismisses the incident, remarking, Things that aren't a big deal. Goblin stares down the remaining group members and asks, So, who are you guys? The guild members glare back at him, clearly incensed by his presence. One of the bait members brandishes a glowing weapon and shouts, You! How dare you do this in our bait? It's best to give up any thought of coming back alive. Goblin looks down at the defeated man on the ground and calmly remarks, Is that so? The tutorial completely changed his life, thrusting him into a dungeon world where superiority is determined solely by strength. In this harsh reality, violence is the only way to survive. The dungeon is a place where violence and money dictate one's worth. Reflecting on his transformation, he thinks, until last year, I was nothing more than a cog in society. But here, I'm living a fulfilling life. On top of that, I've risen to an executive position in a major guild. It's like adding wings to a tiger. He stares down his opponents, declaring, as long as I'm inside the dungeon, there's nothing to fear. It's best to give up any thought of coming back alive. He lunges forward and delivers a powerful punch directly into the face of his attacker. The impact sends the man crashing to the ground, dazed and incapacitated. Surveying the scene of his defeated foes, he wonders aloud, what on earth is going on? He winces while checking a wound on his side, muttering, "Tisich, I couldn't dodge that one." Wielding a blood-stained blade, he looms over the defeated group and commands, "Hey, you fucking criminals. I'll give you 5 seconds. Gather in front of me." With a menacing grin, he stares down his captives and declares, "The guide audition starts now." He declares, after a strict evaluation, Bates' lowest-ranking guild member, Kim Song-woo, has passed. The announcement is met with silence from the group. Kang Hyun holds a knife to Kim Song-woo's throat, forcing him to clap and respond, "Yes." Kim Song-woo asks, "So what happens to us now?" Kang Hyun remains silent, holding his blade. Kang Hyun asks, "You guys, are you going to live a good life and stop doing bad things from now on?" Kim Song-woo and the others plead, "Yes, yes. We'll live a good life. We won't do bad things ever again." Kang Hyun retorts, "And you expect me to believe that?" and delivers a powerful punch to Kim Song-woo's face. He continues to beat the group, shouting, "You murderers are obviously lying. Damn, you rotten scumbags." As the blows continue, a terrified Kim Song-woo can only stammer, "Eek." Kim Song-woo collapses to the ground, trembling uncontrollably in fear. The narration notes that while not all dungeons are the same, some can span areas larger than entire cities. Frustrated by the vast, confusing terrain, Kang Hyun complains, "This place is fucking huge. Are you intentionally going in circles?" Kim Song-woo quickly denies the accusation, stammering, "And no, I'm not." Kim Song-woo attempts to justify his path, saying, "I'm just trying to avoid paths where monsters might appear." Kang Hyun dismisses his concern, replying, "What a waste of effort. Just head towards where the monsters are. It's boring here." A surprised Kim Song-woo can only stammer, Really?" Kim Song-woo questions the sudden change in plans, asking, "Then should we go to a place with monsters now?" He grows anxious as the sun sets, adding, "Are you crazy? It's getting dark. So what should we do?" They set up a campfire, and Kang Hyun asks, "Song-woo, is it almost ready?" Kim Song-woo confirms, "Yes, it will be ready soon," while internally wondering why his companion carries so many swords. Kim Song-woo observes the meal cooking over the fire, remarking, "Wow, a ramen in a mess tin." Kang Hyun notes, "It's been a long time. Do you still eat like this?" Wenwoo warns him, "Isn't it too hot?" He simply shrugs, "Well, it's passable." Kang Hyun hands him a portion, saying, "Here, enjoy your meal." Kim Song-woo accepts it with a quiet, "Yes, thank you," while thinking to himself that he was the one who prepared it. The two men continue eating their meal in silence by the campfire. Kim Song-woo replies, "I'm 25, Hyung." When asked if he was a college student before becoming an expert, he confirms, "Yes." Kang Hyun presses him further, asking, "Why aren't you attending school like you were? Why are you doing this here?" Kim Song-woo remains silent, struggling to find the words. Kim Song-woo explains his situation, saying, "I needed money. The student loans kept piling up, and with balancing part-time jobs, scholarships were out of the question." He continues, "To make matters worse, my father's business failed, and our financial situation rapidly deteriorated. My mother was devastated by the shock, but Kang Hyun interrupts him, saying, "Hey, Kang Hyun glares at him and threatens, "Where are you selling your sob story? Do you want to die?" Kim Song-woo retorts defensively, "I'm just telling you because you asked." Mess kits rest on the ground at the campsite, marking the quiet of the night. Under the cover of darkness, the two individuals are fast asleep in their respective spots. Person 1 suddenly wakes up, eyes wide and alert in the silence. A dark thought crosses Person 1's mind as they stare at the vulnerable figure. Now is the opportunity. If I kill this person now. Person 2 suddenly lashes out, delivering a brutal punch to Person 1. Kim Song-woo quietly sneaks away from the campsite, hoping to escape unnoticed. Kang Hyun suddenly appears behind him, catching him in the act. He demands, "Song-woo, where are you going?" Startled, Kim Song-woo tries to deflect the suspicion, stammering, that to run some errands. Kang Hyun commands him to return, and Kim Song-woo submissively complies, saying, "Yes." Kang Hyun warns him, "You'll be dead if you run." Kim Song-woo quietly acknowledges the threat, responding, "Yes." Kang Hyun insists on the gravity of the situation, adding, "I'm not just saying this. I'm serious. You'll actually be dead." Kim Song-woo points toward the distance, explaining, "The place you see over there is the goblin settlement where the main core is located." Kang Hyun observes the area and confirms, "Oh, indeed. I can feel a tremendous amount of magic power gathered there." Kim Song-woo is visibly startled, questioning, "You can feel it?" Kang Hyun responds with his own surprise. "Huh? Can't you feel it?" Kim Song-woo laughs nervously, dismissing the claim with a scoff. "What a load of crap." Kang Hyun stares intensely at him, cutting off the dismissal by stating, "Hold on, hold on. Being ignored stops here." The narration explains that the goblin settlement periodically sends patrols throughout the field, which the Bait Guild has been farming by attacking them. Kim Song-woo thinks to himself, "Right now, we haven't caught any patrols yet, so all their forces are gathered in the settlement." Kang Hyun prepares for combat, his eyes locked on the goblin settlement as he thinks, "Let's see if you can survive against an entire E-rank dungeon." He shouts, "Good, good. Goblin slaughter is my specialty." Kang Hyun charges directly into the mass of goblins, thinking, "Let's see how it goes." With a manic grin, Kang Hyun lunges into the fray, shouting, "Let's go." Kang Hyun discards his heavy backpack, letting it fly through the air to ensure he can move freely during the battle. Kang Hyun suddenly pauses, his expression shifting to surprise as he notices something unexpected. Kang Hyun watches as Kim Song-woo retreats, leaving him entirely alone in the goblin settlement. With his companion gone, Kang Hyun breaks into a menacing smile, fully prepared to continue his slaughter of the goblins on his own. Kang Hyun pauses in the middle of the jungle, his expression turning to one of shock as he contemplates the impossibility of the situation. Thinking, "Fine, no matter how monstrous he is, there's no way to deal with those." A system notification suddenly appears before him, declaring, "The main core of the dungeon has been removed. Portal to the outside has opened." He remains frozen in place, his eyes wide with confusion while the system messages continue to hover in his field of vision. The E-rank dungeon, a place where all monsters are concentrated near the main core without even a normal core, undergoes a drastic change. The system alerts repeat, confirming, "The main core of the dungeon has been removed. Portal to the outside has opened." As a portal to the outside opens, Kang Hyun stands before the swirling energy, left to wonder in astonishment. How can he? Kang Hyun stares at the system interface in shock, questioning, "Clear a dungeon like that alone?" He charges into the goblin horde, his thoughts racing as he wonders, how can he win against an overwhelming power? As he strikes down a goblin, he continues to contemplate his opponent's capabilities, thinking, did he use fire to wipe them out? Wait, I know he is strong, but I don't know the exact type of his power. Kang Hyun breaks into a menacing smile, still fixated on the mystery of his opponent's strength. He swings his sword through the fray, thinking, of course 2 of those are important. But Kang Hyun stands amidst the bodies of the defeated goblins, his path cleared. He adopts a determined stance, reflecting on his own combat philosophy. What's really needed is overwhelming defense, and an unwavering decisiveness, even against the oncoming enemies. Kang Hyun identifies the goblin as the enemy commander, thinking, if I can endure their attacks, and reach the enemy commander through the shortest route, he resolves to defeat the creature, declaring to himself, I will certainly win. He realizes his opponent is far more capable than he initially assumed, wondering, I thought he was just an ignorant fighter. But who exactly are we dealing with? Kang Hyun executes his strategy and impales the goblin with his sword, thinking, he must be a great resourceful man. With the shaman defeated, Kang Hyun smiles triumphantly and exclaims, I knew it. He finishes off the creature, confidently declaring, muscle strength is the best. With a final, decisive strike, Kang Hyun finishes off the goblin. The title card for solo appears. Satisfied with his spoils, Kang Hyun thinks, all right, I've achieved my goal. Goblin suddenly senses a strange presence and turns, his expression sharpening with alert focus. He confronts a large group of people who have suddenly appeared, demanding, what are you guys doing again? Kang Hyun stares at the large group surrounding him, thinking, did they bring all these guys just because they couldn't handle me? A member of the group speaks up, acknowledging his presence. Right? Our Songwoo has also appeared. Kang Hyun retorts with a menacing grin, let's deal with 30 people for now. And for the rest, ahem. It seems there might have been some misunderstanding. He watches the group intently, waiting for their next move. A member of the group responds with a smirk. Jung Wihyun introduces himself to Kang Hyun, stating, I'm Jung Wihyun, the of the bait. May I ask your name? Kang Hyun dismisses the pleasantries, retorting, if I don't want to, stop beating around the bush and get to the point. Jung Wihyun laughs, noting that Kang Hyun is starting to annoy him. Jung Wihyun clenches his fist, deciding to be direct. If that's the case, let me be straightforward then. He extends an offer to Kang Hyun, promising, just come to our bait. I promise you honor and all the support you need, and even a position on the executive board. Jung Wihyun thinks to himself, we must recruit this undiscovered strong individual at all costs. We can grow into one of the largest guilds if we put that man on the front lines. Kang Hyun immediately rejects the proposal, saying, I don't want to. Jung Wihyun remains composed, responding, haha, I knew you wouldn't just accept it from the start. Jung Wihyun hands Kang Hyun his business card, insisting, here, this is my business card, so just think about it carefully. He examines the card closely, his fingers gripping it tightly. Kang Hyun gestures aggressively toward them, declaring, I might be a terrible person, but I don't act like a thug like you guys. Who are you? You're just a bunch of third-rate gangsters. How are you guys so proud talking about recruitment? He continues his verbal assault, his hand outstretched toward Jung Wihyun as he demands to know why they are so confident. With a manic grin, Kang Hyun taunts him, asking, what's wrong? Are you mad? Should we fight one more time in a proper way? Jung Wihyun remains calm and smiles, responding, no need. Today I just want to talk. Let's talk again when we get a chance. Kang Hyun spits in disgust and snaps at Jung Wihyun. Fuck off. What chance are you talking about? I'm so unlucky to meet you guys. Why do you guys act like pests and keep coming? An observer watches the confrontation from the forest, thinking that crazy person, seriously, he's a bit impressive. Kang Hyun drives away from the parking lot in frustration, cursing to himself. As he drives, Kang Hyun evaluates the threat, thinking, it looked like there were more than 100 people. With my current magic power barely holding up, I would likely die if I fought them. He sighs in annoyance, lamenting, I even forgot to deal with Kim Songwoo, all because of that Jung Wihyun bastard. Kang Hyun resolves to settle the score later, thinking, well, I'll have a chance to deal with them someday. I'm really going to take them down. A subordinate points urgently toward Kim Song-woo, shouting, "All right, Guild." Kim Song-woo just claimed to be that guy's guide. The turns to Kim Song-woo and demands, "Is that true?" A visibly nervous Kim Song-woo stammers in response. "No, The man in the suit draws his sword, looming over the other man. The man being threatened reacts with visible terror, stammering, "Ugh." The man in the suit coldly questions, "You still want to live?" The victim pleads, "Yes, and I'll do everything you ask me to do. Please." He glares at the victim with utter contempt, snarling, "How dare a traitor like you think to live? What a pathetic bastard." He finishes the attack, leaving the victim to collapse to the ground. The victim gasps, "Guild," before finally succumbing to his wounds. He falls into a dark opening, desperately crying out, "Master." A wooden door slams shut with a loud thud. In a nearby forest, a group of men stands in silence. A man in a suit addresses the who confirms his presence with a simple yes. The commands look into his personal information, and his subordinate replies, "Understood." While driving, the subordinate reports, "I've already put a tail on him." A man in a suit laughs to himself, seething with anger as he exclaims, "Haha, how dare you reject my offer like that?" He challenges the other person, stating, "All right, you must be as strong as your arrogance." With a sinister grin, he resolves, "If I can't tame him, I'll hold his weakness." He adds, "Let's see how long you can have that attitude," while the other person remains focused on their phone, mentioning a need to transfer hospital money for their mother. The scene shifts to a restaurant called Chongyuk Barbecue. Exhausted, he stops to catch his breath and checks his phone. Lamenting, "I guess it's too hard to arrive on foot on the same day. I need to save battery, so I can't even turn on the flashlight." Inside, a man grills meat and remarks, "What else am I going to spend money on? Eating is the only thing that lasts." His companion offers to take over, saying, "Give it to me. I'll grill it," to which he replies, "Okay." She asks him, "Did you go to the hospital? Is Mom getting any better?" He answers that the doctor said she was okay and might wake up soon. He smiles slightly at the news and says, "I'm glad to hear that." His companion notices his expression and exclaims, "Ah, you just smiled." She observes that he has been unusually serious and frowning lately, adding, "I think it's been a while since I've seen you smile." He retorts that he smiles all the time, but she clarifies, except for that criminal smile. The man in the hoodie suddenly clutches his stomach in pain, letting out a groan as a low growl echoes. He insists, "I know, but it's urgent. Do you know how uncomfortable it is to take a dump in the dungeon?" She sighs and tells him to watch his words, urging him to just go. Inside the bathroom, he washes his hands, clearly relieved to have finished. He mutters, "Huh?" as he notices a stranger in a suit standing at the table, talking to his companion. The stranger bows politely to the woman, who asks in confusion, "What is happening?" As the man in the suit approaches the table, Kang Hyun walks up behind them. Kang Hyun asks, "Huh? Why me?" The woman explains, "'Cause he asked me to give you a letter," and hands it to him. Kang Hyun opens the letter, questioning why the man didn't greet him directly if they knew each other. He is suddenly struck by a realization as he reads the contents. Walking through the night, Kang Hyun thinks to himself, I should stop by at a convenience store." Back home, asks him, "Do you want to have another can of beer?" Kang Hyun replies, "Not really." Kang Hyun stops her, saying, "All right, just go inside. I'll go buy it." She looks at him, surprised, and asks, "Oh, you'll go?" After leaving the store with the beer, Kang Hyun walks down the street, thinking, "Come back again." He grows angry as he walks, wondering, is this that bait bastard's scheme? How dare that bastard mess with my family? Kang Hyun walks alone, contemplating whether he should stop going to the dungeon and stay home to protect his family. As he worries about the potential threat to his phone suddenly vibrates. He checks his phone and sees an incoming call from his father. His father delivers the urgent news, "Your mom is awake." Kang Hyun is stunned and exclaims, "Really?" Kang Hyun anxiously asks about her condition, and his father responds, "We still need to wait and see, but they said it should be fine." A wave of relief washes over Kang Hyun as he smiles and says, "It's such a relief." Kang Hyun is taken aback by the news, questioning, "My friend? Who? I don't think any of my friends would visit." His father explains, "His name is Jung Ui Hyun. I think they asked me to pass on their regards." Kang Hyun stops in his tracks, wondering aloud, "Is he from our neighborhood? I don't think I've seen him before." Goblin turns around after hearing a voice call out, "Hyun?" He finds himself face to face with an intensely angry individual. The next day, Myeong arrives at the Awakened and is greeted by a friend who asks, "Good morning. Seems you're late today, Myeong?" As they walk, Myeong asks, "How was your weekend?" Her friend laughs and replies, I overslept a little." Goblin approaches them and hands a bottle to Myeong, saying, "Ms. Goblin, here, you should have some coffee." Goblin gratefully accepts the drink, saying, "You don't have to do this, but I'm grateful every time you do this." Goblin dismisses the thanks, adding, "It's not a big deal. I do it because I want to." Goblin bows to Myeong and her friend, saying, "I'll go now." Goblin questions, "But why is she always wearing armor?" Her friend replies, "Yeah, she is a bit weird, but she seems like a good person." Her friend opens a bottle and adds, "True, there's always someone unique in different areas. However, Sangha is truly an angel." Teasingly, her friend remarks, "When it comes to a unique person, you sure have a lot to say, right, Myeong?" Goblin looks flustered and stammers, "Ugh, that's..." Goblin recounts her unsettling memories, saying, "They're the worst. Someone even broke their opponent's hand during a sparring. Even from the time of registration, there was a weird person threatening." Goblin continues, "I still see them in my dreams. One of them looked like an orc warrior." She stops abruptly as she notices a dark, imposing figure standing nearby. Goblin turns around, looking surprised as she senses someone behind her. The man's eyes widen in alarm as he realizes he has been spotted. Terrified, the two girls standing nearby begin to scream at the top of their lungs, "Ayewa," as the man reaches out to them, saying, "Hey!" The girls panic and shout, "Police! Call the police!" As the man reaches out, the two girls panic and scream, "Kya! Please help us!" Goblin cries out, "Mr. Kim Yahyun." Goblin and her friend stare at him in stunned silence. Tears well up in Myeong's eyes. Goblin clarifies the situation, explaining, "Instructor is not here right now because he is just a visiting instructor." A presenter addresses the meeting, explaining, "The level of dungeons that appear is expected to gradually increase. So, above all, it's important to have talented people." The thinks to himself, it's still in the middle of the meeting, as a knock interrupts the session and someone calls out, "V-Vice." The intruder reports, "Right now, there is a monster causing a commotion in the lobby. However, they seem acquainted with you, Vice." The reacts with confusion, thinking, "Huh?" The scene shifts to the meeting room. Kim Yahyun asks, "What brings you here, Mr. Kang Hyun?" Kang Hyun responds, "Mr. Kim Yahyun, I would like to hire you." Kim Yahyun accepts the direct approach, saying, "Are we getting straight to the point? Well, that's fine." Kim Yahyun pauses to consider the proposal and asks, "May I ask for more details?" Kang Hyun explains the gravity of the situation, stating, "Bait. Those guys are targeting my family." Kang Hyun continues, "So I need someone to protect my family while I destroy them." Kim Yahyun presses for further clarification, asking, "What exactly happened?" Kim Yahyun explains the guild's position, noting, "We're already well aware of their infamous reputation. However, we're in a situation where we can't proceed either way without a valid reason." Kang Hyun remains firm, arguing, That's why you protect my family and I'll destroy them. Isn't that a win-win solution? Kim Yahyun sighs, remarking, you're still unyielding as ever. Kim Yahyun questions the selection, asking, why me then? It doesn't seem like you chose me just because I'm affiliated with Dan Gun. When insists, you're the strongest person I know among the Awakeners, Kim Yahyun counters, in that case, what about On Yusong? Kang Hyun rejects the suggestion of On Yusong, instead insisting 1 week. Just protect my family for 1 week. I'll pay you enough. Kang Hyun begins to explain his own qualifications to Kim Yahyun, stating, I'm not bragging about it, but Goblin adds, so if you want me, you'll need to offer something other than money. Kang Hyun repeats the condition in confusion, other than money. Goblin flusteredly misinterprets the request, thinking, don't tell me? Why you want my body? He asks aloud, are you really here to negotiate? Frustrated by the conversation, Kim Yahyun sighs and decides to take the lead, saying, I feel like talking longer to you only gets me frustrated. So let me suggest something first. It's not anything grand enough to be called a proposal, but Goblin proposes a deal, explaining, if everything goes well, please meet our guild master, even if it's just once. I'll need to get approval, but under this condition, we should be able to help you at the guild level, Mr. Goblin. Determined to fight, he thinks, I tried to conserve my magic for regeneration, and activates his skill, Giant's Power. Goblin acknowledges Kang Hyun's thoroughness, remarking, that's impressive. It's best to handle things thoroughly. However, Goblin expresses concern about Kang Hyun being alone, noting that the bait is quite large. Goblin dismisses the worry, replying, but still, it doesn't look that big compared to your company. Goblin clarifies that guild size is measured by dungeon count rather than office buildings, adding, especially, the number of dungeons they possess is abnormal. Goblin contemplates the information, thinking to himself, I'm sure there is something behind them. Goblin decides to follow the instructions and calls to arrange the meeting, saying, I'll do as you say. Where should we meet? Goblin hands a case to his companion, telling them, here, take care of this. The recipient looks at the item in bewilderment and asks, why me? Shocked by the request, the passenger questions, Mr. Goblin, are you serious? Goblin reassures them, don't jump to the bad conclusion. I can't explain in detail, but I should be back alive and well by tomorrow. With a final word, Kang Hyun says, I'm going now, and exits the vehicle. Upon arriving at the guild, Kang Hyun is greeted by a man who says, welcome, Mr. Goblin. I've been waiting for you. Observing the crowd gathered around him, Kang Hyun smirks and scoffs. Ha! The man attempts to persuade Kang Hyun, saying, Mr. Goblin, you're also family of the guild, so we're all here to welcome you. From now on. Goblin scoffs at the man's words, muttering, uffed, family, you say. Goblin leans in with a menacing expression and threatens, if F stands for family, then for you F stands for... Enraged, Kang Hyun channels his power and shouts, fuck you, as he initiates an attack against the man. Goblin activates his skill, Lion's Roar of Rage, unleashing a powerful magic explosion. The force of the magic explosion strikes the guild members, causing an immediate impact. Goblin slams into the ground with immense force, generating a massive shockwave. A bait guild member recoils in shock, shouting, ugh, this is crazy. The guild member watches in confusion, thinking to himself, what is he doing? Goblin continues his assault on the floor, yelling, arg, as the guild member warns, the floor. The guild member reacts with alarm, exclaiming, ugh, you crazy bastard, what if the floor collapses? Goblin notices the steel bar embedded in the ground and shouts, the steel bar! He lunges forward to strike it, yelling, I know, you bastard. Goblin activates his skills, triggering the system notifications for Wayne's Secret, Giant's Power, and 1-2. The system confirms the activation of his skill 1-2. With a powerful slash, Kang Hyun cuts through the floor, shattering the structure beneath the guild members. As the floor collapses, the guild members panic, with one shouting, "He is crazy! Step back!" The guild members scream in terror as they fall into the massive hole created by the destruction. The guild members lie scattered amidst the rubble, groaning in pain as they struggle to recover from the fall. Their cries of "Aok" and "Ugh" echo through the debris-filled space. Goblin tests his new skill, Antria's Skin, and finds the hardening effect satisfactory. An unseen individual calls out, "Mr. Goblin," causing him to turn around. The man urges him to think rationally, insisting it is not too late for them to become good partners. Goblin angrily rejects the proposal, retorting, "Be rational, partner? What fucking nonsense are you talking about? You've crossed the line first." The man apologizes for targeting Kang Hyun's family but persists, telling him to reconsider. He proposes that they join forces to overthrow Dan Gun, claiming they can bring down Han Seon, whom he mocks for acting high and mighty. The man continues his pitch, boasting, "Haha. Now there are over 200 guild members in this building alone. If you estimate it nationwide, it's just doubled the number." He gestures expansively, adding, "There is only one thing we lack. It's the face of our guild." The man smiles, explaining his vision. A single absolute powerhouse to lead the guild members. With just that could expand beyond Korea and reach the world. Goblin interrupts the speech by spitting directly at the man. The man stands stunned as the spit lands on his face, his expression shifting to one of shock. Goblin glares at him, snapping, "I thought I was listening to an elementary school student's presentation. You son of a bitch, why don't you dream of becoming a fucking YouTuber instead?" He pauses to look at the residue remaining on his hand. Goblin and Jung Yuihayan lock eyes as the confrontation intensifies, with Jung Yuihayan muttering, "I knew." He repeats his arrogant dismissal, looking down on Kang Hyun amidst the ruins. Goblin lets out a sharp, mocking laugh at the absurdity of the statement. Goblin mocks Jung Yuihayan's arrogance, asking, "Such a great word choice in the 21st century. Then what about you, a leader of a great sect? Or a class leader in middle school?" Enraged, Jung Yuihayan snaps, You insolent." Jung Yuihayan screams at his guild members, "Let's see how long you can talk like that. Get him." The guild members immediately surround Kang Hyun, casting skills as they shout, "Mana, physical." They continue their assault with debuff spells, crying out, "Dark, sensory." Goblin activates his skill, Lion's roar of rage, and shouts, "Get lost, you little pests." His ring successfully resists the status effects, and the system confirms debuff is removed. The system alerts that the morale and abilities of all enemies have decreased, leaving the guild members visibly shaken. Jung Yuihayan watches his men falter and bellows in frustration, "Aish, you idiots, don't just suppress him. Kill him. I said kill him." The members unleash a barrage of magic attacks toward Kang Hyun, who calmly mutters, All right. As the magical projectiles close in, Kang Hyun readies his stance to counter the incoming assault. Goblin activates his skill, Antria's Skin, and declares, "Let's test this skill to see if it works properly against magic. Should we?" The guild members launch a barrage of magic attacks that explode directly against him. Emerging from the smoke completely unharmed, Goblin advances toward the guild members. He leaps into the center of the group, creating a powerful impact upon landing. Goblin engages the scattered guild members in close-quarters combat. He unleashes a skill that strikes the surrounding enemies with intense energy. Goblin continues his relentless assault with a series of powerful slashes. Cutting through the guild members with a series of powerful, sweeping slashes. The physical toll of the battle begins to show as he grimaces, thinking to himself, "Ugh." Defiantly, he challenges the remaining guild members, shouting, "Come at me!" as his provocation triggers a massive explosion. Amidst the aftermath of the blast, he stands exhausted, his breath coming in short, ragged gasps. He remains hunched over, still struggling to catch his breath after the intense exchange. Clutching his sword tightly, he continues to pant heavily, preparing himself for whatever comes next. Goblin stands amidst the defeated guild members, his breathing heavy as he locks eyes with Yung Yuihai. Goblin laughs mockingly at the scene, taunting him, "H ha 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 ha." Goblin stares back with cold defiance, retorting, "Fuck you. If you're trying to make me feel guilty, you better just stop. If you're planning to take someone down, you should have been prepared to face the same fate." Goblin scoffs, his expression hardening as he sneers, "TSK. A guy who's about to die is pretending to be calm." He continues his tirade, warning, "No matter how much you act like you're not," as he slams his foot down, causing the ground to crack and tremble. The magical tentacles tighten their grip, forcing Kang Hyun to endure the crushing pressure. His eyes begin to glow with an intense, focused light as he prepares a final countermeasure. A heavy, resounding impact echoes through the battlefield. The guild member holds him firmly in place with the magical tentacles while the sword remains embedded in his chest. As his strength fades, Kang Hyun thinks to himself, so this is how it ends. Well, I guess I've held out long enough." Goblin approaches the scene and praises his subordinate, saying, "Good job, Vice. I'll finish things off, so step back." The guild member obeys the command, responding, "Yes, Guildmaster," as he releases his hold and steps away from the wounded Kang Hyun. Yung Yuihai mocks the wounded man, stating, "But an uncontrolled beast is no better than nothing. Do you have anything left to say?" Kang Hyun defiantly retorts, "I hope every bowl of soup you eat has hair in it." Yung Yuihai coldly replies, "I'll end you here painfully." Yung Yuihai grabs Kang Hyun by the head, initiating his final assault. Kang Hyun screams in agony as the flames consume him. While burns in the background, Yung Yuihai indifferently lights a cigarette. Yung Yuihai asks for the casualty count, and the member reports there are over 30 deaths, and the seriously injured number is at least 50. Yung Yuihai thinks to himself, "Shit. What a pointless loss. Just for one person it ended up like this." He commands the guild member, "Enough of that. Just grab the equipment that guy dropped. It looked pretty good, so we need to recover at least some of our losses." The member suddenly cries out in alarm, "G Guildmaster." Yung Yuihai turns to see the area where the body lay empty, thinking, his corpse is gone. A system notification confirms, "You have been resurrected. Your level decreased by 1. A further system message appears, stating, "All abilities are reduced by half for 24 hours. Goblin sits on his couch at home, looking exhausted after his recent resurrection. An unseen person remarks, "I thought you were doing better lately." As he walks through his home, the unseen person observes, "Looks like you died again after a long time." "Huh? Since you're coming out from there." Goblin replies, "I'm hungry," prompting the other to ask, "Don't you have anything at home?" The unseen person demands, "Your shoes. Take them off." Goblin quickly complies, saying, Sorry." The person continues to scold him, "I told you before. Take off your armor right after you resurrect. You'll be cleaning it all." Goblin apologizes again. "Understood. Sorry," as the person adds, "Also wash the blankets." 2 days pass. Bait members sit outside the dungeon, complaining about the lack of visitors. One member remarks, "It's so fucking boring. Why aren't people coming these days?" His companion replies, "I heard rumors about our guild spread widely on radar." The first member scoffs at the rumors, adding, "Those cowardly bastards. What's the big deal about taking someone's equipment? We take lives too." Suddenly, he notices someone approaching and calls out, "Hey, who's coming?" His companion looks up, surprised, and simply says, "Oh?" A masked figure clad in armor walks steadily toward the 2 guild members, their presence drawing immediate attention. The armored intruder stops directly in front of the two guild members, standing silently between them. One of the guild members looks up at the masked figure, his expression shifting to one of surprise. The other guild member watches the masked figure with a look of surprise. The chapter concludes with the title card for Solo. Reflecting on his past failures, the protagonist realizes that charging in recklessly is like hitting a rock with an egg. While he possesses an unlimited supply of eggs, he knows he cannot afford to endure the resurrection penalty multiple times. He decides that his only viable strategy is to defeat the enemies individually. The protagonist storms into the dungeon owned by the bait and begins to crush them one by one. As he chokes a guild member, the man gasps, "Ugh, I can't." Tears streaming down his face, the guild member struggles in the protagonist's grip and cries out, "I am sorry." The guild member, still suspended in the air, stammers, "I'm not sure." The protagonist strikes the guild member, demanding, "If you don't know." As the guild member groans in pain, the protagonist commands, "Write down where else are the bait's dungeon." The protagonist promises, "Then I'll spare your life," and the guild member frantically replies, "You understood." He questions the guild's immunity, asking, "How come you guys haven't been caught yet after killing so many people? No matter how secretly you do it, if your tail is long, it'll eventually get stepped on, right? Did you bribe the police or something?" The guild member answers, "Why yeah, that's what I know. I don't know the details, but..." The protagonist deduces that the guild's method of staying hidden involves occupying dungeons that lack CCTV surveillance, and he acknowledges the plan with a simple, okay." The guild member hands over a paper, stating, "I've written down everything I know." The protagonist carefully reviews the information provided on the paper. After praising the guild member with a good job, the protagonist suddenly strikes them with an energy attack to eliminate the witness. Determined to avoid detection, the protagonist quickly departs from the dungeon area. As the protagonist walks away, vowing revenge against the guild, news reports surface detailing the tragic incident at the bait headquarters, where windows were shattered and public concern over monster-related casualties is mounting. Young Yuaihan reacts to the news with explosive anger, slamming his fist onto his desk in frustration. Young Yuaihan sighs heavily at his desk, reflecting on the situation. He thinks to himself, "I never thought I would have to use the excuse I had prepared, just to cover up dealing with a crazy person." His thoughts are abruptly interrupted when the office door is suddenly thrown open. Before the subordinate can finish his sentence, he recoils in visible pain. Young Yuaihan, already agitated, snaps at him, "You bastard, just barges in through the door like it's nothing? I'm already in a bad mood." Terrified by the guild's outburst, the subordinate immediately bows and stammers, "I am sorry." Young Yuaihan demands to know if the intruder is the same lunatic targeting their dungeons, and the subordinate confirms the severity of the situation, stating, "Yes, he's already hit 7 dungeons, and over 100 guild members have been killed." Frustrated and desperate, Young Yuaihan thinks to himself, "Fuck, who the hell is this guy? Why did he come, especially during a chaotic time? The more people we send, the more casualties we get." Goblin issues a stern command to his subordinate. From now on, everyone will go into the dungeon no matter their shift. Tell them to take turns sleeping. He adds, "If you understand, close the door and get out," to which the subordinate promptly replies, "Yes, sir." Goblin sits down at his desk, left alone with his thoughts. He reflects on the recent crisis, thinking, 5 days ago, Kang Hyun attacked us. Then his body disappeared. And 2 days later, a lunatic started attacking only our dungeons. Goblin continues his deduction, as expected. "At first, I already had a hunch, and with this much evidence, the answer is simple. He must have a skill that makes a body disappear. But there's little information to come up with a countermeasure." Resolved to stop the attacks, he picks up his phone and thinks, "I can't let this continue. I don't like doing this, but..." The caller greets him with a taunt, "Yo, What's going on, Mr. Jung? Who will make justice for the universe? Goblin replies with forced politeness, haha, what brings my Hyung, who runs the great bait, to contact me? The caller retorts, I heard your guild has been getting wrecked lately. Is that why you contacted me? The caller simply replies, fight. He then adds, ho? Goblin attempts to persuade him, saying, don't you want an interesting fight? There's only one target, and he is probably not your average strong guy. Goblin adds, I'm sure you'll be satisfied as well. The caller contemplates the offer, thinking, should I try pretending to be fooled and give it a try? At night, a hooded figure and Kim Il-woo stand waiting before a large, ornate gate. The hooded figure suddenly demands, hey, what's your name? Kim Il-woo calmly replies, I'm Kim Il-woo. Dismissing the introduction, the hooded figure says, okay, but well, honestly, I'm not interested in your name. I'll just call you a lackey of Yahello. Kim Il-woo remains silent. The hooded figure stretches and asks, so when is that strong guy coming? Will he really show up here? Expressing his impatience, the hooded figure adds, if I wait like this and it turns out to be a bust, it'll be no fun. Kim Il-woo looks visibly uncomfortable. A mysterious figure walks toward Kim Il-woo and the hooded figure, their footsteps echoing in the quiet night. The hooded figure grins with anticipation, thinking to himself, this will be amazing, this is my first time. The sensation intensifies, and he thinks, which has always been just a vague intuition, is now shouting with all its might in my head. The hooded figure brandishes his weapon and warns Kim Il-woo, if you don't want to die right now, run away from that monster. Kim Il-woo looks on, confused by the sudden confrontation. Goblin stares at the hooded figure and asks, why are you here? Goblin, stunned by the recognition, asks, brother? Brother? What are you doing here? Goblin smiles at the encounter, simply saying, He approaches on Yuzeong, weapon in hand, and asks, was it you who was going around cutting them down? Brother, you're still doing interesting things. Goblin watches him closely, suspecting there is more to his presence. He thinks to himself, there's definitely something behind him. Now that I think about it, he is super rich, wasn't he? Could it be that bait is backing him? Goblin confronts him directly, calling out, Goblin. Goblin dismisses the accusation with a smirk, replying, hey, bro, how can you associate me with such a bunch of trash? Do you think I am? Goblin remains skeptical and challenges him. Ha! Then why are you here? Goblin turns to On Yuzeong and asks, do you know Jung Yuaihan? He is the guild master. With a mocking grin, Kang Hyun continues, that thug, who is nothing but his pride, is crawling and begging. It is really interesting to play with. Goblin looks at him with indifference and simply replies, yeah. As he walks away, Kang Hyun calls back, let's grab a meal sometime if we get a chance. Goblin suddenly goes on high alert, sensing a new presence nearby. The hooded figure suddenly launches a powerful attack against On Yuzeong, who reacts with surprise. What? The attacker laughs, taunting him. Haha, if you just leave like this, it wouldn't be fun. The hooded figure swings his weapon again, asking, is that so? Their weapons collide with a violent spark as On Yuzeong smirks, meeting the force of the blow. The hooded figure presses the attack, declaring, I won't go easy on you just because we know each other. Die. Goblin grins, clearly excited by the challenge, and replies, this is what I want, bro. The hooded figure immediately activates his skills, triggering the system notifications for Giant's Power and Wayne's Secret. The strike lands true, forcing On Yuzeong to react as he grins. Ha! Goblin taunts his opponent, asking, how much more of a monster have you become during that time? Caught in the thrill of the battle, Kang Hyun lets out a manic laugh. Wahahaha. Goblin thinks to himself, this battle, it's just a hindrance to my plan. I want to end it as soon as possible, but Determined to finish the fight, An Yuzeong strikes back, landing a powerful hit on Kang Hyun. Goblin notices the change in his opponent's demeanor and shouts, "That expression." An Yuzeong taunts his opponent during their clash, asking, "I know that you're enjoying this as well, right?" As begins to speak, Kang Hyun lets out a loud, manic shout and lunges forward with his weapon, screaming, "Die!" Kang Hyun thinks to himself, "If I contribute here, I might become an executive someday." Kang Hyun lands a powerful strike with his mace, leaving An Yuzeong bleeding from the impact. An Yuzeong collapses to the ground, and Kang Hyun stands triumphantly over his defeated opponent. Kang Hyun breathes heavily, letting out a ragged "ho" as he recovers from the exertion of the fight. Kang Hyun complains, "I'm having a lot of fun, and now you're barging in and ruining it." An Yuzeong watches him, thinking, I guess they really weren't on the same side. But even so, how can he kill him so easily? Goblin exhales, "Ha," as he catches his breath. Goblin stretches his neck, adding, "I want to join your force again even now, but I really don't want to be hated by Ui Hein." An Yuzeong retorts, "I believe he already hates you, you piece of shit." Goblin continues, "By the way, bro, do you know what kind of person Jung Ui Hein is? An idiot." He explains, Jung Ui Hein is the illegitimate child of a major conglomerate's chairman. That's why he can run wild with such a ragtag group. Goblin challenges him, "So what? Just because he comes from a wealthy family, I can't touch him?" Goblin remains undeterred by the threat, declaring, "If I was going to be scared of something like that, I wouldn't have even started this." Goblin grabs him to halt his movement, insisting, Wait, you should hear me until the end." The blond man smiles and leans in, asking, "Bro, let me join you." An unknown individual watches the bait guild building, thinking to themselves, "I really want to see him get angry." Goblin erupts in a fit of rage, screaming, "Furuk!" He slams his desk in fury upon hearing the news, shouting, "What? 3 dungeons have been robbed? And we can't contact An Yuzeong." Goblin destroys his desk while berating his subordinates, yelling, "Useless piece of shit. That bastard can't even help me. You are all fucking trash who can't even pay for your meals. How can I even deal with all of those fuckers?" Goblin breathes heavily, struggling to regain his composure after his explosive outburst. When the subordinate hesitantly replies that few will likely show up, An Yuzeong snaps, "Whether you're sick or your family has died, gather everyone. Fuck, do you not understand what I'm saying?" Goblin continues, "More and more people are leaving the guild these days, and some are completely cutting off all contact with us." He slams his hand down, shouting, "Take their parents hostage and threaten them. I'll make sure those who don't listen will listen." The subordinate warns him, "The guild atmosphere is kind of crazy right now. There are already so many people leaving, and if you threaten the guild members like that at times like this..." Goblin clutches his head in visible distress, letting out a strained, "Urgurg." Goblin stares at his phone, which displays a restricted caller ID, and snaps, "What the fuck? Don't they know I'm fucking angry now?" He answers the call, only to hear a voice mock him, "You seem to be in a lot of trouble these days, Mr. Jung Yuehain." Stunned, An Yuzeong thinks to himself, "This voice..." Online, users are buzzing with rumors about the bait, speculating that they are being terrorized by an unknown force while their dungeons sit empty. 2 individuals, one wearing a balaclava and the other in a hoodie, observe the success of their campaign to break dungeons. They decide that their work is done and it is time to wrap things up. The man in the hoodie remarks on how fun the operation was, though he expresses disappointment that it is ending. He asks his partner how they plan to finish, but the man in the balaclava hesitates. After a moment of thought, the man in the balaclava decides that it is finally time to share his plan with his partner. The man in the hoodie listens intently, his expression shifting to one of surprise as he processes the information he has just received. A note from the is revealed, delivering a final ultimatum. Tomorrow at 6 p.m., at Disrufin's forest dungeon in Anyangshire. Come if you want to save your guild. He scowls, thinking to himself, this cocky bastard. So now he wants to fight openly, huh? Determined to settle the score, Goblin marches toward the large gate while vowing, all right, today I'll check that bastard's face and separate its bones from its flesh. Nearby, a man in the crowd feels a surge of anxiety, thinking, shit, I wasn't planning on coming here, but what can I do? If I don't come here, I don't know what might happen to me. Goblin observes the surrounding crowd with disdain, muttering, "Tiske, damn, I have to take action with these useless people." A look of deep regret crosses his face as he reflects, if only I had managed to persuade that guy properly. Back in his office, Jung Uihyun answers a phone call and hears a mocking voice say, "You seem to be in a lot of trouble these days, Mr. Goblin." Stunned, he thinks, this voice. The mysterious caller taunts Jung Uihyun, saying, "Yes, it's me. I'm calling to ask if you're in trouble." Goblin feels a surge of relief, thinking, finally, there was no way to contact anyone, so I was asking for help from someone like On Yuzeong, but he's reaching out to me first at a time like this. He speaks confidently into the phone. "Haha, you contacted me at the right time. If you help me, I'll repay you properly." Goblin adds, "I'll also ask my father to help you." Goblin is immediately shocked and offended, retorting, "What? Who will help who? It seems you don't quite grasp the situation." Goblin declares, "I've changed my mind. I'll take my hands off this matter." Goblin panics, shouting, "Wait!" All of a sudden, the call abruptly ends with a sharp click. Furious, On Yuzeong crushes an object in his hand while cursing, "That brat. No, that son of a bitch. He's crazier than On Yuzeong, that son of a bitch." Goblin burns the object in his hand, his mind filled with rage as he thinks, "Those cocky bastards. Let's see how long you can act like this." Elsewhere, two men discuss the bait's recent activities. One observes, so the bait has summoned all the guild members. It seems Jung Uihyun has gone quite far. The man continues, questioning the lack of intervention. "Still, we're an alliance on the surface. Are you really not planning to send support?" Goblin sits calmly with a cup of coffee and addresses his companion, Mr. Choi Minju. He sets his cup down with a clatter and dismisses the suggestion. Of course not. There's no point in supporting trash like him. But if he dies, Chairman won't stay still. Without warning, Jung Uihyun lashes out, striking Choi Minju with a surge of red energy tendrils. Choi Minju gasps and struggles as the tendrils lift him into the air, pinning him by the throat. Goblin stares at him coldly and says, "So." Goblin maintains his grip on Choi Minju with the red energy tendrils, thinking to himself, "Does this mean I have to crawl while being mindful of that old man?" Goblin continues to hold Choi Minju suspended in the air, his red energy tendrils constricting tightly around the man's throat. With a sudden release, Goblin drops Choi Minju onto the sofa. The man collapses, gasping desperately for air as red energy dissipates. Goblin turns to leave the room, ordering, "Never mind, just continue with what you're doing. Also, look for a new funding source." Choi Minju manages to choke out a weak, "Got it." The title card for Solo appears, signaling the start of a new sequence. At 6:03 p.m., a group of guild members marches into the D-rank dungeon known as Disrufin's Forest. One member checks the time, confirming their arrival. A guild member thinks to himself in frustration, "That son of a bitch. He's the one who called me, but he's nowhere to be seen. This better not be a waste of time." A guild member suddenly points toward the distance, shouting to the guild, Guild, there's something over there," before a powerful explosion erupts in the forest. The guild members are left visibly shaken and terrified by the sudden blast, their eyes wide with alarm as they brace for what might come next. Kong Hyun emerges amidst the chaos, laughing manically as he unleashes a pack of wolves to attack the group, shouting, "Wahahaha!" Stunned by the sudden ambush, the guild members recoil in disbelief, one of them stammering, K Kong Hyun. His twins? No. A guild member stares in absolute shock, thinking to himself, he's still alive? Raising his hand, Kong Hyun threatens the group, declaring, "This is my gift for you," as ground begins to rumble with ominous energy. The guild members are immediately distracted by the creature, with one exclaiming, "Isn't that a Disrufin's pup?" and another adding, "So cute." Seeing their attention shift, Kong Hyun grins mischievously and prepares to throw the pup, calling out, "Now." He launches the small creature toward the guild members, shouting, "Accept this gift." The guild members are left shocked and bewildered by his reckless action, one of them crying out, "T that crazy, how can he throw such a lovely pup?" As pup lands safely on the ground, a guild member watches it with amazement and murmurs, "I." Overcome by the desire to claim the creature, the guild member reaches out, declaring, "I'll take it." A guild member quickly scoops up the creature, grinning as he exclaims, "Got you." Surrounded by his companions, the guild member coos at the pup, "Everything is okay now, puppy. Dad will raise you well. So cute. I want to hug you." Another guild member watches the scene with growing agitation, shouting at his comrades, "That punk, how can he do that? Look, what is he doing? Shut up, you fucker." The guild member stares in disbelief at the sight of the kidnapped pups, thinking to himself, "That crazy bastard." The kidnapping of the pup drives the adult Disrufins into a blind, murderous rage. Goblin sprints toward the guild members, leading the pack of enraged adult Disrufins directly toward them. Goblin hurls the bag containing the pups toward the guild members, shouting, "Accept all my gifts." The bag lands in the midst of the guild members, who stare up in shock at the sight of the kidnapped pups. The bag containing the Disrufins' pups floats in the air, surrounded by a radiant light that leaves the guild members staring up in shock. Kong Hyun leaps into the fray, his body crackling with surging lightning energy. He slashes his blade through the air, forcing the guild members to recoil from the sudden, powerful impact. The wolves howl as they attack, their eyes glowing with a fierce, predatory intensity. One guild member cries out in pain as he is struck by a searing fire attack from the wolves. As dashes past, the guild member calls out to him, "Kong, good luck." The guild member struggles against the searing fire attack from the wolves, grunting in pain as he cries, "Ugh, damn it." Kong Hyun slashes through the guild member's defenses, thinking, "It's already tricky to deal with Disrufin because of their invisibility, and we also need to deal with Kong Hyun. It's disrupting our formation." Realizing the situation is untenable, the guild member shouts to his comrades, "Everyone retreat. Get out of the dungeon." The guild members scramble toward the exit, shouting in relief and panic, "Shit, thank goodness we're in the rear. Hurry up, hurry up." Suddenly, a man appears before the retreating group, greeting them with a menacing grin. "Hi, guild." The guild member cries out in pain as he is struck by a sudden, powerful attack. Blood splatters across the air, marking the violent impact of the strike. A chapter title card for solo appears, accompanied by the sound of wind blowing through the dungeon. A spiked mace swings through the air, landing with a heavy, forceful impact. With a menacing grin, Kong Hyun continues his assault, his expression dark and focused. The guild members panic under his onslaught, screaming in terror as they plead for help, one of them calling out, "Asake, please save me." On Yuzeong hesitates, his mind reeling as he wonders, has he betrayed me? Since when? Realizing the dire nature of the situation, On Yuzeong thinks, this is a mess, but there's still a way. He stares ahead with intense focus, searching for a path to overcome the chaos. On Yuzeong groans in pain as he is struck by the force of Kong Hyun's attack. Driven to desperation by his injuries, On Yuzeong decides, since it has come to this, I have no choice but to use my final option, His hand erupts into flames as he prepares to strike back. On Yuzeong's counterattack lands, leaving Kang Hyun shocked and bleeding from the impact. Covered in blood and visibly exhausted by the relentless conflict, Kang Hyun thinks to himself, "Tis K. This is endless, seriously. You are like cockroaches." Goblin Chief screams in frustration at Kang Hyun. "It's starting to get annoying, Kang Hyun." Goblin Chief leaps into the air, engulfed in flames, and shouts, "Since it's already over." Goblin Chief activates his skill, self-immolation, and declares, at the very least, "I'll make you my companion to the underworld." Goblin Chief lands a powerful, fire-infused punch directly on Kang Hyun. The immolation skill detonates in a massive explosion, causing Kang Hyun to cry out in pain while a nearby guild member screams, "Why are we being included?" Goblin Chief reflects on the danger of his own skill, thinking this skill can put my life in danger due to the excessive firepower. But if it's this, then he will also. Goblin Chief reaches out with his burning hand to grab Kang Hyun. Goblin Chief, his body engulfed in flames, lunges forward and grabs Kang Hyun by the head. Kang Hyun is shocked as he is restrained by the burning grip, thinking to himself, huh? Defiantly, Kang Hyun taunts his attacker. "Is this all you can do? It's just warm, you son of a bitch." Kang Hyun retaliates with a swift strike, landing a decisive hit that causes Goblin Chief to cough up blood. The force of the attack knocks Goblin Chief to the ground, where he groans in pain. Ugh. Kang Hyun looms over the defeated Goblin Chief and threatens, "Just stay there and watch, because you'll be the last one." Kang Hyun continues, "You've made me go through something, so I can't just let you go peacefully, can I? I have to watch the end of all your little followers." Kang Hyun delivers a final, decisive blow to the remaining guild members, declaring, "Ha, it's over." He reflects on the carnage, muttering, "It's all over. All because of messing with just one guy." His laughter grows louder and more unhinged, his face twisted in a manic expression of triumph. He continues to laugh while sitting amidst the aftermath of the battle, clearly unhinged by the conflict. The defeated guild members lie motionless on the ground, their weapons scattered around them in the quiet aftermath. Kang Hyun sits amidst the bodies, his laughter echoing manically through the dungeon as he revels in the aftermath. An unnamed guild member stares at him, mocking his laughter by saying, "Bro, is this son of a bitch laughing? Never mind, maybe he had a good dream." Goblin Chief, broken and defeated, thinks to himself in despair, "Everything is over," as he struggles to comprehend who has brought him to this end. Trembling in fear and disbelief, Goblin Chief thinks, "There's no way," as the reality of his situation sets in. Kang Hyun appears before him, his expression cold and unreadable. On Yuzeong reflects on his painful upbringing, thinking, "I'm an illegitimate child. A child born from a mistress, a child born outside the main family. I'm the different one. An outsider." He continues to recall the cold treatment from his siblings, thinking my brothers and sisters, who were more like strangers than anyone else, ignored me as if they didn't care. I was often dragged into a power struggle I had never known, and they would hinder me as they pleased. Goblin reflects on his childhood, thinking, whether my father pitied me or not, he supported me without any shortcomings. But that alone becomes merely an excuse for them to tear me apart. The narrative shifts as the world undergoes a sudden and drastic change. Following this global transformation, the tutorial begins. Awakeners and dungeons emerge, forcing the world to revert to the logic of primal power. Goblin Chief seizes a moment of opportunity, thinking, "This is my chance," as he launches an attack. His expression shifts to one of shock as his attempt fails. Goblin Chief lies defeated on the ground while Kang Hyun stands over him. On Yuzeong questions the villain's tendency to talk, but Kang Hyun insists he should listen to his final words. On Yuzeong flatly refuses, asking, "No, why should I?" Goblin Chief acknowledges the effort, telling him, "Anyway, good job. Even though I didn't ask you to do this." Goblin Chief dismisses the seriousness of the situation, replying, "Hey, come on. It was fun, so it's okay." Goblin Chief turns to Goblin Chief and asks, "So what do you think?" Goblin Chief asks him, "How do you feel after you complete your revenge?" Goblin Chief contemplates the question, saying, I'm still not sure. They say the end of revenge is emptiness. So it's true?" He quickly rejects that notion, stating, "Emptiness, my ass. I've killed those who deserve to die. If I had to use an analogy, it feels like digging out a huge lump of earwax all at once." Goblin Chief adds, "It's not really anything special, but it felt somehow relieving, I guess." Goblin Chief immediately recoils, urging him, "Please don't use an analogy like that, bro." Goblin Chief asks, "What should we do with the items they dropped? Sell them and split the profits?" Goblin Chief declines, replying, I don't need it. It's not like I'm short on money." Goblin Chief accepts his decision, simply saying, "Is that so? Okay then." He reflects that while he has never been obsessed with wealth due to his steady dungeon rewards, he now realizes that money and personal strength alone are insufficient to protect everyone. Goblin Chief activates his interface, thinking, "I'll gather money diligently." And he sets a new, resolute goal, thinking, "I'll build my own force." Goblin Chief and Kong Hyun stand together in the night, silently observing the glowing gate. Goblin Chief begins to propose his idea, asking, "If I say I'm going to create a guild, would you?" Kong Hyun immediately interrupts with, "I would." Goblin Chief sighs, "I haven't even finished my sentence, though." Goblin Chief tries to build excitement for his plan, telling Kong Hyun, "If it's your guild, it's definitely going to be fun, right? That's what my gut tells me." Goblin Chief retorts sarcastically, "Your gut, my ass. I didn't even say I'd let you in." Yuzeong teases him, "Come on, you were trying to scout me," while thinking to himself that he knows everything. Goblin dismisses him, saying, "Just get lost," as the narrator notes that at the time, no one knew what was to come. The narrator reveals that the small guild formed by these two men as a joke would eventually become the most famous in South. Amidst this, Yuzeong asks, "Do you want to eat some beef?" To which Kong Hyun replies, "Oh, it's your treat," leading Yuzeong to snap, "You have more money than me, you son of a bitch." The story continues with the title card for Solo. A modern skyscraper stands tall against the clear sky in the city. Hansuk stands in his office, furious, and points an accusing finger as he demands, "You clearly said you'd take responsibility and raise Jung Yuehain. Isn't this a breach of contract?" Jung Sangsu yells, "Choi Minjun," at the man sitting calmly in front of him. Choi Minjun dismisses the accusation with a wave of his hand, saying, "Breach? Huh? Your joke is too much. What the hell are you talking about?" Jung Sangsu trembles with rage and asks, "Are you just going to ignore the situation? It's been a week since my son and his guild members lost contact. Given the circumstances, it's clear they're already..." Choi Minjun smirks and asks, "So what do you want me to do?" leaving Jung Sangsu stunned and speechless. The man reclines comfortably, remarking, "I took in a worthless piece of trash and made him the guild master of a huge guild. With that, I think I did as much as I got paid. No?" Chairman trembles with fury, thinking to himself, This piece of shit." Chairman points at the man and bellows at his guards, "Everyone, attack him, kill him." The guards immediately draw their swords and launch a coordinated assault against the man sitting on the sofa. A sudden burst of red energy erupts from the target, surging forward to intercept the attackers. As the energy constricts further, the guards struggle and gasp, "Ugh," while being held in place. The man unleashes a surge of red energy, instantly ensnaring and incapacitating the guards who had rushed to attack him. He turns his attention toward Chairman and calls out, "Hey, Chairman." He looms over the chairman, his aura flaring as he demands, "But what is this disgraceful behavior?" Chairman trembles in sheer terror, stammering why. Completely cowed by the display of power, Chairman stammers understood, as the man smiles. The unknown character releases a surge of energy that instantly incapacitates the guards in the office, leaving them gasping on the floor. He turns to Chairman with a satisfied smile and says, "I'm glad you understand. Please deposit the promised money by today." He asks the Chairman, who exactly overthrew Jung Uihyun. The title card for Solo appears, signaling a shift in the story. While the media and online forums buzz with speculation about the guild's downfall and rising dungeon crimes, the world enters an era of great upheaval. As countless new guilds and ability users emerge daily, the is gradually pushed into obscurity and forgotten by the public. Two characters discuss their recent activities in a courtyard, with one confirming, "Okay, that's good. There won't be any risk of stepping on tails." While sharing a meal, the first character assures the other, "There will be no repercussions, and I've dealt with all the troublesome ones." The second character replies, "I leveled up from this fight and with your connections." The blonde character continues to boast, adding, "I also handled the stolen goods. I also get these expensive meals." Noticing the other's sour expression, the blonde character asks, "Everything went well, right? Why do you look so upset?" The other character sighs in frustration, admitting, "The problem is the title I got this time." A system window reveals the cruel title, described as being given to those who destroyed countless families through cruel methods. Its effects include a strength boost and increased hostility from others, as it instinctively instills fear. The system clarifies that even unequipped titles remain partially active, stating, "All effects except for the chosen title are applied at 50%. His companion smiles while eating, teasingly remarking, "There's nothing wrong with you. You're already a horrible person, so don't worry." Their meal is interrupted when Kim I-hyun's phone begins to vibrate, displaying an incoming call from Dan Gun. Hyun. The phone continues to vibrate persistently on the table. The caller ignores the correction and asks, "You remember the promise we made before, right?" Dan Gun. I-hyun sighs in frustration as he realizes Kim I-hyun has forgotten their previous arrangement. He mutters, "I knew this would happen." He clarifies that the promise was about meeting their guild and presses for a date, asking, "I'd like you to do it as soon as possible. When are you available?" Kim I-hyun finally recalls the commitment. The two arrive at the Dangun headquarters to fulfill the meeting request. As the elevator rises, Kim I-hyun feels a surge of anxiety, silently wondering, "Is this really okay?" He gestures toward his companion and asks the guild official, "Even if I bring this thing?" The official looks at him and calmly replies, "Guild has approved." The companion defensively insists, "That's harsh. For your information, I actually know sis." Goblin remains skeptical, retorting, "Hearing the word sis from your mouth, it really does not fit at all. How do you know her?" The companion explains, "I've met her at a social gathering before." Goblin, still unconvinced, asks, "Who is that?" Goblin repeats, "Social gathering?" He thinks to himself, so the guild here is also old money, huh? And on top of that, she graduated from the tutorial. The world is really unfair. The guild official knocks on the door and announces, "Guildmaster." Han-seon responds from inside, "Yes, come in," as the door clicks open. Goblin looks up, clearly surprised as he finally comes face to face with the guild. Kim I-hyun shakes hands with Han-seon, introducing himself by saying, "Ah, yes, I'm Kang-hyun." Han-seon greets him in return, adding, "Nice to meet you. I heard a lot about you from Mr. I-hyun." As the companion prepares to leave, he bids farewell to Han-seon, saying, "Sis, it's been a while. Then I'll go back." Han-seon thanks the other man present, while he bows respectfully in response. Han-seon gestures toward the seating area and invites Kim I-hyun to sit, saying, "Please take a sit." He acknowledges the invitation with a brief, yes. Kim I-hyun sits down and expresses his gratitude to Han-seon, telling her, "Thank you for helping me this time. I'll repay your kindness somehow." Han Sien dismisses his concern, reassuring him, "It's not a difficult thing to do. Don't worry about it." Kim I-hyen remains firm, insisting, "I can't. I hate being in debt." He then asks her directly, "So why did you want to see me?" Han Sien agrees to be direct, responding, "You want me straight to the point? Aren't we both busy?" Han Sien smiles politely, noting, "I was going to offer you some tea first, but if you say so, I won't decline." Han Sien addresses him directly, saying, "Mr. Kang Hyun." She continues, "Would you like to join our Dangun?" Kim I-hyen responds immediately and flatly, "No." Han Sien is stunned into a heavy, awkward silence by his blunt refusal. Breaking the silence, she attempts to re-engage him, repeating, "Mr. Kang Hyun." Han Sien persists with her recruitment effort, asking again, "Would you like to join our Dangun?" Kim I-hyen remains unmoved and repeats his firm refusal, "No." Han Sien acknowledges his decision with a resigned, okay." His companion teases him about his bluntness, remarking, "Bro, you're so sharp and straightforward. She might get hurt." Kim I-hyen, seemingly oblivious to the social nuance, simply asks, "Huh? Is that so?" Han Sien reassures him, saying, "Don't worry about it. Actually, it's easier to give up since you spoke so bluntly." Kim I-hyen pivots to a different offer, stating, "Anyway, I'll repay you in other ways. Please contact me if you need any help." Han Sien accepts the compromise, noting, "You don't need to worry too much about it, but since we owe someone with strong abilities, it's not a bad deal for us. We'll contact you if needed." Kim I-hyen asks Han Sien if there is anything he can do to help the nation's top guild, expressing his willingness to assist if possible. Han Sien responds with a serious question, asking, "Mr. Kang Hyun, how long do you think this current peace will last?" Kim I-hyen cynically challenges the notion of peace in a world plagued by dungeons and rampant criminals, privately noting that Han Sien must have witnessed the same horrors he has. He explains that compared to the chaos of Stage 8 in the tutorial, the current world might seem peaceful by comparison. Kim I-hyen admits he does not know the answer, stating that worrying will not solve the problem and that his only option is to focus on becoming stronger. Han Sien questions his outlook, asking, "Besides, there's still 5 years left to count whether it's Haken or whatever, right?" Han Sien asks Kim I-hyen for the basis of his conviction, to which he replies, "I can't go into detail, but..." Kim I-hyen continues, explaining, "There is a divine being who knows all of this, and there is someone on our side who can communicate with them." Goblin Chief contemplates the revelation, wondering if the divine being is the administrator. He asks Han Sien, "There is someone with the ability to communicate with the administrator?" Goblin turns the conversation to the current state of the world. She asks, "Actually, Mr. Kang Hyun, don't you also feel it? The difficulty of dungeons is increasing at a higher rate. In contrast, the growth of individuals with abilities is stagnant." An acquaintance joins the discussion, noting, "Well, there is a saying like, the more ability users take risks, the stronger they become." Goblin Chief considers this logic and asks, "So that's the reason hunting with a gun isn't effective?" "Ah, really? I heard there isn't a single ability user who uses a gun." The man explains the discrepancy in growth, stating, "Even so, the level of proficiency with bows or crossbows rises differently compared to guns. It seems like there are a lot of theories about this and that." Goblin agrees with the assessment, adding, "That's right. In the end, only those with strength and boldness like you, Mr. Kang Hyun, will be able to resolve the current situation." Goblin Chief feels uneasy about the praise and admits, "I feel a bit awkward saying this myself, but I'm not exactly a good guy. Well, you know what I mean, like what I did to those bait bastards." Goblin dismisses the importance of his past actions, stating, "Trash like that doesn't matter." Goblin Chief is taken aback by her cold pragmatism, thinking to himself, "What?" She emphasizes his unique importance, telling him, "To humanity, One person like you is more important than hundreds of people like them, Mr. Kong Hyun. It's not virtuous saints who protect the world. Only the strong do. The conversation is interrupted by the sound of a door clanking open. Goblin asks if he sent the guest off, and the man confirms, yes. I even made sure he gets into the car. Goblin asks the man for his assessment, prompting him to ask, how was it? What was your impression after you met him in person? Goblin considers the question and replies, actually, it was more than I expected. She smiles to herself, confirming her thoughts with a simple, so. Yeah. Goblin Chief recalls the encounter, noting, even though it was just a fleeting moment. When I brought up the story about the administrator, his eyes shook. Goblin adds a final piece of information about the individual, stating, he's a tutorial graduate. The scene shifts to the exterior of a dungeon entrance, where guards stand watch near the gate. The narrator explains that as dungeon ranks increase, the strength and number of monsters also rise. Goblin Chief explores the depths of Dayan's laboratory, where this diversity of threats is at its peak. Goblin Chief finds the constant need to adapt to different monster types tedious, thinking, there are so many types here, it's really troublesome. Their weakness and attack patterns are all different. Suddenly, Goblin Chief spots something unusual and exclaims, and what's this? A massive creature identified as an ogre emerges, letting out a low, aggressive growl. Goblin Chief observes the creature's bizarre anatomy and thinks, the proportions are really messed up. They attached a goblin head to the ogre's body? Isn't that a nerf? He then makes an unexpected offer to the ogre, asking, would you like to join our guild? I made a bet with on Yuziong on who would find a potential member first. The initiates the combat by slamming its massive hammer into the ground, causing the floor to crack. As raises its hammer for a follow-up strike, Goblin Chief stands his ground and points upward, preparing to evade. The slams its weapon down again, shattering the surrounding stone with a powerful impact. Goblin Chief leaps away just in time to dodge the blow, muttering, ouch. Goblin Chief lunges forward and stabs causing it to shriek in pain as it reacts to the wound. Disgusted by the creature's reaction, Goblin Chief channels a magic attack in his hand and exclaims, that's really gross. Goblin Chief's magic attack strikes triggering a violent explosion. He quickly maneuvers around the creature to reposition himself for the next strike. Wiping blood from his mouth, Goblin Chief remains focused on the battle. He notices a substance corroding the floor and wonders, is it acid? He taps his head confidently, adding, but since I'm a strategist, I always find the answer. Your hammer. I just need to take it. The lets out a piercing, aggressive scream in response. The second adventurer dismisses the concern, stating, rather than that, we just need to focus on the feast before us. Nearby, a female adventurer grips her dagger tightly, her expression tense as she remains on high alert. The first adventurer persists, asking, bro, you really don't hear any weird sounds? His companion looks confused and asks, what? Sound? Suddenly, a monster looms over them and growls, hey, you piece of shit, I told you not to worry too much about hunting sounds. The blood-stained monster continues its threat, menacingly adding, the smell. The adventurers stand their ground in the laboratory, their expressions shifting to high alert as they face the monster. With a twisted grin, the monster insults the adventurers, sneering, of a fucking worthless, pathetic, third-rate thugs, criminals who can be beaten up easily. Goblin Chief observes the scene, his focus sharpening as he detects a distinct smell in the air. He remains fixated on the scent, his expression turning serious as he processes the information. The adventurers recoil in confusion, one asking, what the heck is with that guy? Another notices the weapon behind him, whispering, what's that thing he's holding behind him? A hammer? Goblin Chief advances toward the adventurers, his presence radiating an intense, dark pressure as he carries his heavy hammer. Goblin swings his hammer down with immense force, striking the ground and creating a powerful shockwave. The impact causes the ground to crack violently, leaving the adventurers recoiling in fear as they shout, "Ugh!" and "Shit!" Debris begins to fall from the ceiling as a direct result of the intense impact. One adventurer watches in disbelief, thinking to himself, did he lose his mind? In such a narrow place, even if he swings that... The adventurer stares in shock as the ceiling continues to crack, exclaiming, "Huh?" The ceiling finally begins to collapse under the repeated pressure of the hammer strikes. The adventurers panic as the ceiling begins to collapse, with one shouting, "Ugh!" and another cursing, "Damn it!" Goblin strikes the ground with his hammer, shattering the floor to intimidate the group. Determining the hammer is too cumbersome for his needs, he decides, as expected, it's heavy. I don't think it's possible to use it as a main weapon. He stores the hammer back into his inventory, thinking, I should put it away for now. The adventurers watch him with wary, confused expressions. One adventurer mocks him, saying, "Haha. He suddenly showed off his strength, so I wondered who he was, but it seems like he doesn't understand the situation. Does he?" Offended by his actions, the adventurer lunges forward, shouting, "You dare put your weapon down in front of me?" The adventurer swings his sword with lethal intent, screaming, "Just die!" Goblin Chief counters the attack with a swift, brutal strike from his hammer. He collapses to the ground, completely incapacitated by the blow. Goblin Chief grabs the fallen man by the hair, looming over him as he growls, "Now, you criminal bastards!" With a menacing grin, he continues his threat, "Give me everything you have." The other adventurers watch in horror, one whispering in fear, He's crazy." One of the adventurers grips his weapon tightly, his face tense as he prepares to engage. He lunges forward, launching a sudden attack against Goblin Chief. Goblin Chief remains unfazed, mocking them as he holds Kim Cusick at knife point. "Huh? You're attacking even though I have him as a hostage? Seems like they don't care if you lived. Huh?" He demands, "What's your name?" And the captive trembles as he answers, Kim Cusick." Goblin Chief simply says, "All right, Cusick," and drops his weapon to the ground with a loud clang. He then turns his attention toward the approaching adventurers, bracing himself for the imminent confrontation. Goblin Chief swings Kim Cusick toward the approaching adventurers, shouting, "Cusick attack." Goblin Chief cries out in agony as he is forcefully used as a weapon. Goblin Chief drops the battered Kim Cusick to the ground before the terrified group. He takes a breath, thinking to himself, "Whew, it's not that bad." Grabbing again, Goblin Chief taunts them, "Come on, fuckers, I'll face you with my new weapon. Siege the Cusick." The Goblin Chief tremble in fear as he advances, pleading, Don't come." The Goblin Chief trembles in terror, their eyes wide as they struggle to process the overwhelming fear. Goblin Chief strikes the adventurer with brutal force, prompting a desperate, pained cry of "Fuck, our lips touch," from his target. As the assault continues, the adventurer begs for mercy, pleading, "Spare me. Please save me." Shin Sung-ah watches the aftermath of the combat in shock, observing Goblin Chief standing amidst the defeated party. Goblin Chief evaluates the fallen raid party, thinking to himself, as expected from a D-rank dungeon raid party. "Took a bit longer than I thought." Goblin Chief turns his attention to Shin Sung-ah and speaks. Goblin Chief dismisses her gratitude, saying, It's nothing. It was actually quite satisfying to beat them up." He then gestures for her to look up, adding, "Raise your head." Shin Sung-ah complies and introduces herself. "My name is Shin Sung-ah. May I ask your name?" Shin Sung-ah scratches his head awkwardly and replies, You can speak casually to me. I'm Kang Hyun." Shin Sung-ah looks at him with admiration and asks, "Lord Kang Hyun, how can I be strong like you?" Shin Sung-ah waits with a serious expression for his response. Shin Sung-ah is left speechless by her earnest request. Shin Sung-ah repeats her question to Shin Sung-ah, asking, "How? Can I be strong like you, Lord Kang-hyun?" Shin Sung-ah ponders the question, asking, the way to be strong? He challenges the simplicity of her request, asking, "Just work hard? You just need to make an effort, right?" Shin Sung-ah begins to respond, saying, "If it's about making an effort, I..." Shin Sung-ah is visibly taken aback by his extreme requirement, whispering, "To death." Shin Sung-ah walks away from the dungeon area, telling Shin Sung-ah, "Anyway, take care. Do as you please to them whether you kill or spare them." Shin Sung-ah watches silently as he continues to walk down the corridor. Shin Sung-ah asks, "Can you go out alone?" To which he replies, "I can't." Shin Sung-ah contemplates the situation, thinking to himself, "Wouldn't you usually ask for help in that case?" Shin Sung-ah responds, "If that is the case, then can I accompany you, Lord Kang-hyun?" Shin Sung-ah is taken aback by the request, asking, "What? Is it because I said you should do it to the point of death earlier? Forget it, it's just a way of speaking. I didn't mean for you to actually die or anything." He continues to clarify his stance, insisting, "It's not like that." Shin Sung-ah remains firm, stating, "I know my capacity as well. I'll just follow around like I'm dead and collect the magic crystals, and I'll make sure not to get in the way." She adds, "Of course, the magic crystals will belong to you, Lord Kang-hyun." Shin Sung-ah looks at her with concern, warning, "But it'll be very dangerous." Shin Sung-ah asserts, "I can at least protect myself." Shin Sung-ah pauses to contemplate her resolve. Finally, Shin Sung-ah agrees, saying, "Well, okay, follow me." The series title card for Solo is displayed. Shin Sung-ah continues to clear the dungeon, swiftly defeating the monsters in his path. Shin Sung-ah then takes the initiative, telling him, "Then, I'll collect the magic crystal." She draws her dagger and begins to pry the magic crystal from its location. With a focused effort, Shin Sung-ah successfully extracts the magic crystal. He reflects on her combat style, noting maybe she got some stealth skills or something as she retreats when the battle starts, occasionally providing support with her arrows without getting in the way. Shin Sung-ah reflects on the efficiency of his current situation, thinking, "And even collecting the magic crystals that I used to find bothersome and couldn't fully gather before. It's definitely easier for me to clear things." He turns to Shin Sung-ah and asks, "So what will you do now? Judging by the energy I feel, the room ahead seems like the boss room. From here on, it could get really dangerous." Shin Sung-ah grips her dagger firmly and declares, "I've made up my mind. I'll follow you through." Suddenly, system notifications appear, stating, "The main core of the dungeon has been removed, and a portal to the outside has opened." Shin Sung-ah looks at the floating interface panels in surprise, exclaiming, "Eh." He suddenly freezes, realizing with alarm, "Wait, but I can still feel the boss energy?" Shin Sung-ah's expression hardens as he realizes the true nature of the lingering energy. Warning, it's a dungeon break. A news broadcast reports that South is facing its first D-rank dungeon break, with over 10 dungeons near Seoul opening simultaneously. This marks the country's third major dungeon crisis, following the 2.8 incident and the Hangrae military blockade. Unlike previous events, experts suspect this wave is an artificial terrorist act. A figure rushes through a hallway as the report continues. An assistant slams open the office door of Choi Dong-woo, the president of the Ability Alliance, and shouts, "Alliance!" Choi Dong-woo calmly acknowledges his arrival, saying, "You're here." Shin Sung-ah asks if the urgent visit is related to the dungeon break, noting so the preparations are already complete. He reports that a D-rank dungeon is among those that have broken. When asks for the location, the assistant reveals, it's Daeun's laboratory at Suwon, Gyeonggi-do. Shin Sung-ah thinks to himself, of all places, it's such a tricky dungeon that we postponed clearing it, and now it's coming back to haunt us. Shin Sung-ah asks if there is a major guild nearby, but the assistant replies, "There's Hangul, but their main forces are all out on assignments." Shin Sung-ah orders the immediate assembly of 50 elite troops to head to Suwon, adding, "The rest will move to other dungeons in teams." The assistant quickly confirms, "Yes, sir." In the hallway, the female knight asks, "How is the situation?" The assistant reports, "Choi Dong-woo, the Alliance, is personally leading the dance mission. He's on the move with an elite force." The female knight notes, "It's too late," and asks, "Is there a guild nearby that can defend it?" The assistant explains, "Except for Hangul, there are only small and medium-sized guilds left." But, he continues, "It's reported that a single-person ability user is quickly taking down the monsters." When the female knight asks single person, he adds someone with a big long sword with a muscular body type. And the assistant describes the mysterious combatant as having a face so horrible it is hard to distinguish from a monster, leaving the female knight visibly shocked. Shin Sung-ah stands amidst the carnage of defeated monsters, breathing heavily as he mutters, "Need to worry about it." Nearby observers watch the scene in disbelief, with the female knight thinking, "Insane," while her companion asks, "He took all of that down alone?" As catches his breath, the observers continue to watch him with doubt, questioning, "Is he really an ability user?" One of the observers approaches Kim I-hyun, expressing their gratitude by saying, "Thanks to you, we're saved. Thank you so much." The observer continues to press for a way to repay him, asking, "How can we repay?" To which Kim I-hyun whispers a cryptic response. The observer stares at Kim I-hyun in complete shock, stammering, "What?" The situation escalates as the space around them begins to fracture, forcing the observers to retreat while Kim I-hyun prepares for further combat. The spatial crack remains wide open, signaling that the dungeon break is far from over. A skeletal boss monster emerges from the rift, its red eyes glowing with malice. He indifferently picks at his ear, seemingly unbothered by the reputation of their guild. Standing amidst the carnage of the defeated monsters, Shin Sung-ah urgently warns the nearby observers, "The boss isn't out yet. If you stay here, you'll all die." The observer stands stunned, processing the dire warning about the impending boss monster. Shin Sung-ah approaches the observer, calling out, "Ahem, wait, we're all capable individuals. We can provide some help, even..." He continues, his expression hardening as he stares directly at the man. "We can provide some help, even just a little you." Shin Sung-ah demands, "How many chimeras did you catch earlier?" The observer hesitates, replying, That's..." Frustrated, Shin Sung-ah snaps, "Have you even caught a single one properly? All you do is get in the way. If you understand, then just help evacuate the civilians from behind." The observer recoils in shock at the harsh dismissal, stammering, "Wait, that's..." Ignoring the murmurs, Shin Sung-ah stares intensely, his focus narrowing on the battlefield. He begins to power up, his body surging with a menacing red aura as he prepares for the boss. The overwhelming energy forces the observers to reconsider their position. One asks, "Should we just back off?" And the other agrees, "Shall we?" Shin Sung-ah clicks his tongue in annoyance. "Tsk." A female archer approaches him hesitantly, calling out, Shin Sung-ah looks toward the female archer, who stands nearby, visibly nervous. He pauses before speaking, "That's..." He presses her for an answer, "You can do it, right? Sniping." The archer looks stunned by his direct question. Shin Sung-ah continues, "Pardon? Cover me. Find a place to hide." The archer hesitates, asking him, "You can do it, right?" The atmosphere shifts as the dungeon rift begins to pulse with dark energy. A heavy footstep lands on the pavement, cracking the ground as the boss monster finally arrives. As the creature approaches, it looms over the street, directly confronting Shin Sung-ah. Shin Sung-ah stares at the approaching threat, his face covered in grime as he thinks, "What the heck?" He surveys the boss monster and its powerful minions, wondering to himself, the 4 heavenly kings. No, is it the 3 heavenly kings? He realizes the grim reality of the situation, thinking each one of the monsters earlier is on the same level as the Wulk that I fought earlier. And the boss monster continues its advance, and the narrator confirms the final challenge. Now comes the boss. The boss monster moves its skeletal hand, preparing to launch an attack. The boss monster exhales, continuing its intimidation of Kim I-Hyen. Energy crackles in the air. The boss monster observes the buildings, thinking to itself, what unique styles of buildings. Shin Sung-ah is shocked that the monster talked, thinking, the monster talked. The boss monster confronts Kim I-Hyen, asking, human, are you really planning to stop me alone? Shin Sung-ah stands amidst the carnage and confirms his intent to the boss monster, stating, yes, that's right. He grips his weapon tightly, channeling his energy into it until it begins to glow with a menacing power. With a powerful swing, he smashes his weapon into the ground, shattering the earth beneath him. Shin Sung-ah glares at the boss monster with a bloodied face and threatens, I'm going to break your head and play puzzles with it. The boss monster recoils, responding with arrogance, what a cheeky human. However, your body seems useful, so I'll personally, wait. The skeletal creature pauses, its glowing eyes widening in sudden surprise. Shin Sung-ah seizes the moment to propose a direct confrontation, challenging the boss monster, why don't you and I have a proper duel as the leader? Let's get rid of the small fry and settle this like real men. The boss monster flatly rejects the challenge, stating, I refuse. Shin Sung-ah spits on the ground in disdain, muttering, Toei, I didn't expect much anyway. He grips his weapon tightly, his bloodied hands readying for the coming clash. Shin Sung-ah declares his intent to take the initiative, announcing, I'll strike first then. He lunges forward and swings his heavy weapon directly at the boss monster. The knight and tiger monsters react to the sudden assault, bracing themselves for the impact. Shin Sung-ah continues his advance, closing the distance to engage the monsters in combat. Shin Sung-ah winces as he spits out blood, his face showing the toll of the ongoing battle. He unleashes his power, and the system confirms, Lion's Roar of Rage is activated. The knight monster recoils, visibly startled by the sudden surge of energy from the skill. His powerful landing creates a deep impact crater in the street, shaking the ground. Leaping high into the air with his heavy sword raised, Shin Sung-ah declares, first. With a manic, bloodied grin, he thinks to himself, one person. Shin Sung-ah swings his heavy sword in a wide arc, striking the knight monster and the minions standing beside it. With a bloodied, manic grin, Shin Sung-ah taunts his enemies, saying, getting hit. Shin Sung-ah continues his relentless assault, his strike landing with a powerful impact against the monsters. A skeleton mage watches the battle unfold from the sidelines, its gaze fixed on the human combatant. Observing the lack of magical energy, the skeleton mage wonders aloud, I can't feel the flow of magic. Is that the pure strength of human beings? The skeleton mage contemplates the human's potential, thinking to itself, such a shame to kill. The skeleton mage resolves to capture the humans, thinking, I must control them alive and enslave them, while a warning echoes through the street. The boss isn't out yet. If you stay here, you'll all die. Nearby observers watch the chaotic scene in stunned silence, unable to look away. The observer approaches the bloodied Shin Sung, hesitantly offering, ahem, wait, we're all capable individuals. We can provide some help, even just a little, you. Stunned by the intense look he receives in return, the observer stammers, what? He continues to berate the man, saying, have you even caught a single one properly? All you do is get in the way. If you understand, then just help evacuate the civilians from behind. Confused and taken aback by the harsh command, the observer can only manage a weak wait that's. Shin Sung-ah stands amidst the carnage, his presence radiating an intense, intimidating red energy aura that forces the surrounding observers to recoil. Terrified by the sheer pressure of his aura, one of the observers nervously asks his companion, should we just back off? Shall we? As the observers scramble to retreat, Shin Sung-ah remains standing over the pile of defeated monsters, his heavy sword still in hand. Turning his attention to the female knight nearby, Shin Sung-ah hesitates for a moment before initiating a conversation, saying, The female knight looks back at him with visible hesitation, prompting him to continue. He cuts straight to the point, asking the surprised knight, you can do it, right? Sniping. The female knight looks at the scene of carnage and asks in confusion, pardon? He turns back to her, reiterating his demand, you can do it, right? A dark energy descends, and a powerful entity lands on the street, shattering the pavement with the force of its arrival. 3 formidable monsters, a tiger-like beast, a reptile, and a knight, slowly approach and surround Shin Sung-ah, their bodies wreathed in dark energy. Shin Sung-ah stares at the surrounding monsters in shock, thinking to himself, what the heck? Shin Sung-ah surveys the surrounding monsters, realizing with growing concern, each one of the monsters earlier is on the same level as the Wulk that I fought earlier. And, as the monsters close in, a new, more powerful presence manifests on the street, prompting the narrator to announce, now comes the boss. A skeletal hand, wreathed in dark, crackling energy, slowly emerges from beneath a heavy cloak. The skeletal boss monster reveals its bared teeth in a menacing grin. Intense dark energy discharges from the boss, causing the air around it to crackle and warp. The violent energy continues to spark and surge across the pavement, signaling the start of the boss's assault. The skeletal boss monster surveys the surroundings, thinking to itself what unique styles of buildings. Shin Sung-ah is taken aback by the creature's ability to speak, wondering, the monster talked? The boss monster floats above the street and challenges him, saying, human, are you really planning to stop me alone? Shin Sung-ah firmly accepts the challenge, replying, yes, that's right. He strikes the ground with his weapon, creating a powerful impact. Shin Sung-ah glares at the boss monster and threatens, I'm gonna break your head and play puzzles with it. The boss monster remains arrogant, retorting, what a cheeky human. However, your body seems useful, so I'll personally... Shin Sung-ah proposes a duel to the boss monster, suggesting they settle things like real men and leave the small fry behind. Shin Sung-ah stands his ground against the surrounding monsters and firmly states, I refuse. He spits in disdain, thinking to himself that he did not expect much from them anyway. Shin Sung-ah grips his weapon tightly, preparing for the inevitable clash. He declares, I'll strike first then, as he readies his hammer. Shin Sung-ah swings his hammer forcefully at the monsters, initiating the combat. Shin Sung-ah immediately dashes forward, closing the distance to maintain his offensive momentum against the monsters. The strain of the intense combat causes Shin Sung-ah to cough up blood. The night monster recoils, visibly startled by the sudden activation of the powerful skill. Shin Sung-ah leaps toward the night monster with his weapon raised, shouting, first. With a blood-stained face and a manic grin, he thinks to himself, one person. Shin Sung-ah strikes the night monster, landing a powerful blow that sends shockwaves through the area. With a manic grin, he thinks to himself, getting hit. The night monster reels from the impact of Shin Sung-ah's heavy strike. The skeleton mage breathes out, its glowing eyes fixed on the scene. Shin Sung-ah wonders, I can't feel the flow of magic. Is that the pure strength of human beings? Meanwhile, the skeleton mage muses, such a shame to kill. The skeleton mage reaches out with a hand wreathed in glowing energy. Standing over the remains of a fallen monster, Shin Sung-ah challenges the skeleton mage, asking, there's only one left, right? With a manic grin and a blood-stained face, Shin Sung-ah taunts the enemy by calling him Baldy. The skeleton mage dismisses the provocation, telling him what a great bluff. The skeleton mage continues, for someone who doesn't have any magic left, how do you plan to face me? Shin Sung-ah realizes the enemy has correctly identified his weakness, thinking, so he sensed it. Shin Sung-ah realizes he cannot fight the airborne skeleton mage and considers using the giant's power, thinking, it's impossible for me to fight him in the air. I don't even have the strength to jump or throw anything. If I could use the giant's power. His heart begins to beat rapidly, signaling the activation of the giant's power. He struggles to remain standing, coughing up blood as he stumbles on the ground. Shin Sung-ah collapses to the ground while the skeleton mage watches him from above. Struggling on the ground, Shin Sung-ah thinks to himself, ugh, what? Shin Sung-ah realizes the true nature of the blow he received, thinking, the attack from earlier. Did you think it was just a simple physical attack? The skeleton mage explains his tactical choice, stating, since I'm attacking a human body for the first time, I think it's a good choice to use poison. As the poison begins to take effect, the skeleton mage continues his taunts while Shin Sung-ah struggles to remain standing. The skeleton mage presses his advantage, telling the weakened hero, you have no chance of winning anymore. I'll give you the antidote, so just surrender and be my slave. Despite the agony of the poison, Shin Sung-ah smirks in defiance and thinks, fuck. Shin Sung-ah glares at the skeleton mage with a manic grin, threatening, I told you before, right, that I'm gonna break your bald head and play a 3D puzzle with it. Shin Sung-ah surges with a sudden burst of energy, his eyes glowing as he prepares to purge the poison from his system. Shin Sung-ah channels his remaining magic power, his eyes glowing with intensity as he declares, I'll use all the remaining magic power to detoxify the poison. And Shin Sung-ah grips his sword with intense energy, preparing to execute his final measure. The system reveals the details of Bilgain's longsword, noting its sinister aura and the severe aftereffects of its berserker ability. Shin Sung-ah surges with a menacing aura as he confronts an unknown hooded figure. Defiantly, Shin Sung-ah shouts at his opponent, bring it on, you fucker. Even if I die, I'll make sure to take you down with me. Shin Sung-ah stares intensely at the figure, his focus unwavering despite his injuries. The opponent stops and offers a condescending remark, saying, I don't know who you are, but you did a great job. An unknown man steps forward and authoritatively announces, from now on, this place will be handled by the Ability Alliance. Shin Sung-ah stares in shock, realizing the identity of the newcomer as he thinks, he's a tutorial graduate. The man is identified as Choi Dong-woo, the president of the Ability Alliance, who stands imposingly over the defeated monster. Shin Sung-ah looks down at the bloodied hero and dismissively commands, you're seriously injured. Go take a rest. Shin Sung-ah attempts to protest, stammering, what? Wait, before his body suddenly gives out. Overcome by the lingering effects of the poison and his exhaustion, Shin Sung-ah collapses to his knees. Shin Sung-ah lies sprawled on the ground, completely exhausted from the battle. As he blinks, Shin Sung-ah thinks to himself with annoyance, he showed up with a needlessly dramatic. The scene shifts to the exterior of a hospital. A woman sitting nearby notices him and says, you've woken up. Shin Sung-ah immediately retorts, how is it that as soon as I wake up, I see a fucking crap face? To which she snaps back, how can you talk crap as soon as you wake up? She continues, it's a waste of money to pay hospital bills. Why didn't you just die? Prompting Shin Sung-ah to point out, saying that to your brother who just woke up. Shin Sung-ah asks his sister about the dungeon break, and she confirms that the situation is settled. A male visitor tells Shin Sung-ah that he was shocked to find the president of the Ability Alliance at the hospital upon hearing of his hospitalization. Shin Sung-ah contemplates the unexpected presence of the Alliance. Shin Sung-ah thinks to himself that he does not feel any obligation to the man. An off-panel voice advises him to go easy on himself. His sister warns him that he might drop dead regardless of his abilities, prompting Shin Sung-ah to tell her not to jinx it. Shin Sung-ah retorts to the observer, "You think anyone wants to die? Do you think I'm dying for fun? If I die, my level will drop and I feel like crap. It's not like I like to die." He stares intensely, his eyes narrowing as he processes the situation. Shin Sung-ah stares intensely, his expression hardening as he remains focused on his thoughts. He falls into a contemplative silence, his eyes wide as he processes the situation. He finally breaks his silence, telling the observer, "Well, I'll try to be careful next time." The scene shifts to the Ability Alliance, where a conversation about Kang Hyun is underway. The denies having any contact with Kang Hyun, despite the assistant noting that a report suggests otherwise. The assistant presses the issue, questioning why the would personally oversee the transfer and cover the hospital bills if he had no involvement. He continues with a knowing look, "I witnessed the birth of a hero, and if I didn't come on time, when else can I help him?" A flashback reveals a desperate moment where he vowed, "Even if I die, I'll make sure to take you down with me." He leans forward to ask what happened to that thing. Inside, a doctor reviews a patient's chart and notes. The test results showed no abnormalities. "Your recovering abilities are truly remarkable." Kang Hyun walks through the hospital lobby with a companion, grumbling, "See, I told you I could have been discharged yesterday." His companion retorts, "You sure talk a lot. Didn't that ability leader cover the hospital bill?" Kang Hyun continues to complain, asking, "Hey, do you even know how much I lost because I took a day off? Is there no patient here named Kang Hyun?" He approaches the information desk and notices a man in a suit already speaking with the receptionist. The man in the suit desperately asks, Is there really no one?" The receptionist replies, "Yes. If he's already discharged from the hospital, we can't check it for you." Realizing he has missed his target, the man in the suit sighs, "Ha, I'm a step late." Sensing someone standing directly behind him, the man turns his head and demands, "Who are you?" Kang Hyun meets the man's gaze with a neutral expression, locking eyes with him. Kang Hyun identifies himself to the man, saying, "Yes, I'm Kang Hyun. I heard you call my name." Surprised by the sudden confirmation, Shin Tae-gil stammers, Wait." Kang Hyun reads the card and questions the visitor, Ministry of the Interior and Safety, Special? As he looks toward the hospital, Kang Hyun wonders to himself, "Why is the government looking for me?" A piece of meat sizzles as it cooks on a hot grill. As they share a meal, Kang Hyun expresses concern about the cost, asking, "Are you sure it's okay? It's quite expensive here, though." Kang Hyun reassures him, "Yes, no problem." Kang Hyun remarks on the government's investment, saying, "Man, I always wondered where all my taxes were being spent, but now I see I'm getting something back like this." Kang Hyun asks for clarification, "You're asking me to become affiliated with the government?" The visitor replies, "Yes, but it's not mandatory. It's just a suggestion." Kang Hyun questions the benefits, asking, "Then will I become a civil servant as well? What's good about that?" The visitor explains their role. "First of all, we're not just regular civil servants. It's an organization created by the country to prepare for the rapidly changing future. That's what our special is." He reiterates the purpose of the team, emphasizing its role in managing the evolving landscape of ability. The visitor elaborates on the government's stance, noting, "The government has determined that it's ultimately impossible to control the ability. The number of ability continues to grow increasingly, but it's impossible to control them even by force, and there is also nothing to gain from becoming hostile towards them." Shin Tae-gil explains the government's strategy, stating, "So instead, the government decided to support them as much as possible and establish a mutually beneficial relationship." Kang Hyun watches him grill the meat, thinking, "I see, that's not how you grill the meat, though." Kang Hyun continues his pitch, asking, "So what good does that do for me? The biggest thing is money. We'll provide you with enough funds to make sure you don't have any inconvenience in your activities." He adds further security guarantees, promising, and if something happens to you, the government promises to take full responsibility for your surviving family member for life, and also provide equivalent treatment to that of meritorious individuals. Kang Hyun considers the offer and replies, "That's really good. That means there's much to do, right?" Kang Hyun confirms the workload, saying, "Yes, I won't deny that. However, we won't make unreasonable demands." He clarifies the expectations, adding, "All we ask is that you maintain your current way of life and respond only when we request your assistance." Kang Hyun muses, certainly not bad. Kang Hyun provides further context on the current landscape, noting, for reference, the president of the Ability Alliance, Choi Dong-woo, and Dangun leader Han Seon are collaborating. Kang Hyun pauses to clarify the terms of the agreement, asking, "So I can have a part-time job, right?" Satisfied with the arrangement, Kang Hyun decisively agrees. "Okay, I'll do it." Kang Hyun travels to Suwon, Gyeonggi-do, near the old ranges. As he walks through the area, Kang Hyun thinks to himself, "Phew, of all places they had to bring my car here. I wonder if my car is okay with all the mess that happened." Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice calls out, "Lord Kang Hyun." He looks at her and asks, "Miss Shin So-e?" Shin Sung-a hands a bag to Kang Hyun, who reacts with curiosity as he asks, "This is—" Kang Hyun looks inside the bag and discovers it is filled with glowing crystals. Kang Hyun apologetically explains the delay in returning the items, saying, "I was late in returning it to you. I was going to give it back right away. But you collapsed and were taken away." Kang Hyun is surprised by his dedication and asks, "Are you waiting for me here just to return this, despite you not knowing whether I'll come back here or not?" Kang Hyun confirms his actions with a simple yes, while thinking to herself, what a stubborn person. Kang Hyun offers to let her keep the bag, but Shin Sung-a refuses, stating, "No, I can't break my promise to you." Kang Hyun accepts the bag, telling him, "Well, I won't decline it then. Thank you for being thoughtful." As looks around, confusedly asking, "Where is the car?" Kang Hyun calls out to him, "Lord Kang Hyun." An unknown character bows deeply before another person. The bowing character earnestly asks, Would you take me as your disciple?" The listener looks on with a shocked expression, clearly surprised by the sudden request. The scene shifts to a moonlit landscape at night. The location is revealed to be the F-rank, Kirka, where a pained voice groans, "Ugh." A skeleton, cornered and frustrated, thinks to itself, "I can't believe I'm being cornered like this by humans." An unknown man walks through the dark forest, approaching the cornered skeleton. The man stops and informs the skeleton the name of the D-rank has come up, and it's Lich of Dance. The skeleton stares at him with glowing eyes and demands, "Who are you?" The man gestures calmly, telling the creature, "Don't be so vigilant. I'm not your enemy. He continues, "I am the one who freed you." The skeleton reacts with visible shock. With a smirk, the man asks, "So, what do you think, dance?" Surrounded by a glowing aura, the man extends his hand and asks, "Would you hold my hands?" The story continues with the title card for solo. Kang Hyun listens silently to her introduction. An acquaintance mocks Kang Hyun, saying, "I thought you'd never be able to recruit guild members, since you don't have any friends." Kang Hyun retorts, "What do you mean, you punk? Hey, who said I don't have friends? I still have 1 or 2 friends." Kang Hyun thinks to himself, Don't I?" The acquaintance continues, "Anyway, I won the recruitment bet for guild members, so you're buying the meal as promised." Kang Hyun replies, "I've always been the one paying for the meals, though." The acquaintance concedes, "All right, fine. I'll admit I lost this bet. However," he continues, "you have to pass the test to join our guild. Will it be okay if we go to the dungeon now?" Shin Sung-a responds, Yes, of course, I have no problem with that." The group arrives at the entrance of the dungeon. A harpy shrieks as it emerges from the dungeon. The party faces a harpy within the dungeon, while a female archer prepares to engage it with a glowing arrow. She releases the arrow, which streaks through the air toward their target. With the harpy defeated, the blonde man remarks, "Sheesh. Having a ranged dealer definitely makes a difference." Now the party feels more balanced. Kang Hyun turns to the group and asks, "What do you think on Yujin? Did she pass?" The blonde man looks confused and asks, "Huh? What do you mean?" The blonde man reminds him, "Hey, you punk. You said you'd do something like a test or something earlier." Kang Hyun realizes he had forgotten, though he thinks to himself that the man is only interested in hunting. Kang Hyun draws her knife and says, "Okay. Then, I'll collect the magic stone." Kang Hyun watches her and suggests, "You don't need to be so meticulous about taking care of it, you know? If it is inconvenient for you." Kang Hyun replies, "It's okay. I like doing it." The blonde man advises Kang Hyun, "Bro, that's also money. You shouldn't waste it because you still don't have money." Kang Hyun retorts, "Hey, who said I don't have money? It's more profitable to just collect the core, you know?" The blonde man counters, "And what about you? Aren't you also picking up the core?" The blonde man boasts, "I already have a lot of money." Kang Hyun mutters, "Annoying brat." Kang Hyun suddenly senses something unusual and thinks, "Huh?" He asks On Yuzeong, "Hey, On Yuzeong, did you also feel that?" "Huh? What is that?" On Yuzeong responds with a confused, "Hmm?" On Yuzeong stares intensely, lost in contemplation. The female archer, noticing their strange behavior, asks, "What's wrong with you both?" Kang Hyun focuses intensely, his eyes narrowing as he concentrates. Kang Hyun lunges forward and lands a powerful punch. The impact sends debris flying through the air. The blonde man cries out in pain, "Ugh!" as he is struck. The blonde man groans in agony, "Ugh!" as he clutches his swollen face. Kang Hyun explains, "I usually have a good sense for these things, but I didn't notice until he got this close. Since there was no killing intent, it seems he wasn't specifically targeting us." Kang Hyun remains skeptical, asking, "But I'm guessing he didn't come here to do something good, right? Something reeks." Kang Hyun suggests, "Maybe he's just a passerby with some ability?" Kang Hyun counters, "And if it really is, that's unprovoked assault, bro." Kang Hyun scoffs. "Sneaking up on someone in a dungeon is just plain bad manners. He totally deserves a beating for that." Kang Hyun pauses, adding, "And he thinks to himself, I have a feeling about something." The document is finalized, bearing the official signature and stamp of Kang Hyun, Minister of the Interior and Safety. Kang Hyun slides the completed contract across the table to an official, instructing, "This is the completed contract. Please take care of it." Kang Hyun confirms, "Sure. Please contact me if anything happens." The official apologizes, adding, "I'm sorry, but I want to tell you something in advance." The official asks if Kang Hyun is aware of the recent dungeon terror incidents, to which Kang Hyun replies, that the one where someone is deliberately causing breaks?" The official confirms, "Yes, we've caught hold of the tail of that force and are currently tracking its head." The official continues, "Soon, a large-scale attack will be carried out under the government's initiative. I need your help, Kang Hyun." Elsewhere in the dungeon, an unknown individual is struck, crying out in pain. The captive realizes their predicament, stammering, What the?" Kang Hyun confronts the captured character, announcing, "You've woken up." Seeing his captors, the captive demands, "Who are you? What on earth are you doing?" A foul, pungent liquid drips down the captive's face, causing him to recoil in immediate disgust. Kang Hyun apologizes matter-of-factly, explaining, "Sorry about that. At first we wanted to wake you up with water, but we don't have much water to drink." He gestures toward a nearby carcass, adding, "So we used the urine from the harpy's bladder." As he looks down at the feathers scattered on the ground, he can only stammer, "What?"